Полиметалл – один из тех инвесторов, которых в Казахстане принято называть якорными. Компания владеет месторождениями Варваринская, Комаровская, Бакырчик и Большевик. Первые два объединены в хаб. Два последних осваиваются в рамках проекта «Кызыл». Место расположения – Костанайская и Восточно-Казахстанская области.
Компания «Полиметалл» — это одна из крупнейших компаний в сфере производства золота и серебра. Компания пришла в Казахстан в 2009 году. Объем прямых инвестиций составил более 520 миллиардов тенге. В настоящее время на наших предприятиях работает более 2500 человек. Еще 1500 человек задействованы в подрядных организациях. Заработные платы являются одним из высоких в регионах присутствия.
Компания «Полиметалл» входит в Совет иностранных инвесторов при президенте Республики Казахстан. Она стала первой, кто разместил акции на бирже МПЦА, что стало сигналом для мирового капитала.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Это ведущая международная группа по добыче и переработке природных ресурсов, крупнейший производитель меди и серебра в Казахстане и один из лидирующих в мире. Объекты компании расположены на 4 производственных площадках Казахстана. Это 13 рудников и 4 обогатительные фабрики, 2 медиплавильных завода. Топливно-энергетический комплекс. Он объединяет угольные разрезы, электростанции и распределительные электросети. Казахмыс ведет свою деятельность с середины 90-х годов. Это первая компания Казахстана, которая разместила свои акции на лондонской фондовой бирже. Внедрение современных цифровых технологий. Соблюдение корпоративной социальной ответственности бизнеса. Разработка и запуск новых месторождений. На медную продукцию приходится около 7,5% национального экспорта Казахстана. Значительная доля за группой компаний «Казахмыс».
Качество жизни – это финансовый достаток, повседневный комфорт, крепкое здоровье. Ассоциация «ECOJER». Мы работаем, чтобы обеспечить баланс чистой природой и устойчивой экономики. Наши приоритеты – развитие промышленности с заботой об окружающей среде. Профессиональный диалог населения с экспертами и природопользователями. Внедрение экологических инноваций и реализация зеленых проектов и содействие устойчивому развитию. ECOJER. У нас одна земля.
Сапалы өмірдің өлшемі. Ол қаражаттың молдығы. Жанға жайлы орта. Жан мен тәннің саулығы. ECOJER қауымдастығы. Мінсіз табиғат пен тұрақты экономика арасын жалғайтын алтын жіпті түзуші. Бізді жетелейтін мақсат. Қоршаған ортаны аялай отырып, өнеркәсіптің өрісін кеңейту. Халық пен сарапшыны, табиғат пайдаланушыларды кәсіби пікір алаңында жолықтыру. Экологиялық инновациялар енгізіп, жасыл жобаларды жүзеге асыру. Тұрақты дамуға жол ашу. ECOJER. Жер адамзат бесігі.
Полиметалл – один из тех инвесторов, которых в Казахстане принято называть якорными. Компания владеет месторождениями Варваринская, Комаровская, Бакырчик и Большевик. Первые два объединены в хаб. Два последних осваиваются в рамках проекта «Кызыл». Место расположения – Костанайская и Восточно-Казахстанская области.
Компания «Полиметалл» – это одна из крупнейших компаний в сфере производства золота и серебра. Компания пришла в Казахстан в 2009 году. Объем прямых инвестиций составил более 520 миллиардов тенге. В настоящее время на наших предприятиях работает более 2500 человек. Еще 1500 человек задействованы в подрядных организациях. Заработные платы являются одним из высоких в регионах присутствия.
Компания «Полиметалл» входит в Совет иностранных инвесторов при президенте Республики Казахстан. Она стала первой, кто разместил акции на бирже МПЦА, сигналом для мирового капитала.
Уважаемые участники, уважаемые гости, просим всех пройти в зал. Наша сессия начинается. Добрый день, уважаемые участники Конгресса ECOJER. Очень рады приветствовать всех в нашем зале и выразить благодарность всем, кто смог офлайн посетить наше мероприятие и поучаствовать в работе нашего Конгресса. Наш Конгресс организован в формате дискуссии. Мы решили отойти от формата презентации, чтобы каждый участник смог выразить свое мнение, ответить на вопросы, которые задает общество, и мы могли вместе найти возможные варианты решений на те или иные вопросы в сфере экологии и устойчивого развития. Первая сессия, которая открывает наш Конгресс – это экологическая реформа, возможности индустриальной трансформации. Разрешите мне представить наших спикеров. Зульфухар Жолдасов, это председатель Комитета экологического регулирования и контроля Министерства экологии, геологии и природных ресурсов. Алгат Торебеков, директор Департамента охраны окружающей среды, ТО «Евразийская группа». Оскар Ементаев, управляющий директор Департамента экологического регулирования Ассоциации «Казэнерджи». Артюхина Галина, исполнительный директор Казахстанской ассоциации природопользователей для устойчивого развития, она подключится к нам онлайн. Арман Бегазин, партнер компании Халлер Омакс. Дмитрий Калмыков, директор по развитию Экомузея, город Караганда. Первый вопрос, который хотелось бы осветить и по которому начать нашу дискуссию. Как вам всем известно, фактически год назад был принят новый экологический кодекс, и в течение этого года предприятия, государственные органы и общественность могли наблюдать, работать с новым документом, который регулирует вопросы охраны окружающей среды, устойчивого развития и других вопросов, связанных с этой сферой. Естественно, за год появились какие-то вопросы, и мы бы хотели Зульфухару Пачу задать такой вопрос. Вот в течение этого года какие вы видите положительные моменты нашей работе, либо какие вы видите риски или отрицательные вещи, которые были выявлены в течение года с учетом введения нового экологического кодекса.
Throughout this year related to the
Добрый день.
Eco Codex.
Во-первых, хотел бы поздравить
Greetings,
вас,
I would
всех
like to
присутствующих,
congratulate
замечательным
all of the
мероприятием сегодня,
attendees
большую
on
возможность,
this big event.
обмен мнением.
This is a great opportunity to
Очень
exchange
здесь такая заинтересованная
our
целевая
opinions.
аудитория,
We
поэтому
have
очень важно будет обсудить многие вещи.
interested target
Действительно,
audience, so it
вы
would be
правильно
important
сказали,
to
что мы в прошлом году были
discuss
на рубеже
many things.
таких больших
Last year
реформ,
we went
разработки
through
и
great
утверждения
reforms,
нового
developing and
совершенно новые
adopting a new
подходы,
environmental
довольно
code with new
революционные, конечно, они были
approaches,
очень немножко
revolutionary
определенно
approaches
болезненны
that
для
have
промышленного
been
сектора, для реального сектора. Надо сказать, что
very
мы
sensitive for
предварительно
the real
ездили
sector,
во
for the
многие страны
industry.
передовые,
Previously, we have traveled to
собрали, можно
many
сказать,
advanced
наиболее лучшие практики.
countries to collect the
Мы
best
привлекли очень много
practices. We
международных экспертов
engaged many international experts,
и попытались трансформировать
and we
все
did our
наше
best to
законодательство
transform our
экологическое, ну и, соответственно,
environmental
трансформировать все
legislation
наше,
and
весь наш
transform
сектор,
the
реальный
entire
сектор, и
sector,
вообще,
the real sector.
можно так сказать, ментальность и
Transform
трансформировать вообще
the
экологическое сознание.
mentality in the
Довольно очень
environmental
болезненно,
consciousness.
возможно, будет проходить или проходит.
That
И ожидание,
is
но
supposed to be
общественность, конечно,
painful,
очень сильно имеет
and the
определенное
society
воодушевление. Надо сказать, что
still
если
is
говорить
inspired
про
about
основные
it.
вещи, то мы
Well, speaking
очень
about
сильно
the
вовлекли в процессы
essential things,
общественность, процесс
we
принятия
have
решения
engaged the society into the
по
decision-making
предопользованию,
process
скажем так, экспертизы, разрешения на
on
каждом этапе. У нас
nature use,
есть
expertise.
общественных,
At every
общеслушаний.
stage there
Сама
have been
экспертиза
public
проводится вместе
hearings
с
and the
общественностью.
expert examination,
Вот, роль
and the public
общественности очень
opinion is
много,
being solicited.
скажем так, увеличили присутствие.
We
Второе, это, конечно,
have
НДТ.
increased the presence of the
Амбициозные
public.
планы, это мировая практика.
And the
За
best
счет
available
НДТ
techniques is another
европейские страны
achievement,
достигли за
BET.
15 лет
Thanks to BET,
85%
in
снижения
15
объема
years,
выбросов.
by
Это полное перевооружение,
85% the
модернизация,
emissions were
современные
reduced in
технологии и
advanced
так далее.
countries using
И
modernization and modern
мы,
technology.
я думаю, что
And I
в
think
ближайшем
that
будущем, ну, ничем не
in
хуже,
the
и
nearest
я думаю,
future,
что поставится такой
we
амбициозный план
will
по
achieve the
реформе
results
НДТ
that
сейчас
will
разрабатывается
not be
справочник
worse.
с
We
2024
are
года,
developing
они
reference
готовы, с
books
2025 года
starting
будет
2025.
возможность
There will
всей
be
основной промышленности,
an
в
opportunity
первую очередь
for
150
major
перейти на
industries,
НДТ
150
лет
enterprises
перейти на
to
такое вооружение.
switch
Ну и
to
оценку воздействия.
BATs
Самое
within
главное,
10
что мы
years. As
изменили
for the
вообще сам
impact
подход оценки
assessments, we
воздействия.
changed the approach to impact assessment.
Он
Recording in progress.
Есть определенное недопонимание в этой
There
части.
is
Мы
a
включили
certain
механизм
lack of
скрининга,
understanding
скопинга,
in this area. We
механизм
included
оценки воздействия,
screening,
который предшествует
scoping,
всему,
impact
всей
assessment that
деятельности, так
precedes
как происходит во всем
whatever
мировом мире,
activities there
прежде чем
are
человек
that
задумал
happens across the
что-либо,
globe in
прежде
most
чем
advanced
разработал какой-то
countries. So
проект ПСД
before you
концептуальный,
develop
как
any
раньше было это
conceptual
АВОС, это было
project,
прилагающее
previously
к
there has
концептуальному,
been
скажем так, строительному
the
проекту.
environmental impact
Такое.
assessment that
И
preceded
все
a
риски, которые
development
мог
project,
инвестор
and
произвести,
whatever
когда уже
risks
принято решение, есть
pertain to the
коммуникационные работы,
investors,
выделен земельный участок, есть инвестиционное
they
решение,
worked on
есть договоренности,
communications, when they had the investment
контракты,
decisions,
и
when they
на
had the
стадии оценки
contracts, and at
воздействия
the
могли быть риски,
stage
когда
of the impact assessment, there
экологи
could be
говорят, здесь
risks.
нельзя этого строить,
When the
потому что там
environmentalists
есть
would say
миграционные
that
пути, есть животных,
you can't
есть подземные воды и так
develop
далее.
here because there are
И вот
some
риски
bird
было
migration
огромно, а
rules,
мы
some
его перестроили,
groundwaters, and
трансформировали в
so
другом
on.
порядке.
So we
Предшествует всему этому
transformed the
строительному
process so
проекту,
that it
как
would
концептуальному проекту,
precede
предшествует
the
оценка воздействия.
conceptual project of
И поэтому,
development.
конечно, сознательно, ментально сейчас
Therefore,
очень сложно воспринять
mentally,
промышленность, ну, затянутые
the
сроки, может быть,
industry
где-то.
sees
Но во
it
всем мире именно
hard
происходит
to
так.
accept.
Сначала оценка воздействия, сначала оценивается,
But
нужно ли там
it is
строить,
the
что там с
advanced
экологией и так
practice.
далее.
First of all,
Ну,
there is
скажем так, скрининг
environmental
тогда
impact
происходит,
assessment.
это сбор
What
мнений,
are the
а
possible
потом уже
effects
оценка
and
воздействия.
impacts? So,
И
first of
вот
all,
это немножко усложнило, немножко в понимании в этой
you
части, но
do
мы
that.
сейчас в процессе адаптации.
that has
Мы,
been a
тем
challenging
не менее,
process, but
конечно,
we are
жизнь показывает, что
in the
есть
stage of
определенные
adaptation.
шероховатости,
Reality
если это
shows
жизнь,
that
мы
there
должны
are
его
certain
подстраивать под
bottlenecks, there are certain impediments, but we
наши реалии,
must adapt
видеть какие-то пробелы. И мы
ourselves to
буквально
the
на
reality
протяжении
and
3
close
месяцев
our
пытались
gaps. Within 3
выработать,
months, we've
совещались,
been working
такую
on
инициативу, понять, в чем
consultations to
проблема,
develop the
и
initiatives
предложили такие
and
инициативы
to resolve the
по
issues we
изменению,
have.
но
And we
надо сказать, что эти
propose the
изменения
following
будут еще
changes.
обсуждаться с
Those
общественностью,
changes
неправительственными
are
организациями, то
yet
есть
to
не
be
факт, что они
discussed
все пройдут,
with
но мы сейчас видим
society,
определенные
with
изменения, которые
associations.
как бы логично их внести внести изменения. Первое –
but
это
we deem them
сокращение
logical.
сроков
First of
рассмотрения
all, it's the reduction of the
периода
terms
скрининга.
of
Но
the
она сейчас состоит
screening
33 дня, мы
period.
его пытаемся сократить
Consideration,
до
it is
22 рабочих дней,
33 days
причем
now, but
только
we
за
want
счет
to reduce it
практически
to
своих
22
сроков, которые мы
business days.
рассматриваем. Там есть
By
15
reducing
дней
our own
неотъемлемого срока,
internal
который
bureaucracy days, there are
должен
20
быть
days that
учет
are
мнения
because this
общественности,
is the
ну,
time
имеется в виду, мы
for
выставляем на
soliciting
портал
public
других
feedback
государственных
when we
органов.
publish it on
Мы
our web
сокращаем его
portal,
больше за
when we
счет
solicit
своих сроков
the
рассмотрения и
opinions
так
from
далее.
other public bodies, so we reduce
Второй
our
вопрос –
own
это
consideration
срок
time.
действия заключения оценки воздействия. Дело в
Another
том,
one
что
is
есть определенные по этому поводу
impact
споры, и в том
assessment
числе с общественностью.
consideration.
У нас на
Impact
сегодняшний день
assessment
оценка
opinion
воздействия
as of
действует 3
today,
года.
impact
В
assessment
законе так
is
указано.
valid for
И
3
получился
years.
нонсенс, что концептуальный документ, который должен
was that the
сопровождать всю
conceptual
жизнь,
document that
всю жизнь
must be accompanying
построенного объекта, условно,
the project
действующего
life
объекта,
cycle, the working
то
project
мы так
life
ограничили в
cycle
законе, что указали, что он
has
будет действовать 3
been
года. Что не является нелогичным, поэтому мы
limited by
хотим...
law to 3
Философия
years.
данной
So we want to change it.
нормы
The
была в том,
philosophy
что
of the norm
предприятие
was
должно
that
приступить
the
после получения
enterprise,
заключения,
after
получения
they
ВОСа,
received the impact
приступить к
assessment
его реализации в течение 3 лет. И мы сейчас рассматриваем возможность,
opinion,
да,
they
определенный
must
срок
start
должен быть для
the
того, чтобы он
implementation
приступил
in
к
3
реализации.
years.
Но вместе с тем,
So we
сам
want to have
срок
a situation
оценки
that they
воздействия,
start the
пока существует
implementation
объект, он не
and
должен
the
быть
assessment
каким-то срочным.
validity
Сколько стоит объект,
must be
пока в
infinite.
него
It
внесены
must be
какие-то
along
существенные
the
изменения, он должен
timeline
действовать
of the
всегда.
project life
И должен быть
cycle. Whatever
концептуальным
changes
документом,
there
за
may
него
be,
можно всегда
it
посмотреть,
must
соответствует
always
он
be
ему или нет.
valid. It's a conceptual document against which we
Третий
are
это
checking, verifying the
строительный
project.
очень важный вопрос.
The third thing,
Вопрос в
very
том, что
important,
предприятия первой категории на сегодняшний день
first category
для того,
enterprises
чтобы
as of today,
сохранить единую модель
to retain
разрешительного
the
документа,
single model,
мы установили так,
the
что
single template
на
of a
предприятии первой
permission
категории,
document.
крупной нашей
So
компании,
we decided that for
все
the first
его объекты,
category
то есть работы
enterprises,
строительные,
all of the
независимо там,
facilities related to
третья,
development or
четвертая или вторая
construction
категория,
works,
они должны
whether
рассматриваться
it's
как
second,
первая.
third or
И
fourth category,
у
they
нас
must be
была философия,
considered
что был
first
единый документ, и
category.
это все
Our
корректировалось
idea
там.
was that
Но
there
получилось
must be
так,
a common
что
document.
даже небольшие работы,
It
замена
turned out
трубы,
that even small works
замена
like pipe
кровли и так
replacement
далее,
or
под призмой их существенного воздействия,
roof
они рассматриваются в таком же
improvements,
механизме. Нужно проводить
they
общественное слушание, чтобы
are again considered
прокопать
as
какую-то
the
траншею
changes
на
that need to
предприятии.
go
Нужно
through public
проводить
consultations. So
вот эти масштабные
some
общественные слушания, проводить как первая категория, вот эти длительные сроки и так далее. Поэтому мы очень четко разделили для себя, значит, те объекты, ну, те работы, которые оказывают влияние на эксплуатационную часть, например, замена котлоагрегата, перевод объекта на другие виды топлива, создание новых источников выбросов и сбросов и так далее, то вот эти концептуальные вещи, которые независимо от их категорий могут повлиять на процесс эксплуатации в дальнейшем, то они должны быть рассматриваться в едином разрешении, корректироваться, единый проект, вернее. А все работы вспомогательные, скажем, замена кровли, оборудования труб, трубопровода, измерительные приборы, реконструкция производственных помещений без образования новых источников, они должны рассматриваться самостоятельным проектом третьей, четвертой, второй, третьей, второй категории. И рассматриваться в те сроки, в те слушания и в те государственные органы, которые рассматривают. Значит, следующее – это общественные слушания. У нас сейчас мы проанализировали до 50% отказов в экспертизе. У нас это в связи с отсутствием общественных слушаний. Почему это происходит? Потому что у нас в законе написано, что общественные слушания должны проводиться во время экспертизы. То есть должны подать проект и одновременно назначить общественные слушания, и общественные слушания проводить именно в процессе экспертизы. То есть, если они были проведены, условно скажем так, 25 мая, а документ нам поступил, скажем так, 1 июня, то эти общественные слушания не считаются. Надо проводить по новой, потому что мы только начали экспертизу. Это вот такая немножко нелогичность. Поэтому мы присмотрели, хотим инициировать изменения, возможность проведения общественных слушаний как во время экспертизы, то есть как бы возможность, так и до, то есть которые были проведены общественные слушания до, то есть мы должны тоже принять, ну и как и раньше было.
This used to be
Ну и здесь
the
вопросы
common
по
practice actually
КЭРам.
before
Тоже
the
есть
environmental
определенные
code.
моменты, когда для
Another
достижения
issue
КЭРов
is that
через
when
10
you
лет
want to
предприятие
achieve
должно в любом
the
случае в текущей
complex
жизни проводить
environmental
реконструкцию для
permissions,
достижения вот этого индикатора через
the
10 лет,
enterprise
но ему
must
нужно менять
conduct
определенные
certain
миссии, разрешения,
reconstructions, modernizations
то в
within
законе
10
там указано,
years.
что он должен
And the law says
получать
that
новый КЭР,
they
обновлять
need
КЭР
to
постоянно. Все
update
вероятно
their
логично,
complex
поэтому мы
permissions
даем возможность
every
определенную
time
для достижения
regularly.
КЭР
So we
текущей
want to give
работы
an
проводимой
opportunity
до их достаточно
to
заключения.
achieve the permissions, and only one
Ну и вот
conclusion will be enough for
один
that.
из таких вопросов, который сейчас поднимает
Another
промышленность,
issue
это
that is being
перенос
raised
сроков
by
по
the
автоматизированной системе
entire
мониторинга.
industry is
Дело в том,
the
что мы в 2018
monitoring
году заложили механизм добровольного
terms. In
внедрения
2017, we
АСМ. Такой был
introduced
срок,
the
мы предупредили
mechanism
всех, что вот это наше будущее. Никто не перешел. Мы в 2021 году в законе указали, что
automated
мы даем
monitoring
определенный срок,
systems
через
implementation.
полгода, в 2022
Nobody
году,
transitioned to that,
вернее, в
and
23
we
до 23 года все
the
должны
deadline
установить
of
АСМ.
2023 that
Это будет
everybody
такая
must
срочка,
install
скажем
the
так, на 2
automated
года.
monitoring
Но
systems.
сегодня 22 год,
Today is
полугодие,
2022.
и условия пандемии и так далее,
pandemic
и мы видим ситуацию, когда промышленность
in
ну,
place, and
объективно
we
не
see a
успевает
situation when
внедрить
the
АСМ до
industry
конца
doesn't
текущего
make
года,
it. They're
поэтому
not
мы рассматриваем вопрос,
making it,
довольно вроде логично,
and they won't be
о
able to achieve
переносе
it
сроков как минимум
by
на 1 год.
2023. So we want
Зульфхасан
to
Назарбаевич,
shift the
я
deadline
вас немного прерву.
to at least
Думаю, что
2024.
мы можем
Mr.
в
Joldasov,
течение
may
нашей
I interrupt
сессии
you? Within
какие-то
our
вопросы,
session,
которые
I
были
think some
сразу
of
не
the issues that
высказаны, еще
have not been
дополнительно
discussed yet,
поинформировать
we will
наших
be able to discuss them.
участников. Я хотел
What I would like
попросить
to
наших
ask
спикеров,
from our
которые
speakers,
находятся вот здесь, если у них есть возможность
they
прокомментировать те
something
или
to
иные
say, they have
вопросы,
some
сразу, может быть,
feedback or comments
по
on
ходу
certain topics,
принимать участие,
they
либо потом в
may
течение нашей сессии какие-то свои
intervene
комментарии давать.
during the session and give their comments.
Дали чуть больше
We
времени, чтобы
gave
он картину
Mr.
по
Joldasov
экологическому
more time
кодексу
so that he would give us a
показал.
picture of the environmental code.
Других спикеров я попрошу
As for other
укладываться
speakers,
в
I
рамках
would
5
like
минут.
to ask you to
У
stick
нас,
to
чтобы мы уложились
5
во
minutes
временные
limit
параметры
for
нашей
us
сессии.
to be
Вот
compliant
вы в
with our
своем
agenda.
выступлении
In
сказали,
your
что вопрос
speech,
по
you
НДТ,
have mentioned
как бы
the
он кодексом
BAT,
прописан.
which is
Какая
envisaged
сейчас
by the
ситуация с этим
environmental
вопросом?
code.
Потому что
What is the status
когда
now with this
обсуждался
issue?
переход на
As
новый
when
экологический
the
кодекс,
transition
НДТ было
to the
одной из
new
новаций,
environmental code
которое
was
было
discussed, BAT
предложено
was one
и
of
со
the
стороны
innovations
разработчиков
that
от лица Халя
was
Ломакса. Я
proposed
думаю, Роман
by
потом нам
the
о нем
developers.
тоже скажет. Вот что на сегодня
By
сделано и
the
вообще
higher
идем ли мы
Lomax,
в
and I
том
think
тренде,
Arman will comment on that
как бы
later.
нету
So
ли
what has
каких-то
been done?
изменений вот в
Are
этом
we in line
вопросе?
with trends?
Как
Are
вы
there any
считаете?
changes in these
Это
questions? What is your opinion?
очень ответственная работа, на
This
самом деле.
is
Вы знаете, что до 2024 года мы
rather
должны разработать справочники по
big
отраслям
work. You know
производства.
that by 2024 we
Мы,
need to develop
значит, у нас есть, вы знаете,
best
подвижность
reference
организации, национальной
documents,
централизованной технологии.
BAT reference documents by
Мы
different
привлекли
industrial
большое
sectors.
количество экспертов,
You know, we
в том числе
have relevant
международных,
body and we
по
have
разным отраслям.
involved
Сейчас
many
мы,
experts, including
значит, вы знаете, на
international
первом этапе
experts
мы должны
covering
проаудировать,
different
технический
sectors.
аудит провести
At the first
все
stage, we
компании,
need
понять. Мы
to
пошли
audit
таким путем.
all the companies.
Была возможность
We
пойти
followed this path.
европейским брефами, там,
We
российским
had an
брефами, своими.
opportunity to
Но мы
follow
решили создавать
European
национальные
BREF or
брефы
other
с учетом
countries'
своих
BREF,
реалий.
but we
Для
decided
этого
to
мы должны
develop
провести
our own
аудит
BREFs,
всего
BAT
промышленного
reference
сектора.
documents,
И на сегодняшний
given
день
our
мы проаудировали,
reality. And for
Центр
that, we need to
проаудировал
audit
с учетом привлечения
the
экспертов
companies and
85 крупных наших
the
предприятий.
center
Ожидают сейчас заявили еще
audited
298.
85 companies.
Мы сейчас разбили на несколько групп.
We have divided them into several groups.
И сейчас, значит, мы рассматриваем механизм
And
возможности
we are
проведения
considering
аудита,
the
в том числе за счет компаний, ну, ряд компаний,
at the expense of the companies,
финансирование неправительственных
or
организаций.
using
И сейчас
the
на
financial
сегодняшний день мы
resources
уже
of
на
non-governmental
стадии выхода
organizations.
разработали 4
We have
справочника.
already developed
И
4
работаем над
BAT
пятым справочником. Я
reference
думаю, что идет по
documents, and
плану.
we are working on the 5th one. We are
Вот здесь у нас
proceeding according to the
присутствуют
plan.
представители
We have
наших
here representatives
тяжелых отраслей, как горно-металлургического
heavy
комплекса, так
industries like
и нефтяной
mining and
отрасли.
metallurgical industry, and
Представитель
oil industry,
ассоциации
the
Казэнерджи
representative
Оскар
of
Маманович. Я вот
Казэнерджи
думаю,
Association.
обсуждение вопроса
Mr.
НДТ было связано с тем,
Yementai,
что
I think
внедрение
the
НДТ было
VAT
связано с большим
was
объемом инвестиций.
related to
Вот,
the
по
fact
мнению
that
нефтяников,
VAT is
вопрос
associated
внедрения
with
НДТ
huge
на
investments.
сегодня сдвигается с
Whether
определенной
VAT
точки, и
issue
как нефтяная отрасль смотрит на эти вещи, какие есть вопросы
developing
к
now
госорганам, либо
from the perspective of oil
документам,
companies.
которые
What
сейчас
sort of
работают.
questions do you
Вот
have with
мнение
regards to state bodies on
Казенеджи,
documents
как
that are
отраслевой
used now?
ассоциации,
What is
которая
your
охватывает
opinion as
90%
sectorial
рынка
association that
нефтяного?
covers
Что вы можете сказать по
90%
этому
of
поводу?
oil market? What could you comment here?
В части НДТ здесь можно с точки зрения нефтегазовой отрасли,
Given the perspective of oil and gas industry, I can say that yes, the work is ongoing.
Справочник по переработке нефти и газа. Он уже сейчас на последней стадии утверждения. И как бы в рамках вот этого справочника как бы сильных таких проблем и рисков отрасль не видела. То есть, в принципе, да, были дискуссии, были уточнения пороговых уровней и так далее. Я бы хотел, как бы, у нас ассоциация нефтегазовая и энергетическая, я бы еще хотел сказать один момент по поводу справочника, который одновременно обсуждался. Это сжигание топлива в крупных печах для выработки энергии. Вот с этим справочником больше вопросов и рисков появилось, потому что он тут на такой же стадии, как прошел голосование комитета, но как бы есть предложение всей отрасли, я говорю, как бы от всего бизнеса, что необходимо вернуть вот именно данный справочник, который касается всех отраслей, конечно, в том числе и нефтегазовой, вернуть на доработку, в каком плане, там я не буду вдаваться в детали, но там получилось так, что как бы, те страны европейские, наши соседи государства, они начали этот процесс давно, то есть, я не буду вдаваться в детали говорить, ну да, там эти страны шли поэтапно к этим уровням загрязнения. Где-то 20 лет, даже вот страны Беларусь, Россия, они начали раньше, то есть у них опыта больше. Мы как бы сразу с первого этапа взяли как бы пороговые уровни, которые сейчас наравне с европейскими, и то, которые были не сразу, а постепенно, к которым пришли. И как получилось, я думаю, здесь такой момент, что рабочая группа, техническая рабочая группа обсуждала этот вопрос, где были международные эксперты, и как бы через какие-то дискуссии, трения пришли к общему компромиссному знаменателю, который, в принципе, был на предпоследних голосованиях. Но есть такой момент, что я бы не сказал, что, но есть такой момент, что даже в случае, если ТРГ принимает какое-то решение, голосует за него, с учетом мнения общественности, а также, опять же, международных экспертов, ну, которые не входили в ТРГ, но они участвуют в законотворчестве Казахстана, то есть с их мнением можно поменять. То есть так получилось, что на последнем этапе, когда голосование ТРГ прошло, эти пороговые уровни ужесточились. Поэтому есть предложение, что все-таки надо к этим пороговым уровнем идти поэтапно, вначале как бы более и вернуть на доработку, и чтобы вот этих моментов таких не было больше. Относительно, я хотел бы еще добавить, сейчас идет обсуждение очень важного справочника, это добыча нефти и газа. Там как бы переработка нефти и газа, это вот объем и деятельность, которая вошла в тот справочник, она отделена от второго справочника, который важен, добыча нефти и газа. Этот процесс только начался, поэтому надеюсь, что здесь будет более спасибо, процесс.
Следующий вопрос я хотел бы задать по вопросу АВОСа, но Иркасан Санзбаевич уже по свое видение по вопросу ОВОСа сказал. Я вот все-таки здесь думаю, вот у нас представитель общественности в лице музея господин Калмыков есть. Вот, как вы считаете, та процедура ОВОСа, которая прописана сегодня в экологическом кодексе с точки зрения общественности, является ли она достаточной и будет ли она охватывать все стороны жизни предприятия и общества. И тот документ, который сегодня работает, он удовлетворяет запросам общества, либо у нас есть куда стремиться.
Спасибо и приветствую всех. Рад возможности обсуждать такие важные вопросы на таком высоком уровне. У вас очень хороший вопрос, и на него у меня есть сразу два ответа. И да, и нет. В экологическом кодексе процедура ОВОС прописана хорошо, лучше, чем в предыдущем кодексе. С недостатками, с достоинствами, но в целом хорошо. Но подзаконные акты, наше нижележащее законодательство, на наш взгляд, общественности, и составлялись, мягко говоря, нехорошо с точки зрения доступа общественности и получились в результате очень нехорошими. Они на самом деле даже ухудшили доступ общественности по некоторым моментам. С другой стороны, они стали содержать излишние требования и к промышленности, вводя излишние стадии. Например, общественные слушания надо проводить и при ОВОСе, и когда вы придете с этим ОВОСом за разрешением, зачем-то еще раз про то же самое. Главная причина, по-моему, общественность не участвовала в полноценной разработке подзаконных актов. Это следует поправить.
Спасибо. Я думаю, вопрос ОВОСа и тех процедур, которые вот были прописаны в новом кодексе, они несли в себе очень такую положительную роль. И то, что закладывалось, я думаю, вот могут сказать те, кто писали рыбу этого документа. Поэтому я вот Армана Бегазина хотел бы попросить, чтобы он немножко историю вспомнил этого вопроса и дал нам разъяснение, какая была идея по изменению этой процедуры и других новаций, которые изменили экологический кодекс, и вот мы его приняли в прошлом году.
Да, спасибо большое. Но на самом деле это уже было озвучено. Новые принципы проведения экологической оценки, они в первую очередь заключаются в том, что обсуждение нужно начинать как можно раньше. И, на мой взгляд, в экологическом кодексе это реализовано. Если сравнивать со старым кодексом, то, конечно же, теперь инициация, так скажем, обсуждения, в том числе с общественностью, она происходит, должна в идеале происходить на этапе зарождения самой идеи, да, то есть тогда, когда инвестор приходит и говорит о том, что я хочу построить, допустим, завод или разрабатывать месторождение и так далее. То, как оно реализовано в экологическом кодексе, на мой взгляд, это соответствует по большей степени тому, что мы видели в европейском законодательстве, в странах Евросоюза. Про подзаконные акты здесь, наверное, соглашусь с коллегой, с предыдущим мнением, что, конечно же, на уровне подзаконном еще требуется доработка, потому что не все положения инструкции по организации проведения ОВОС, они соответствуют не то чтобы международному опыту, они в какой-то части даже противоречат самому экологическому кодексу. Эти ошибки сейчас нужно выявлять. Мы сейчас получаем на протяжении года, с момента введения, почти года, да, с момента введения экологического кодекса, мы постоянно получали обратную связь от индустрии, от проектировщиков, очень много вопросов, очень много несостыковок. Но здесь я хочу обратить внимание на то, что 90%, наверное, таких проблем или шероховатостей, их можно снять путем доработки подзаконного акта. То есть экологический кодекс для этого менять не нужно. И, наверное, половину из этих вопросов можно решить просто путем обычных разъяснений положений экологического кодекса, потому что зачастую тогда, когда задавался вопрос, допустим, можно ли, вот меня удивило, задавался вопрос, о том, что можно ли выдавать комплексные экологические разрешения до 2025 года, потому что в экологическом кодексе написано о том, что обязательное наличие КР, оно предусмотрено только с 2025 года. И якобы уже на практике были случаи, когда заявителям отказывали в рассмотрении заявки на выдачу комплексного экологического разрешения по причине того, что вот обязательность только с 2025 года. И здесь обычного разъяснения со ссылкой на переходные положения экологического кодекса было бы достаточно, потому что там прямо указано, что добровольное получение до 2025 года, оно возможно, и если кто-то изъявит желание, конечно же, его заявление должны принять и рассмотреть.
На сегодня у нас выданы уже каким-то предприятиям комплексное экологическое решение. Зубхар Сансбаевич, как вы можете?
Да, у нас единственная компания ECOJER по 4 предприятиям, она имеет комплексное разрешение. Это, в принципе, получился у нас такой первый проект, первая возможность, и компания обещает вложить порядка 300 миллиардов тенге и достичь существенных изменений. Сейчас, насколько мы знаем, происходит уже большая реконструкция в ряде предприятий компании. И вот это у нас первая компания. Есть большой интерес у аналогичного перехода у компании Кассинг. Насколько мы знаем, мы переговаривали, если будут справочники готовы, то в принципе готовы перейти и Кассинг. Есть и даже у ArcelorMittal мы как-то разговаривали, что есть заинтересованность в ближайшее время, не дожидаясь 2024 года, 2025 года, перейти на новый КР.
Здесь прозвучали примеры предприятий горно-металлургического комплекса. Я так понимаю, они как пионеры в этом процессе движутся. И сумма в 900 миллиардов тенге, я думаю, для любого слушателя она звучит очень солидно. Поэтому я вот хотел бы, чтобы, Талгат Исмаилович, вы прокомментировали, на что пойдут эти деньги. Вообще, как вы считаете, они могут быть использованы в свое время? На все ли мероприятия по охране окружающей среды хватит этих средств? И вообще, какие у вас планы? И есть ли какие-то вопросы к экологическому кодексу, процедурам, которые там прописаны? Что вы вот по этому поводу считаете?
Рахмет үлкен, қайырлы күн, құрметті қатысушылар. Спасибо огромное. Да, мы единственная компания на сегодняшний день, которые получили комплексное экологическое разрешение. Это евразийская группа. По 5 предприятиям мы получили. Это ЕК, Актюбинский завод Ферросплав, Ахсусский завод Ферросплав, Алюминий Казахстана и Казахстанский электролизный завод. Да, действительно, с учетом проектов энергоэффективности и строительства ВИА, у нас инвестиции предусмотрены до 2030 года порядка 900 миллиардов. Из них 154 миллиарда это только по Павлодарской области, так как у нас 4 предприятия находятся по Павлодарской области. На сегодняшний день уже есть промежуточные результаты. В 2021 году мы реализовали ряд мероприятий, получили уже эффекты. Если по группе сказать, мы снизили минус 15 тысяч тонн за 2021 год. Это существенный вклад. У нас наша стратегия нацелена на, в первую очередь, это на снижение твердых веществ. А потом, после снижения твердых веществ, будем предусматривать снижение газообразных. Но на сегодняшний день уже мы привлекаем подрядчиков, не только наших, и иностранных подрядчиков, чтобы нам дали технико-экономическое обоснование, какую финансовую инвестицию мы должны вложить и как можно снизить наши газообразные. В этом направлении работа идет. Наша стратегия группы, которая принята в 2018 году, она предусматривает в течение 10 лет это снижение 56% твердых веществ, 30% сбросов
переработка отходов до 2 миллионов. У нас в группе создано специализированное предприятие. Это ресайклинг, ERG ресайклинг, который перерабатывает все наши отходы. Уже в этом году, за 2021 год, переработано более 3 миллионов. Да, действительно, есть, с учетом принятия нового кодекса, есть кое-какие моменты. Чтобы реализовать эти проекты своевременно, нужно точное правило игры. Да? Вот сейчас с новым кодексом есть много, не то что непонятно, но, наверное, это правоприменительная практика, скорее всего, будет. Вот сейчас один из разработчиков кодекса, Арман, говорит, что да, это можно, требования кодекса необходимо и можно поправлять НПА. Я думаю, в первую очередь надо в кодексе, надо точно сформулировать, потому что НПА, она исходит от кодекса. Если есть какие-то требования в кодексе, НПА, она не может его отрегулировать. У нас вот на сегодняшний день есть ряд вопросов, но с государственным уполномоченным органом мы свои вопросы внесения изменений в экокодекс направили в рабочих группах. Сейчас рассматриваем, надеюсь, наши предложения будут услышаны и поддержаны.
По вопросам НДТ, вот с точки зрения горно-металлургического комплекса вашей группы, как вот вы считаете, достаточно ли в ТРГ, потом при разработке самих справочников, учтены ли ваше мнение и соответствуют ли эти справочники тому уровню производства и показывают ли они, куда вам необходимо стремиться, чтобы вы разговаривали с вашим руководством, акционерами, и чтобы потом на эти справочники, когда вы будете ссылаться, у вас не было вопросов по реализации ваших проектов. Что сейчас вот по НДТ в вашей группе делается?
Ну, по вопросу НДТ, то, что мы на сегодняшний день реализуем проекты, уже все наши нормативы, учитывая, что мы соответствуем все и соблюдаем требования Экологического кодекса Республики Казахстан, но все мы ориентируемся на европейские нормативы. На сегодняшний день те проекты, которые мы уже реализуем, это замена фильтров алюминия Казахстана, все наши технические задания ориентированы на европейские нормативы. Поэтому вот по вопросам НДТ, да, необходимо, надо обсуждать. Но один пример, то, что коллеги сказали сейчас, нефтяной сектор, да, вот по сжиганию топлива. Да, есть вопросы. На сегодняшний день уже 4 версии справочника есть, но надо нам точно знать, куда мы стремимся. Да, все операторы готовы внести свой вклад на снижение эмиссий, но при этом надо знать историю завода, потому что на примере предприятия могу сказать, с учетом, что завод существует или предприятие более 50 лет, компоновка какого-то оборудования, его установка на территории, это очень сложно. Поэтому все эти факторы надо смотреть, с учетом этого надо принимать какие-то требования. Я еще раз говорю, уверен, что все операторы готовы вносить свой вклад на снижение, внедрять новые технологии, но нужны как-то время. Да, мы стремимся к европейским нормативам, но, наверное, с учетом надо национальные справочники принимать. Но коллеги тоже участвовали в ряд совещаний, даже международные эксперты говорят, не надо сразу в течение 10 лет принимать там европейские нормативы. Сперва надо. Мы поэтому предлагали сперва снизить твердые, и в этом направлении мы сейчас движемся.
Ну, наверное, наши справочники, они не должны быть там хуже какие-то разы европейских, либо там других справочников. То есть они должны, наверное, быть, показывать, может быть, текущую ситуацию, но выводить наше предприятие на какой-то другой уровень. Вот, представитель общественности пусть...
Спасибо за предоставленное слово. коллеги, понимаете, это совершенно два разных подхода. Европейская директива о промышленных выбросах, которая послужила основой для этих нормативов в НДТ, она устанавливает такую концентрацию загрязняющих веществ на трубе, твердых или газообразных, которая позволяет населению, нам с вами, общественности, оставаться здоровыми. Постепенный переход здесь невозможен. Это звучит, как вот сегодня у нас тарелки грязные, давайте завтра помоем пол тарелки, а через неделю начнем мыть 60% от тарелки. Я согласен, можно вводить производство по очереди. Сегодня этот цех переходит на НДТ, но он должен перейти на настоящий НДТ европейский, позволяющий сохранить здоровье всех. В следующем году цех номер 8 и так далее. Но они постепенно от грязных к полугрязным, не совсем чистым уровням. Вот идея такая, переходить надо сразу к тому, как должно быть. Спасибо.
Спасибо, Дмитрий Евгеньевич. Я думаю, мнение общественности, оно показывает, наверное, наше стремление в идеале. И, возможно, промышленникам не сразу удается этот идеал для себя сформировать, потому что есть определенные ограничения по производственным вопросам, по финансовым, потом вызовы государства, которые описываются, тоже где-то сужают поле для маневра. Но, тем не менее, наша общественность говорит от имени населения. То есть те люди, которые находятся за забором завода, за пределами месторождения, либо в той зоне, которая как бы тоже находится под этим антропогенным воздействием со стороны промышленности. Поэтому, наверное, надо нам находить какие-то точки проникновения в тех же там ТРГ, может быть, общественность должна более четко участвовать, чтобы вовремя мы могли эти справочники формировать и учитывать эти вопросы. Я хотел бы попросить наших режиссеров, с нами должна была быть на связи Галина Викторовна Артюхина, она является одним из старейших экологов, одна из старейших ассоциаций. Если она на связи, чтобы она выразила свое мнение вот по вопросу, который мы сейчас обсуждаем, в частности, и по НДТ, и по ОСам, то есть то, что она как бы знает и о чем она может сказать. Галина Викторовна с нами на связи?
Has something to say on this. Galina, are you with us?
Да, я на связи.
Так, отлично, мы вас слышим. Можно погромче, Галину Викторовну?
Да, сейчас сделаю погромче. Спасибо
большое. Спасибо, что вы с нами. Ваш комментарий.
Спасибо большое. Принимая эстафету от предыдущих выступающих, прежде всего, позвольте приветствовать всех участников сегодняшней сессии, которая проходит в преддверии нашего профессионального праздника Всемирного дня охраны окружающей среды. Ну и в рамках сегодняшней дискуссии я бы хотела обратить внимание на два важных аспекта. Первое. Для того, чтобы говорить о трансформации экономики,
two things. To talk about the economy transformation, we need to remember two things. First of all, the regulations that do not create excessive barriers, and the second is investment. I would like to dwell on the environmental impact assessment and screening. The year that has passed since the environmental code has shown a series of challenges. We have heard the representatives of big industry, and you know that our association has been basically representing big nature users, major nature users, but the Environment and Industry of Kazakhstan journal started receiving many questions, many complaints from small and medium businesses. And we did our best to dive into this issue. So what we see today is that last year has shown absolute unpreparedness of competent bodies locally to follow the liberalization of public control over business. Let me remind you that that was proclaimed as the major goal of this reform. The bylaws that have been set in force, including the procedures of categorizing the facilities by their environmental impact, are not in line with the major provisions of the code. The enforced procedure of screening and EIA for new projects, what Armand Begazin said, the EIA starts at the stage when the investor only enters with a concept, with the idea about the new operations. But in fact, it all turns into a total revision of all operating industries by hazard categories. That was artificial engagement of business into another burdensome bureaucratic spiral. If you look locally, the enterprises in the screening procedure are not for 22, not for 30 days. They've been there for 8 months. We are talking about the companies of category 3 and 4. The unpreparedness of local bodies looks like the fear of excessive liberalization that led to unsubstantiated pressure on small and medium businesses. We can see that even big companies are silent about this issue, but we understand perfectly that small business is not a part of bigger associations. They have no one to protect them. So people started writing letters to our journal. So what kind of cases do we have? Unfortunately, there is a wave of revision of hazard categories towards stricter categories. The enterprises that have been working in the 4th category, they are now the 3rd. Those who have been the 3rd are now the 2nd, but it is not unrelated to the changes in the environmental legislation provisions. In the current sites, even when there are some environmental protection procedures, they are viewed as the 1st category. If they implement BAT, they are also made to go through the environmental impact assessment with all the relevant stages. Scheduled maintenance in the city at the level of municipal networks maintenance are going through public consultations too, and they are not only impeding the process, but the excavation works that have been suspended, the trenches in the city, they are even leading towards accidents. A child fell into a fresh trench and died, unfortunately. So we see many cases when the environmental legislation becomes a real barrier locally for proper and sustainable work of businesses, especially if we take into account that small and medium businesses within the recent 2 to 3 years has incurred significant losses, and we should be giving them an opportunity to restore. And that was the goal of the new environmental code. The 3rd and 4th category enterprises were supposed to be exempt from insignificant procedures due to insignificant impacts they produce. It is great that the Congress raises this issue today, because this gives us hope that the disruptive process can be stopped, and the very procedure of EIA that looks discredited, may look discredited today, so we will stop its discreditation. Another thing I would like to discuss is BAT, IEPs and investments. As for BREFs, I totally agree with Mr. Kalmykov that EIA BREFs are supposed to be in line with the requirements that would ensure the necessary level of control and responsibility on the part of emitters towards people's health and the environment. And here we must distinguish between the IEP provisions that must stage transitions, of certain sources, of certain workshops to BETs. And this process is supposed to be discussed with the community. But as for the investments,
and in general, all the questions and issues that we have faced now, they're caused by the fact that the legal base and our approach are discrete, and we have lost the most important novelty of the environmental code that promotes the systemic approach. So we lost it. So any integrated environmental permission must be linked to the systemic approach, to the capacity of the environment that is capable or not capable of absorbing the pollutants to the environment. So talking about our nature and talking about the green climate agenda promotion in Kazakhstan, we would like to pay attention to the fact that nature, in fact, is the most powerful investor for our business. And we here must work further on this legal base. We understand that this is a difficult task, and since last year, our association works in the direction of promotion in Kazakhstan of natural climatic solutions in the quota trading systems that will enable enterprises to implement BAT given ecosystem and nature protection measures and to have access to good investments. End of this month, we will announce 2 large-scale events with the participation of the global network of alliance of nature climatic solutions established by Green Climate Funds, and we will inform our community about the status, and I would like to express my gratitude to the participants and for the readiness for future success. Many thanks, Ms. Artyukhina, for your comprehensive comments. I understand that the comments of the representatives of the public is not always pleasant, but it gives an ideas for thinking discussion both to our state bodies and enterprises, and also confidence to the community in the fact that we need to discuss and promote these questions, as the code that was adopted 1 year ago should have been revolutionary in certain questions and should have served as an impetus for the situation in the area of environmental protection, sustainable development, and transition to carbon-free green economy from brown economy in Kazakhstan. And we face a lot of challenges in this way, and we are working now on certain areas. Things that we thought would work in certain way when we're not working. Some questions are not covered by us anymore, like they were transformed into something else. So therefore, we are here in order to discuss what is working and what doesn't work. And I think that a Ministry of Ecology and other bodies that are involved into environmental permit process will listen to our comments and proposals and will work on this jointly with us. And I would like to come back to the question related to BAT reference documents for energy enterprises. I mean gas pipes. I think Mr. Zheldasev has certain comments. Yes, in order to comment fully here, I would like to briefly comment on all questions here. Well, in fact, we are constructive and we're ready for discussion, and we will change. We will discuss a lot of things. This is a good platform, very good proposals. We do not have some authoritarian position saying that everything is great, we cannot change anything. But in fact, legislation and bylaws are live organisms that can be and must be adopted and changed. As for the brief on energy, this is the most painful brief, because energy is about our power, coal-based power stations, which are linked to population, tariffs, payments, for the upgrade of these power stations. And we should understand that antagonism between the real sector, industry and environment and ecology and community will always be there, and it is everywhere. Additional investments for environmental issues are not always welcomed. So as for power industry, 40% of emissions, it's about 900,000 tons, accounts for CHPs, 40%, and all of the CHPs are located in the cities. And for you to understand, about 70% is sulfur dioxide. I will not explain what is it and its toxicity. And 30% accounts for nitrogen dioxide and dust. And we cannot leave it without attention. And dust concentration that we have, according to our limits, it's from 400 to 800. As for concentration in Europe is 10, 20. So this is the difference. Sulfur, from 500 to 1,200 here. In Europe, it's 200. As for NOx, in our 600, 700 in our country, in Europe, it's about 200. As for the parameters that we have fixed, well, it's not true that we have European one. You know, Europe also proceeded through several stages. They had one parameters fixed in 2010, others in 2017, but we need to base on, focus on something, to take some global practice. So we propose the following. For existing enterprises, we are coming back to the parameters of 2010 in Europe, and for new enterprises to have higher parameters of 2017 in Europe. And energy companies have calculated that about 1.5 trillion of tenge approximately are needed for a construction upgrade, but given the tariffs and the ban and the fact that stations are very old, we are ready to consider the extension of this period. We have proposed the mechanism. We will discuss this with our power industry, the capacity market, where like 1 tenge in tariff will give 1.5 trillion in 15 years, and for this amount they can request for financing for upgrade and reconstruction and other models. We must do something with our stations. CHPs are saying, for example, that the boiler they have will become will not work in 7 or 10 years. Then the reason to invest into this boiler, well, okay, probably we need to consider here the approach. For example, with long-term operational equipment, they must be reconstructed. But those that will fail in 5 years, they must be simply closed. They must not be covered by integrated environmental permits. We have just checked that the Europe for every the Europe includes emission limit value for a set of boilers. In our case, we have 6-7 boilers that are linked to one stock. Therefore, we consider the possibility of having limits for every boiler. What I mean to say here is that we have quite detailed approach here in order to understand the situation, but we need to understand what must be done here. And you're right here saying that it's not about technology or money. It's about reducing these pollutants that we inhale in the cities. And I will not mention about death rates and the cost and lives or the GDP we lose because of hospitals and expenses for medicine and so on. And when experts calculated, they ended up with the result that GDP we lose more GDP rather than compared to the situation when we invest into reconstruction. Well, of course, we should understand that the reconstruction will happen through tariffs, but we must get prepared for this question. We are ready to discuss. Mr. Zheldasov, the question, the following. The accidents that happened this year, it's in Petropavlovsk, in Stepnogorsk, at the CHPs. Whether these failures will impact BREFs, whether any changes will be introduced given the situation, or it simply characterizes the general situation of the energy industry, and we should have a different perspective, and maybe with Minister of Energy and Minister of National Economy, we need to review, revise the way we should live or work with energy, the way we should do it now. What do you think? What is done? You know, I wouldn't comment this particular case. Well, the reason is clear that it is quite outdated, but there is an investigation that will find out the reason. But this case shows us that, in general, a big reconstruction and transformation of energy industry expects us, and there will be big investments. And if these investments are envisaged, then let us properly invest in order to have proper reconstruction, in order to have proper indicators. I will not mention the exact CHP, but there was a case when they installed boiler turbines made in China that do not envisage desulfurization, but high level of cleaning from dust. Now, there is a possibility for reconstruction, different CHPs using different parameters and indicators. Our proposal, let us agree clearly on the deadline and the target we would like to end up. We need to give to all power stations the parameter and the deadline, and we need to achieve these parameters. And I would like also to briefly comment on two topics, quite urgent, talking about public hearings. In the legislation as of now, and under environmental code, it is our collective responsibility, and I think 80% of people sitting here involved in our disputes, debates in parliaments and other discussions, and I think not only competent bodies adopted it, but we had a common discussion, and that's the resulting code we have, and it's quite rather good. We have discussed the disruption and the fact that there is a wrong orientation. I agree, there are certain issues, but we have included public hearing at the request of public that for any projects, the public hearings must be done. But for third category projects, we simplify the procedure. There is a possibility to publish information in the portal, so that information is transparent, so that everyone can see it. Well, we have discussed this disruption and environmental impact assessment, why we need to have hearing after having this EIA. But what I want to say is that ArcelorMittal went through this process, and they extended this life cycle. And this year, when we were face-to-face with polluter, the law enabled us to involve public into in issuing this permit on ArcelorMittal TCO, where in this process, we issued permits with account of the opinion of the public. This is great. Of course, there are certain requirements here that we need to review. And Galina has mentioned the environmental impact assessment. I think here the claims are quite aggregated in terms of the disruption and so on. I think we need to have a detailed discussion. That was the question related to SMEs. Well, the category number 4 is fully excluded. And the documents we demand today for category number 4, we have exact list, what is related to category number 1, 2, and 3, and category 4 excluded. Category 4 is excluded from environmental impact assessment. There is only notifying permit needed. So we have liberalized this process. But the public is asking a different question. Why the sites located in the city, why these facilities can proceed with notifying permits? So we need to balance here. We need to discuss. I do not understand whether Ms. Artyukhina represents the community or the industry or a balance expert, but we need to discuss it here. And it was quite strong comments regarding disruption. Well, there are certain moments that we can discuss further. Thank you. I think the fact that Mr. Zheldasov reacts quite vividly to proposals of the representatives of the public just confirms the fact that Mr. Zheldasov is aware of the situation and knows this topic. And I would like to repeat is that our session, our Congress, is aimed at reaching understanding and at finding common solutions that will help us in the implementation of public policy and will help us to improve the life of our population in terms of environmental protection. Dmitry Evgenievich, did you have any comments?
Thank you. What I propose is to think about the future, where we are moving with all of those small challenges. In the industry, they say you need a file if something is not smooth, but I can see that the lack of smoothness we have today is kind of harsher. We need to engage community in the decision making. It's a catch-22. To take account of public opinion, we need to let the public to be a part of developing the mechanisms of this accounting of their opinion. As of today, there is no regulated procedure of engaging the public. Even the working groups that are being established under various ministries are informal. We cannot see their lists. We do not know their agenda or schedules. We have big sad experience. There are many public proposals that are being voiced, but then they disappear without any comparative tables, without any votes. So what we see is a kind of an imitation. As a result, we see that many bylaws are being developed in a quite beautiful manner with the support of international organizations, with the support of OSCE, 80 pages with international consultants. But within 2020, there have been 3 editions of those 80 pages. Who does those amendments is not clear. The public is not engaged. I must cite one of the Strugatsky characters. When I enter the country, I'm not asking whether the laws are good. I'm asking whether the laws are enforced. So if we make some short, undiscussed laws, the bylaws are against the laws, are against the codes. The codes does not take into account the collisions between certain bylaws. We see the situation that Galina has described, 8 months for screening. There are no resources to arrange those public hearings that are not required for the 3rd category. So we need to use that file to make this legislation smooth. Therefore, we must engage the public at the earliest possible stage. Thank you for your comment. We are in the same boat. We are an NGO too. So for the community to be able to timely prepare their adequate opinion, I think that the civil society must consolidate. We have several forms of consolidations, from today's Congress to day-to-day work within certain professional unions or associations. I know that certain eco-activists, industry ecologists who know what they're talking about, who know the matters, you know all of them. There must also be, I think, young people, young specialists who have the relevant experience. So I appeal to those people to consolidate and to work together with the public bodies and the enterprises. Because when there are certain proposals or remarks from, like, single voices, it's not that efficient. But when there are many experts who consolidate their opinion and make a proposal on behalf of the society, when there are many voices of many experts, I think the public bodies are more eager to listen to us, and the population will understand that such decisions are proper, and the enterprises will see some positive moments in that. So the problematic that we have sketched for ourselves, we have discussed, but we are not closing this field. We have an opportunity to further discuss that within working groups or on the platforms of our association, of other associations. So I would like to ask the participants of our forum, of our session, after we are done here, please provide your proposals, suggestions, because we work continuously with the Ministry of Ecology, with the Environmental Regulation Committee, the members of the associations of enterprises, the civil society representatives, and we are sure, we are convinced that this dialogue has to go on. I would like to ask Mr. Zholdasov to provide his personal summary of the session. What do you think? The issues that we've been discussing today, are they relevant? Maybe they've been on the agenda for too long, and there are some new things that must be included into the agenda. And what kind of communications, conversations we need to develop? What kind of mechanisms we have to set up to further proceed? What should we do? We want your perspective as of the representative of the competent body. The discussion is already in place. The conversation is in place. So what I propose is to use your platform, the platforms of other public organizations to keep meeting. I would like to hear proposals. I would like to engage more actors from the real sector and civil society. I'm sure that the issues we've been discussing today are really burning, they're really interesting, and they require further discussions. So we need to go back to those discussions and make them more prominent. My other suggestion is tomorrow in Aktau there will be a big forum. Many of people present here will be there too. It's a unique forum conducted for the first time. It's a conference for responsible businesses and sustainable development. We invited all environmental services of all big enterprises, 180 companies from Kazzinga in the east to Kashagan and NCOC in the west. All sectors are represented, so it will be a big platform. We will be discussing international technology and national best practices. That will be another opportunity for exchange. Thank you so much, distinguished participants. We are to close this session according to our agenda, but our communications aren't over. In the sidelines of this Congress, we can talk to the speakers, exchange our contact information, and work on further elaboration of our opinions on bylaws and further improvement of the environmental code and other problematic related to environment, sustainable development, and ecology. The whole range of issues related to low-carbon development of Kazakhstan. Therefore, I would like to thank again all of the attendees of this session. I am happy we are not alone today. These issues are of interest to many actors, and I hope for further fruitful cooperation in the future. Thank you again.
Качество жизни – это финансовый достаток, повседневный комфорт, крепкое здоровье. Ассоциация «ECOJER». Мы работаем, чтобы обеспечить баланс чистой природы и устойчивой экономики. Наши приоритеты – развитие промышленности с заботой об окружающей среде, профессиональный диалог населения с экспертами и природопользователями, внедрение экологических инноваций и реализация зеленых проектов и содействие устойчивому развитию. ECOJER. У нас одна земля.
Сапалы өмірдің өлшемі. Ол қаражаттың молдығы. Жанға жайлы орта. Жан мен тәннің саулығы. ECOJER қауымдастығы. Мінсіз табиғат пен тұрақты экономика арасын жалғайтын алтын жіпті түзуші. Бізді жетелейтін мақсат. Қоршаған ортаны аялай отырып, өнеркәсіптің өрісін кеңейту. Халық пен сарапшыны, табиғат пайдаланушыларды кәсіби пікір алаңында жолықтыру. Экологиялық инновациялар енгізіп, жасыл жобаларды жүзеге асыру. Тұрақты дамуға жол ашу. ECOJER. Жер адамзат бесігі.
Полиметалл – один из тех инвесторов, которых в Казахстане принято называть якорными. Компания владеет месторождениями Варваринская, Комаровская, Бакырчик и Большевик. Первые два объединены в хаб. Два последних осваиваются в рамках проекта «Кызыл». Место расположения – Костанайская и Восточно-Казахстанская области.
Компания «Полиметалл» – это одна из крупнейших компаний в сфере производства золота и серебра в мире. Компания пришла в Казахстан в 2009 году. Объем прямых инвестиций составил более 520 миллиардов тенге. В настоящее время на наших предприятиях работает более 2500 человек. Еще 1500 человек задействованы в подрядных организациях. Заработные платы являются одним из высоких в регионах присутствия.
Компания «Полиметалл» входит в Совет иностранных инвесторов при президенте Республики Казахстан. Она стала первой, кто разместил акции на бирже МФЦА, что стало сигналом для мирового капитала.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Это ведущая международная группа по добыче и переработке природных ресурсов, крупнейший производитель меди и серебра в Казахстане и один из лидирующих в мире. Объекты компании расположены на 4 производственных площадках Казахстана. Это 13 рудников и 4 обогатительные фабрики, 2 медиплавильных завода. Топливно-энергетический комплекс. Он объединяет угольные разрезы, электростанции и распределительные электросети. Казахмыс ведет свою деятельность с середины 90-х годов. Это первая компания Казахстана, которая разместила свои акции на лондонской фондовой бирже. Внедрение современных цифровых технологий. Соблюдение корпоративной социальной ответственности бизнеса. Разработка и запуск новых месторождений. На медную продукцию приходится около 7,5% национального экспорта Казахстана. Значительная доля за группой компаний «Казахмыс». «Казахмыс».
Качество жизни – это финансовый достаток, повседневный комфорт, крепкое здоровье. Ассоциация «ECOJER». Мы работаем, чтобы обеспечить баланс чистой природы и устойчивой экономики. Наши приоритеты – развитие промышленности с заботой об окружающей среде, профессиональный диалог населения с экспертами и природопользователями, внедрение экологических инноваций и реализация зеленых проектов и содействие устойчивому развитию. ЭКОЖЕР. У нас одна земля.
Сапалы өмірдің өлшемі. Ол қаражаттың молдығы. Жанға жайлы орта. Жан мен тәннің саулығы. ЭКОЖЕР қауымдастығы. Мінсіз табиғат пен тұрақты экономика арасын жалғайтын алтын жіпті түзуші. Бізді жетелейтін мақсат. Қоршаған ортаны аялай отырып, өнеркәсіптің өрісін кеңейту. Халық пен сарапшыны, табиғат пайдаланушыларды кәсіби пікір алаңында жолықтыру. Экологиялық инновациялар енгізіп, жасыл жобаларды жүзеге асыру. Тұрақты дамуға жол ашу. ЭКОЖЕР. Жер адамзат бесігі.
Құрметті бүгінгі екінші сессияға қатысушының мүшелері.
Our distinguished participants to the second session, I would like to ask everybody to proceed to the floor. Dear participants, the second part of the extended session of the committee is about to begin. I would like to ask all of the speakers and the attendees to proceed to the hall and take their seats. Distinguished participants to the Congress, member states of Turk Bar for Sustainable Development, dedicated to the gender issues. This is the topic of our today's session, and we are about to start. Please take your seats. I will introduce our speakers. Our today's speakers are the following: a member of the Parliament, Deputy Chair, Ms. Bisibaeva, Anita Phati, the Deputy Executive Director of UN Women, Commissioner for Human Rights in the Republic of Kazakhstan, Elvira Azimova, Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP to Kazakhstan, Vitaly Vremish. Please, dear speakers, the ones that I have announced, please take your seats. Head of Chairperson of TCCI Women Entrepreneurs Committee, representatives Sakina Babaeva, Public Policy Committee Deputy Chair, Ms. Ibrahim Kaza. We also have representatives from Azerbaijan who joined online. I would like to welcome all the participants online. Deputy Chair of the Committee for International Development, Migration Policy of Zhogor-Kokenyesh of the Kyrgyz Republic, Cholpon Sultanbekova. Arzu Aydin, Deputy of the Grand National Assembly of the Republic, Turkey. Committee for Gender Equality, Malika Kadrkhanova, representative of Uzbek Parliament. I would like to welcome everyone who has joined our session today. Our today's session is acclaimed open. According to the regulations of TURCPA, there is a group dedicated to women issues that has been established this year. We are supposed to conduct the sessions in the state languages of our member states. We have many speakers, but I would like to limit the speeches by 5 minutes. Today's to start this session, I would like to invite Ms. Balaim Kisibaeva, the representative of Parliament. Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, distinguished participants, within the framework of the ECOJER Congress, I am happy to greet everyone. I would like to use this opportunity to say that the chair of the Majlis of Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the acting chair of TURCPA, Yerlan Khoshanov, as well as I would like to read the welcome remarks from him. The representatives of all the member states of Uzbekistan, of Azerbaijan, of Turkey are extremely welcome here. I would like to welcome Ms. Anita Phati. Greetings. Within the framework of our constructive dialogue, I am sure we will make many achievements. As you know, today the role of women in the community is very important. Kazakhs have always paid respects to their women. They respected both their wives and mothers and daughters. If we look back into the history, the role of the woman in a Kazakh society has always been related to family. There has been mutual development. There has been the role of a benchmark for the Kazakh society on the part of women. But today, the challenging times put new requirements. The role of women, the role of women's contribution has changed. There are new dreams that our women are having. It is important now to view the social role of women in the solutions of environmental and economical issues. The development of the civil society in today's world is closely related to the role of women. Women take part in decision-making. We can see expanding gender equality. Compared to previous times, we can see many changes within today's market economy. In big cities, in many families, we see that the husband's salary is not always enough, and women have to take an active role. They have to find jobs. Women take part in social activities, in politics. They work in public service. The number of women in public service is growing. The number of working women taking leadership positions in the public sector is growing. They make impact, they contribute to the country's development. So women are important to this society. They have their role in sustainable development, and we must expand the opportunities for gender equality. Our partners within the Turkic world and the entire globe are to develop towards gender equality. This is our common wish. Thank you, Balayim Tukanbayevna. As you have mentioned, this year, Kazakhstan is the chair in Turkpa. And this is the first time that there is a group of female members of member states' parliaments. Our colleagues are here with us, and I would like to welcome the parliament representatives. And this is a great holiday for us. This is the first time that we have this kind of forum. And now I would like to pass the floor to the Deputy Executive Director of UN Women, Anita Phacha.
Dear Madam Ramazanova, dear Madam Azimova, distinguished members of Parliament, dear participants. Let me first just say what a great pleasure it is for me to be with you here on this important occasion. And let me congratulate the organizers of this event for hosting a discussion on some of the most important issues that are facing the world today. I traveled from New York to attend this Congress because UN Women believes that the issues that are being discussed here today are fundamental to building a peaceful, just, inclusive, and socially forward-thinking world. We have just heard from the previous speaker the need for more of a focus on gender equality. So before I come to the issues of the link between gender equality and environmental and climate issues, let me just paint a picture of what is happening in the world today, particularly in this region with respect to gender equality. As our speakers have noted, Kazakhstan has always placed value on the role of women, in family. We have also noted that the world is changing, and the changed world requires a different approach with different roles and different levels of participation than we may have been historically accustomed to. So let me share some data, and I'd like you to leave here remembering some of these data points, because it will provide an incentive for greater urgency around the gender equality and women's empowerment agenda. As a result of the pandemic, the situation of women's empowerment and gender equality has actually, I'm sorry to say, gotten worse. In 2020, 45 million women left the labor market together. But we know that if women were to participate equally in the economy, Central Asia and Eastern Europe together could see a $1.1 trillion boost to GDP. That is a 23% increase, and a very good reason for us to worry about women's empowerment. 22% of women in Europe and the Central Asia region actually lost jobs during the pandemic, and another 50% of them reduced working hours because of the care burden. And women, especially mothers of young children, are extra penalized in the labor force in terms of participation, equal pay, and access to management and leadership positions. And we know that even before the pandemic, women were doing 3 times as much care work as men. And during the pandemic, guess who was helping the children with the homework? Guess who was doing all the work at home? It was women. So the other thing that happened during the pandemic was that we saw a huge spike in violence. The Secretary General of the UN called this the shadow pandemic, because every country in the world reported that they had seen a spike in violence. The government of France had to rent 20,000 hotel rooms so that women who were suffering at the hands of their abusers could leave their homes and go to these hotel rooms during the pandemic. The former Australian Prime Minister had to come out and publicly acknowledge that the spike in violence against women in Australia during the pandemic was unprecedented. And we saw this all over the world. And we know that this region was not exempt. That, combined with the continuation of early marriage, means that more than 1 in every 10 women in the age group 20 to 24 was married before the age of 18 in Turkey, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, and Albania, to name just a few. Of course, these are not the only countries in the world where child marriage is a problem, but during the pandemic, when parents had even less money, the rate of child marriage shot up. Let me also just say that the persistence of gender stereotypes and patriarchal cultural norms and values remains a root cause of gender inequality. And this actually got much worse during the pandemic, because this discrimination that women face at every level, at home, in the workplace, in the marketplace, is something that persists. And we will not be able to change this if we do not invest in education, in working with the advertising industry, and doing other things that change people's stereotypes. I'm so happy to be on a panel which is mostly women. Usually I'm on panels where I am one of 1 or 2 women, and most of the people sitting around me are men. So this is a wonderful deviation from the norm, but I wish it was more common. One more thing I want to say about the pandemic. We at UN Women, which is the global flagship multilateral entity on gender equality, did something called rapid gender assessments. We do this every time there's a conflict, and basically the purpose of these assessments is to understand what is happening to women, because the impact on women of a crisis or a conflict is very different than the impact on a man. And what we found was that many, 25% of self-employed women lost jobs compared to 20% of men, and that approximately 50% of women, if you look at all of our rapid gender assessments across the world, reported a salary decrease of 50%. So all of this to say, women's economic security was really shaken during the pandemic. Their share of unpaid care and domestic work increased. And let us remember that in some parts of the world, schools were closed for 2 years. Children in Peru and the Philippines have not been in school for 2 years, which means the burden of taking care of them is falling on their mothers, who are involved in both childcare and very often elder care. The silver lining is that the pandemic really shot a spotlight on things that existed but people had not named. We all know that there is violence against women, but the pandemic showed just how severe the problem was. We all know that women have a higher care burden. The pandemic showed just how big that care burden was. And exactly as the previous speaker said, the issue of women's roles in decision-making and public life became even more important. I don't know if you share the impression that I had, but every time I turned on the television to understand what was happening with the pandemic, the people speaking, the people running the COVID task forces were all men. Most COVID task forces did not have gender parity. And today, we live in a world where out of 193 member states of the United Nations, only 14 countries have gender-equal cabinets. And less than 10% of heads of state or heads of government in the world are women. And less than 25% of parliamentarians worldwide are women. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to change this. The world cannot be a prosperous place if 50% of the population does not have access to the same opportunities as the other 50%. And this is absolutely true when it comes to the issues of management of the environment and climate security. We know that having women engaged in decision-making on environmental issues really matters, because women are affected differentially by environmental issues and by climate change. And very often, however, their voices are not at the table. So what is essential for us to do as we move forward is to think about how do we make sure that environmental and climate security in Central Asia, which is critical, including development of gender-responsive regional approaches, addresses the disproportionate impact of climate change on women and girls. UN Women is playing a very important role in this process. We lead strategic dialogues with our UN partner agencies, and we are present in fora such as Stockholm Plus 50, as well as others, to make sure that when we are talking about the need to achieve carbon neutrality, when we are talking about reducing emissions, when we are talking about renewable energy, when we are talking about the pathway to a just and carbon-free future, that we are doing it not just with women in mind, but with women in the room. One more thing I want to say about the engagement of women on this agenda. It is really important to have women involved in innovation and technology and STEM education. If you look at the numbers of women who study science, it is still much less than the number of boys and men who study science. And yet, to solve some of these issues, it is vital that we have more participation by girls and women in the STEM agenda. This offers a fantastic opportunity to advance leadership and to engage women. Technology and innovation offer the greatest chance for advancing gender equality. And we saw during the pandemic, once again, how women were affected by the digital divide. And many women were left behind because when there is one mobile phone in the household, it's typically used by the man. If there's one computer in a household, it's typically the boy child who gets access to it, not the girl child, because of stereotypes about girls and women. So these are some of the issues that we are confronting today. So let me conclude by saying that change is needed for a more equal, inclusive, and sustainable world. In July, some of us will meet again at the high-level political forum in New York to assess progress on SDG implementation, particularly that SDG, which is highlighted in that big orange box there, which is SDG 5 on gender equality. The Regional Forum on Sustainable Development in April held this year showed that SDG 5 is one of the SDGs where some progress is being made, but that COVID-19 really pushed everything back. So let us today recommit to creating a world where the economy supports women's livelihoods, where the care burden is put at the center of a just and inclusive economy, where we are thinking about gender issues when we think about environmental and climate issues, and where our lens for evaluating the effectiveness and the impact of public policy is a feminist lens. This work, ladies and gentlemen, cannot be done by governments alone. The private sector has a very important role to play, as does civil society and young people. So what we need is a multi-stakeholder partnership between the public sector, the private sector, civil society, young people, think tanks, business, academia, all working together to resolve the question of gender equality. If we do not do this, we will not be able to build the SDG world that we all want to see. And because all of us, I'm a mother, I have 2 children, and I feel very strongly that we should leave behind a world that is better for them than the world was for me. So if we truly want to do that, the only way we can do it is to instill in ourselves a real sense of urgency, because without paying attention to gender equality, we will not achieve the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Көп рахмет.
Thank you so much. Yes, what you have said is quite relevant for Turkic-speaking countries and states. Many thanks for attending our events, and our common decision is that we are ready to follow this direction. Turkic-speaking states and Parliamentary Assembly has special women group, a group of women that develop programs, and I think that these programs will be of interest for us as well. Thank you so much, distinguished Anita Bhatti. And the next floor goes to Ms. Elvira Azimova, Commissioner for Human Rights in the Republic of Kazakhstan. Why we have invited Ms. Azimova as a keynote speaker? As every state resolves questions related to environment, but woman is a person who is the main consumer of high-quality environments. Environment issues impact significantly women. Many thanks for your participation and for accepting our invitation. Please, the floor is yours. Distinguished participants of the Second Congress, ECOJER, distinguished moderator, today we discuss the sustainable development questions that touch upon all the sectors and industries, and the agenda of the forum is quite relevant. Environmental sustainability has different aspects, one of which is a human being and human rights, basic rights and basic opportunities, and the opportunity for sustainable development achievements. In Beijing, there was a discussion and there was a very good discussion held, and we have achieved very good achievements within the framework of Beijing Declaration. A number of issues are still under consideration and discussion, like violence, gender stereotypes, and possibilities that women and men have equal rights. In this regard, not only public programs and public states, but also business and civil society must be involved in ensuring gender equality through preventive programs, forecasting, pragmatic approach. And that's what we are doing on a daily basis. This is our main task. And I would like also to mention that in our work, gender equality and human rights are protected not only by the public bodies, but also by business and the society, as this is not only the obligation of the public states. And I would like to mention that around 100 countries allocate resources from the budget for gender equality, and this is announced at high tribunes, but as practice shows, it is not enough, and it is not always positively supported in terms of the targeted distribution and allocation use of these financial means. And it is important for state bodies and business to be involved. Why in the business, in companies, we have ombudsmen on human rights protection, but why we don't have in the business ombudsman on human rights protection, but we have the one who protects the rights of entrepreneurs. We see there are issues related to labor conflicts, relations between employer and employee, and we're saying that business must be independent and must be self-oriented on the market, but we, on our side, we should also direct the business so that business will identify itself the human measurement indicators. This not only supports the state, but also the society, because a human being and society is multifaceted relations. These are not only relations with the state, but also the relations with many other players. And we need decisive actions here in order to change the mindset and thinking. And I welcome the fact that within the framework of environmental forum and other fora that as it seems, may not be related to human rights, but these questions must be raised at this type of fora, as any program, any project, as it gets its feedback. And this type of programs and projects can be promoted only when there is a demand. It's like when with any goods on the market. If there is a demand, if there is a support from the public, then this type of programs have the right for long-term implementation. It is also related to the initiative related to the promotion of environmentally clean products. It is related to initiatives related to IPR protection and fight against counterfeit goods. It is related to the initiatives in the area of medicine and many other areas. I will not repeat, but I would like to mention that in this regard, SDGs, and in particular SDG number 5 related to gender equality, this SDG is aimed not only at public commitment, but also at the commitment of society and business. And over the last 5 years, our countries paid huge attention to 3 areas, like fight against violence against women, empowering women, and participation of women in political life, but still we're facing problems. You see that in mass media, in social networks, people have questions, they have claims, and we have not yet developed effective mechanisms on how to tackle this phenomena and challenges. And in this regard, it is important to understand that we are not talking about mechanisms aimed at stopping these offenses and mechanisms aimed at restituting the violated rights, as quite often it's difficult to be done. We are talking about prevention, and the best investment of the business here is area of education. It is the development of gender-based education, development of knowledge about gender-based budgeting, as family planning, family budgets are related to the fact that business and the state are capable of clearly defining indicators for themselves. And we're not talking about social benefits packages for individual entrepreneurs, SMEs, large companies, or social packages for employees. We are talking here about not only about incentives or some interesting conditions in order to attract best talents. We are talking about creation of stable conditions. Just recently, we discussed the creation of social conditions on the basis of quasi-public entities and organizations. Quite simple and pragmatic things, but for leaders, for organizations, they give them an opportunity to establish stable potential of labor force. We had a forum conducted by UN Women in Mexico related to gender equality. And of course, the main calling was to establish new generation, develop new generation that will support the initiatives aimed at sustainable development. And for us, it is very important to identify these priorities, as we should understand our investments must not only be pragmatic, but must be forecastable also from the perspective of the needs. And I would like to mention here again that if we want to develop gender equality, if we want to develop stability and sustainability of human resources, we need to have correct, proper investments. Thank you, everyone. I wish everyone good mood and fruitful participation. Many thanks, Ms. Elvira Azimova. And one more participant, speaker of our session is Mr. Vitaly Vremish, the United Nations Development Program Deputy Resident Representative in Kazakhstan. And Mr. Vremish is the only man here, but I think that all the projects and programs related to women are directly related to Mr. Vremish, as they expect, empower women. Mr. Vremish, please, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. Many thanks. Distinguished Ms. Ramazanova, Madam Atia, distinguished colleagues,
representatives of the Parliamentary Assembly. It is a great honor for me to represent UNDP at this event, and it's a great pleasure to be on the panel as the only man among such distinguished women. I have to admit that this is not the first time when I'm the only one in a panel, and also I'm in a panel with a different composition. So this actually shows how active are women in Kazakhstan in different roles. UNDP takes part in different events given our broader role in supporting the sustainable development efforts of the country. And one of my last such events was actually at a Congress of specialists working in the area of finance, and today I'm actually also gladly inviting you to listen to also that session, where we will present ideas on how to attract investments into green finance and what roles can women play in that. But turning to this session, I wanted to speak today about the role of women in climate change in particular, and how women participation in decision making, especially in the roles of parliament, are a vital component of climate action and sustainable development. Today's climate change challenges represent the most complex problem, I think, as UNDP of our time in terms of longer term development challenges. The impact of climate change, including on access of to productive and natural resources have exacerbated already existing gender inequalities, as colleagues have spoken already. Climate change affects women's needs and men's assets and well-being in a different way, in agriculture, in industry, food security, health, water and energy resources, climate-induced migration and conflicts, and in climate-related natural disasters. As UNDP, we are working with national counterparts and other partners to build a greater understanding on the gender and climate nexus and to strengthen capacities across the governance, planning and policy areas to better facilitate gender-responsive action. Women leadership at the community and at political levels is necessary for an ambitious implementation of the Paris Agenda and of the National Determined Contributions, NDCs. For example, under what we call the Climate Promise, 115 countries of a total of 118 are already planning to integrate gender into their NDCs. We have been helping our colleagues from the government, especially the Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources, to integrate gender dimensions into the Kazakhstan's National Determined Contribution, its updated version. And we call on Kazakhstan to maintain being among those 115 countries. Bold transformational changes are needed to meet more ambitious climate targets, tackling structural inequalities, especially those between women and men, that perpetuate the negative impacts of climate change. The growing acknowledgement of the disproportionate impacts of climate change on women in recent years has gone hand in hand with the growing awareness of their roles as agents of change. It also brought the understanding of the immense value of gender equality and women's empowerment outcomes in realizing the social, economic and climate benefits of sustainable development. To implement this complex agenda for change, we need women at the decision-making table, like today in this panel. Over the last 26 years, since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action by the United Nations in 1995, the number of women parliamentarians increased twofold. Women participation in the parliament of Kazakhstan, in particular, has also improved over decades of independence. And we welcome positively Kazakhstan's commitment to set up a 30% electoral gender quota for parliamentary elections. In the meantime, to reach the gender parity in parliament by 2030 in Kazakhstan, we need to strengthen our concerted efforts and tap into much bolder initiatives. Only with the right approach, quotas can accelerate progress towards gender parities in parliaments by that year. Building effective, inclusive and accountable governance is critical for countries wanting transformational change. The engagement of legislators is key in that regard. And we believe that this fora, Women Parliamentarians Group, Turpa, is crucial to exchange experiences on how countries are addressing gender inequality and taking action for the sustainable development for all. Enabling women to be more involved in decision-making in their countries and building their skills and knowledge to contest the elected positions is always a long-term investment for the betterment of the whole society. In the era of new Kazakhstan, we need more women leaders than ever today. Our girls and boys need to witness women role models on a daily basis, among others, and to actively pursue such careers if they wish to. I'm convinced that given the high-level representation in this panel, we will be able to identify our priorities for further development to achieve gender equality and come up with practical recommendations for a more equal world. Көп рахмет.
Көп рахмет, Времеш мырза.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vremish. Even though you are the only man here, you know, because of that, we have listened to your words even more attentively, and everything that you have mentioned today will be reflected in our decisions and will be included into the conclusion and final documents of our events. And now I would like to give the floor to our guest from Azerbaijan, who is the chairman of Women Entrepreneurs Committee, Ms. Sakina Babaeva. Please, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, attendees to this forum, greetings from the Azerbaijani Association of Women Entrepreneurship Development, and on my personal behalf, thank you for the opportunity to talk on gender equality in leadership positions in Azerbaijani government. Gender equality and empowerment of women is one of the key factors of sustainable economic development of Azerbaijan in accord with the adopted Sustainable Development Goals. Only via the empowerment of women and girls we will be able to achieve justice and integration in economy and achievement of SDG targets to support the environment for those living today and future generations. In 2020, Azerbaijani indicator of gender gap is 0.687 from 0 to 1. So the country is ranked 94th among 163 countries. As for the economic engagement parameters, the country's rating is 0.748. As for the assessment of the political rights and opportunities, it's 0.063. Such low ranking is explained by several factors, both economic, political, and social. There is lack of trust and lack of interest of women in their powers and their development capacities, and the reluctance and rooting stereotypes that impact women's prospects in education, emphasizing the growing influence of women in economic, political, and social life, where Margaret Thatcher is the role model of a female leader. She said that if you want something to be said, ask men, but if you want something to be changed, something to be done, ask women. If a woman believes in her success in her career as much as Thatcher believed in her own success, there will be many Margaret Thatchers in high leadership positions in public government in Azerbaijan. I won't dwell on too much because many have noted that. To overcome the difficulties related to overcoming the gender gap, the government of Azerbaijan has taken attempts to implement several initiatives, including the development and implementation of new policies, joining international organizations advocating for women's rights, in accord with the President's decree on the implementation of gender policy in Azerbaijan. At the level of local government in regions of Azerbaijan, at least one woman must be appointed a deputy head of local administration. 85 leaders of local executive bodies, 77 deputies were women. From 1990 to 2017, the share of women in parliament has grown from 4.3 to 16.1%. This indicates that we see significant progress in women leadership, and although this increase is not very drastic. Let me also voice certain recommendations. In the current situation, it is assumed that the proposed measures to change this current situation, we need to introduce quota and conduct campaigns on improving women's social role. There must be a leadership commitment to keep appointing women. We see it as an expedient way to achieve gender equality. Quotas as alternative policy will be efficient for our administration, for our politics, and it is up to the criteria of legitimacy because our constitution supports gender equality. Achieving gender equality is a major initiative in Azerbaijan, as Azerbaijan is aspiring towards its SDG targets. Women have achieved success, and they are occupying leadership positions at the level of administration, local administration, and government. Innovative strategies as quota system and the public campaign on women empowerment are in place. I would like to thank again for the opportunity to take part in this event. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Sakina Khanum. I would like to say that the member states parliament members of Turkpar are here. We would like to start passing them the floor. It was the Azerbaijani representative that was supposed to start, but there are certain technical issues, so I would like to pass the floor to an MP of Zhogor Kukinyash of the Kyrgyz Republic, as well as the deputy chair of the relevant committee, Cholpan Sultanbekova. Cholpan, the floor is yours. Greetings, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Kyrgyz Republic Parliament, I would like to congratulate everybody on the opening of this Congress. Kyrgyz Republic is showing a lot of developments, but there isn't much time to describe all of them. As you know, the Kyrgyz Republic has joined the Convention of the United Nations against discrimination of women. And to achieve gender equality, we have assumed certain responsibilities. The Kyrgyz Republic is one of the first countries in Central Asia to have supported gender equality. In 2008, we assumed the responsibility on gender equality. In 2017, we supported the anti-discrimination movement. There are still problems that remain in this area. In terms of gender policy, back in 2021 in Kyrgyzstan, gender equality has been on the agenda of parliament. There have been 46 candidate MPs that were female. Out of 90 MPs, 19 are women, which is 21%. As for the regional legislatures, at least 30 mandates have been reserved for women back in 2019. During the elections, local government bodies election, we have supported gender equality too. According to the election results, the number of local legislative female members has gone up. Back in 2019, they were 9%. In 2021, 37.8%. And of course, we are now paying more attention to the role of women in the Kyrgyz Republic. By 2035, we have adopted a program on women empowerment, women's role development in the society, which is against gender discrimination, which is towards the justice for all and engagement of women in political and society and social work. Talking about social, economic, and environmental issues, we must bear in mind that there is the problem of gender gap and gender inequality that are impeding the progress in those areas. And I must say that the political dialogue, as well as the dialogue among the MPs, must be more active. We need to become proactive in empowering women across the region. The comprehensive implementation of the initiatives require a dialogue platform. This unique platform that we are at now, the issues we are discussing today, they must remain both a resolution on paper and the actual deeds in reality. Thank you so much, Chulpan. I would like to pass the floor now to the MP of the Great National Assembly of the Turkic Republic, Mr. Arzu Aydın. Let me welcome everyone on behalf of Turkish Republic, the Ministry on Family Affairs. We support the empowerment of women, and we support gender equality, and we are welcoming and supporting gender equality in a variety of economy sectors. As for gender-based violence, we need to activate our countering gender inequality. Our President Recep Erdogan, in the Constitution, he has made amendments to the Constitution back in 2014, where the rights of men and women are equal, and we are interested in assuring gender equality. And in the 10th article of Constitution, it is stipulated that whatever measures are being implemented, they must not contradict with gender equality. Constitution states that the family is a societal cell and it must be based on gender equality. As for the efficient engagement of women into societal activities, we must implement a strategy, the relevant strategy, and we have an action plan for 2019-2023. It is now at the implementation stage. women empowerment in Turkey, according to this plan, is to be further promoted in accord with the strategy. We are implementing a variety of activities with thousands of participants in workshops and lectures arranged by us on such topics as countering gender-based violence, promoting gender equality. There are many participants to those workshops. We support women who are acquiring their degrees, especially in engineering majors. In Turkey, we're also implementing a budget planning program in this aspect too. And to accomplish this plan, the Commission on Gender Equality was established, and the cooperating agencies are conducting meetings to keep the public bodies informed. We conduct various workshops. As for the Great National Assembly of Turkish Republic, to ensure gender equality there, we take various measures too. To ensure the cooperation between the public bodies and the real sector, there is a project for young entrepreneurs, for young female entrepreneurs. As for the law against gender-based violence, we have reinforced infrastructure in 81 regions. A commission was introduced at district level to counter violence against women, and we engage women locally in community life and decision-making. We cooperate with a variety of organizations. 386 centers have been established as departments for countering violence against women. The United Nations and the organizations of Islamic cooperation are our partners. We take part in various events conducted by them.
In 1979, an international convention was adopted, and we have also committed within the framework of this convention. And we have been implementing this convention. And in 1985, our ministers in Turkey coordinated this process with the involvement of universities and other stakeholders. We have submitted our report regarding this issue as well. Well, as for the decisions related to this issue, we fully support the gender equality questions. Many thanks. Thank you very much. In fact, we have listened to all keynote speakers, and we do hope that the Republic of Uzbekistan will also join Turkpa, which is quite sustainable platform. The reason I focus your attention on this as the head of Turkpa women group, we have submitted the question on establishment of independent committee. But according to Turkpa regulation, we need to have a membership of one more country. And we are waiting for the Republic of Uzbekistan to become a fully fledged member. And then we will be able to have a fully fledged committee of women. So therefore, we are welcoming our future members of Turkpa. We'd like to welcome our Uzbek delegation. I'd like to give the floor to the chairman of the Senate of Parliament of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Ms. Kadirkhanova. Please, the floor is yours. Good day, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, participants of this event. On behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Uzbekistan, I would like to extend our gratitude to organizers for the initiative on having this remarkable event and inviting us as observers. Gender equality questions are one of the key factors in overcoming the most urgent issues from economic crisis to the pandemic and climate change and growing poverty. One of the key aspects of interaction between Turkpa and its members and Uzbekistan, the important question here is the SDGs achievements. And this initiative forces us to work together in the spirit of solidarity as the humankind experiences an intensive globalization. And 16 of 17 global SDGs are also relevant for our country. Over the previous period, almost all important social economic areas like human rights, family, young people, gender, social protection, science, innovation, green economy, ecology, tourism, digitalization, they were adopted, and we gradually implement strategy and concepts in this regard that define our priorities for the next decade. Only in the area of education, thanks to the reform, we increase the coverage by preschool education, and the number of schools also increased twice. And our large-scale reforms in healthcare were fully justified during the pandemic. Upper Chamber of the Parliament developed and approved the strategy for gender equality till 2030. Mandatory gender legal expertise has been adopted with regard to all legal acts being adopted. And the representation of women at responsible high-level positions achieved 27%, and the number of women in new parliament experienced twofold increase. And these targets were revealed also in the strategy New Uzbekistan, and one of the goals is dedicated to women and participation of women in the political life of the country. And by the presidential decree, we adopted a national program on increasing the participation of women in all areas, including economic and social and other areas, from 2022 to 2026. Starting from 2020, we have introduced 4% quota for entering universities for girls from vulnerable families. From this year, from this academic year, for the first time, we will provide the loans without any interest rates in order for them to repay the education. And this is also an innovation. From this year, all contractual payments of women, girls that attend master degree program and other educational program, they will be paid from the budgetary resources. In order to significantly increase the share of women among scientists, from this year also, on an annual basis, no less than 300 quotas will be issued for women, for them to be able to join PhD programs. As a result of this unique system, social protection system creation, the level of poverty reduces. within the framework of our large-scale efforts on human rights protection and ensuring gender equality, we managed to achieve full abolishment of forced labor, including child labor. Well, I want to mention a lot, but as a country observer in our recommendations, we will provide our proposals in writing. And I would like to conclude, distinguished participants of the forum, no nation is able to achieve significant objectives alone. Our country is ready for cooperation with all parliamentarians to achieve SDGs, and I would like to wish all participants of this event fruitful work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Malika Hanım. What you have said, it was really pleasant to know, especially to our women. As for Turkpa, there will be a voting procedure, and there will be a conclusion, and according to the rules of our session, our secretariat will collect recommendations, and then they will be sent in writing. So we are going to vote. Please, members of Turkpa, please vote. No objections. Second, the chairmanship this year. So we must know the topic for the next year. The next chairman will be the Kyrgyz Republic. So please use your chairmanship, as we would like to expand and empower women. Therefore, the next year will be dedicated to women empowerment. Let's vote. Turkpa members, okay. We have unanimously agreed. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to all our speakers. And now, with the permission of all our panel speakers, let's have a group photo here on the stage, and our session is closed.
Уважаемые женщины, мы просим вас сфотографироваться напротив нашей пресс-стены.
Distinguished ladies, we would like to ask you to take photos in front of press wall as we are expecting another session to start here.
Участники сессии, инструменты.
Dear session participants, for sustainable financing instruments, please take your seats. We are about to begin.
Товарищи женщины, просим вас фотографироваться.
Dear ladies, the photo opportunities are available elsewhere. Please don't use this room for photo ops.
Природопользователями. Внедрение экологических инноваций и реализация зеленых проектов и содействие устойчивому развитию. ЭКОЖЕР. У нас одна земля.
Сапалы өмірдің өлшемі. Ол қаражаттың молдығы. Жанға жайлы орта. Жан мен тәннің саулығы. ЭКОЖЕР қауымдастығы. Мінсіз табиғат пен тұрақты экономика арасын жалғайтын алтын жіпті түзуші. Бізді жетелейтін мақсат. Қоршаған ортаны аялай отырып, өнеркәсіптің өрісін кеңейту. Халық пен сарапшыны, табиғат пайдаланушыларды кәсіби пікір алаңында жолықтыру. Экологиялық инновациялар енгізіп, жасыл жобаларды жүзеге асыру. Тұрақты дамуға жол ашу. ЭКОЖЕР. Жер адамзат бесігі.
Казахмыс – это ведущая международная группа по добыче и переработке природных ресурсов, крупнейший производитель меди и серебра в Казахстане и один из лидирующих в мире. Объекты компании расположены на 4 производственных площадках Казахстана. Это 13 рудников и 4 обогатительные фабрики, 2 медиплавильных завода. Топливно-энергетический комплекс. Он объединяет угольные разрезы, электростанции и распределительные электросети. Казахмыс ведет свою деятельность с середины 90-х годов. Это первая компания Казахстана, которая разместила свои акции на лондонской фондовой бирже. Внедрение современных цифровых технологий. Соблюдение корпоративной социальной ответственности бизнеса. Разработка и запуск новых месторождений. На медную продукцию приходится около 7,5% национального экспорта Казахстана. Значительная доля за группой компаний.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Distinguished colleagues, please take your seats. Dear speakers, please take your seats. Vitaly, please.
добрый день, уважаемые.
Good day. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we start our session regarding sustainable finance instruments within the framework of ECOJER Congress. I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers of this event. And we would like to discuss today a very important question related to the status of sustainable finance market, not only in Kazakhstan, but in general in the region. And we also have some participants who joined us online, and I would like to welcome those who attend our session online. Given the fact that we have only 1 hour until the end of the session, I would like to start welcoming our speakers. I would like to introduce Mr. Vitaly Vremish, Deputy Resident Representative of the United Nations Development Program in Kazakhstan, Mr. Bahidjan, who is the Deputy Chairman of Damu Fund, Aynur Kuatova, who is the Chairman of the Management Board of Kazana Capital Management, Mr. Oleg Milyov, International Technical Advisor of the UNDP. We also have Yermek Mazhikenov, Deputy Chairman of the Management Board, who represents CASE. He will be a little bit late. Vasily Kalabin, ESG expert. And I'm happy to welcome Lizat, who is the chairman of the management board of Adbas Bank, Ms. Lizat Ibrahimova. So I wish everyone fruitful work. We are going to work in the format of questions and answers. There will be time also for Q&A from the audience. So what is the situation on the green finance market, sustainable finance? You know this. There is a huge uncertainty because of the high volatility of the national currency and due to the global supply chain changes, and that impacts the results of the first 6 months. And Kazakhstani market also demonstrates this uncertainty and low development rates of financing rates. We will also have Mr. Sean Kinney, who will join us online, who is the CEO of Climate Bonds Initiative, who is one of the key experts in green taxonomy. I'm glad to welcome you, Mr. Sean Kidney. If you have joined us, we can show you on the screen to welcome you. So, in 2020, on the 20th of August, we had the first issue of green bonds, and the most important decision of this year is the governmental decree on subsidizing coupon rates on green bonds and green loans. And there are many directions with regard to the further support of subsidizing. This is a key moment when the state helps green bonds issuers in order to ensure the accessibility of green finances for green sector in the condition of the high base rate of the National Bank. You know, it's 14% that impacts the payback periods of the projects. Therefore, the state support is a key moment for us not to lag behind in the green economy rates developments. And I would like to give the floor to Bakhtjan Makhjanov, who is a deputy chairman of the management board of Damu SME Development Funds, who will talk about the way the subsidizing mechanism for these green loans, green bonds will work, where Damu Funds is an operator on behalf of the state. Mr. Bakhtjan, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good day, distinguished participants of the Congress, distinguished speakers. Thank you very much to our organizers for having this opportunity. Indeed, just recently, last year, amendments were introduced into the subsidizing rules, and conditions were regulated for subsidizing green projects. Green projects must be compliant with so-called green taxonomy in order to meet the criteria, and subsidies cover credits up to 3 billion tenge, and coupon rate of up to 7% is also subsidized. There is also a guarantee tool which was launched, first of all, in order to incentivize the stock market development in Kazakhstan from the ESG criteria perspective. We know that over the last 3 years, I apologize. So over the last 3 years, ESG market in Kazakhstan is actively developing. Since the first issue of green bonds in 2020, there was a series of issues took place by several issuers in a rather good volume for our markets. And bond guarantee instrument for SME shall also guarantee and stimulate SME market and shall ensure the accessibility of SME to financing, and in this regard in order to finance green projects. And I would like to add, in general, the global trends in terms of sustainable development instruments grows despite the current uncertainty. It has despite the project implementation issues, the disruption in supply chain, and issues related to rates, but there was about $859 million. That was the amount of bonds issued last year. That is 1.5 times higher than in 2020. And according to Moody's analysts, we expect that we will reach the ceiling of $1.352 trillion, which is a very good indicator. And in Kazakhstan, there are about 100 billion tenge. That was the amount issued at our stock exchange, and that's not a limit, as we have all required prerequisites and infrastructure for the significant increase in the volume of the issue of these instruments. Many thanks, Bakhtjan. I would like to tell you, yes, that the projects for up to 3 billion tenge are subsidized through Damu operator. Well, it's clear that we are talking with potential issuers. Well, this amount is small for large projects, but this starts. We will have a look with Minister of National Economy and Damu. We will study first cases, and if needed, we will work together in order to increase this threshold so that good projects can be part of these programs.
I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Vitaly Vremish, United Nations Development Program, who were the first to subsidize the issue of the first green bonds in Kazakhstan. In Kyrgyzstan, we are all modeling UNDP activities in Kazakhstan, they're not only studying, they're already subsidizing the coupon rate. I'm sure that the Kyrgyz colleagues will call you and try to exchange experience with you because you have become a benchmark for the region. Vitaly, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. I am happy to be a part of this session, to be opening the session. On behalf of United Nations Development Program, I would like to extend greetings to all of the participants offline and online. We are the co-organizers of this session too. Therefore, there is extended representation. Our colleague, an international expert on green financing, Oleg Khmelyov, is here, so you may use the right of the moderator, and after me, Oleg could continue on this topic. Thank you for giving a hint on us becoming a regional benchmark, that we could share the experience with the Kyrgyz colleagues, and we would like to give advice to the Green Finance Center and our colleagues from Damu to probably arrange in Kazakhstan a certain Central Asian event on green finance where we could exchange with our colleagues, share the details on what we do and what we have achieved. There are many projects implemented in this area, not only in Kyrgyz Republic, in Uzbekistan too, and PROAN is a part of those activities. I think it's a great start for our session, and we may further replicate the experience of Kazakhstan across the region. Today, Kazakhstan is building a systemic approach to the country's transition to the low-carbon green model of economic development. Green finance and sustainable finance is a part of that, and UNDP is ready to be a partner to all of the stakeholders in those transformation activities. There is a work being done on developing the strategy of achieving carbon neutrality by 2060, and there is a review of updated NDCs. They are in the final stage. The review is in the final stage. In this context, the issue of transition financing is critical, because without financing, you cannot achieve on those commitments. And such resources are not only with the state. The majority of financial resources for sustainable development are in private sources. Therefore, creating incentives to attract them is our goal. Globally, we assume that the demand for green finance will achieve $700 billion by 2060. Our goal is to create a developed system of green finance for climate processes, and I'm happy that we have an expert who will help us with the taxonomy, especially considering that there is a favorable investment environment for incentivizing green businesses, and we can continue working on that. And we hope that today's session, the speakers, the experts will represent the best practices in this area, and my colleague Oleg Khmelyov may continue on that. He may elaborate on whatever activities UNDP is offering and what are the innovations we are developing together with Damu and the ministries in Kazakhstan. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak at the opening of the session, and I would like to wish you interesting discussions today. Thank you so much. I will absolutely give the floor to Oleg, but I would still stick to our scenario. Sean Kidney is with us. Sean, we are happy to welcome you. I'm always thankful to Mr. Kidney that from the very first days of the Green Finance Center, he has been a great support for us, and we are waiting for the acknowledgement by the financial verificator. Mr. Kidney took part in the development and concurrence of the expert opinion on the green taxonomy of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And I would like to greet you and ask you a question. So basically, We are now discussing including gas and nuclear in the taxonomy of green finance in Kazakhstan. I would like to ask for your opinion, Mr. Kidney, about the current developments in the global practice in terms of green taxonomy. Can we consider nuke and gas projects really within the green taxonomy? The floor is yours.
Ada, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. When it comes down to what we need to do to increase the market for green finance, there are three things we need to do. The first, which you're referring to, is we need to develop clear, common guidelines for what qualifies as a green investment. We then need to look at incentives. As my friend Dr. Marjun says, incentives will drive the global capital market. And then we need to look to demonstration issuance, that is clear issuance, which shows the way for everyone else. The Damu funds, issuance of a green bond on the Astana International Finance Center Exchange is a good example, but it's small. We need big, we need sovereign, we need examples. On the first question on clear guidelines, we need guidelines that work in the major capital markets where we will be seeking funding over time, which will be Europe and China and Japan. It's important that our guidelines in Kazakhstan are harmonized with the guidelines in those capital markets. They need to be able to, investors in those markets need to be able to invest in Kazakhstan, knowing that what they're investing in that's green will match the regulatory reporting requirements that they have in China, Europe, and Japan. There we have a problem, because gas is not included in terms of gas-fired power in the Chinese taxonomy. Japan doesn't have one yet. And in the European taxonomy, there is a proposal before the European Parliament, not yet passed, for a small amount of gas, but only where it's replacing a coal-fired power station, and if the gas plant within 15 years will only use fully renewable inputs, such as hydrogen or biomethane. In other words, a transition investment, not a gas investment. This is a very narrow window for gas. The Kazakhstan taxonomy at the moment does not reflect that, in which case there's a discordance, there's a mismatch, there's a difficulty that we need to address, ideally. Remember that the goal should be harmonization between our guidance in the major capital markets, well, especially China and Europe. In November of last year, we published the Common Ground taxonomy, which was a common ground between I should say, China and Europe. And we're continuing to work on that. It is designed specifically as guidance for countries like Kazakhstan, but is being used all around the world as a means to understand how we harmonize our national taxonomies with the taxonomies of those two major economies. The Common Ground taxonomy, of which the Climate Bonds is the primary consultant with the Tsinghua University, is published by the People's Bank of China and the European Commission. So the answer to your question really is to look to that. On the question of nuclear, it is very clear that nuclear is low carbon. In the Chinese taxonomy, this can be included. In the European taxonomy, there is currently a proposal before the European Parliament to add nuclear to the European taxonomy. We will see how that goes. It is a contested proposal. We will know by the autumn how that's gone. Our view is that it is clearly low carbon. And at Climate Bonds, we recognize bonds that have been issued by nuclear companies as green. There are some caveats, some rules that we need to follow. They are detailed in the proposal before the European Parliament. In the interests of harmonization, we would recommend the Kazakh authorities look at that proposal, issues around waste disposal, for example. So I'm going to say a qualified yes to part of it, no to another part. There's a story about why gas is a problem, and that's essentially that the emissions reductions we have to achieve, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, are so sharp in the next 8 years that the window to be able to include further emitting technologies as green has closed, compounded by the fact that we are seeing very high methane leakage rates across the gas supply chain, which means that the advantages that had been thought of as switch to gas are simply proving to not be there. Gas is only marginally better than coal when it comes to emissions. Deeply challenging, very difficult, I'm afraid. It changes everything. When Almaty is looking at a shift from coal-fired power to new forms of energy, we have to say to them that the shift to gas can no longer be called a green shift. We need to be looking at renewable energy to qualify in that. I'm afraid I don't have great news on that question, but Ada, that's where we are now.
Thank you very much.
What John has said, during the summer, we will be engaging CBI to our works on taxonomy. We have many participants online. We have CIS participants. There are many listeners. I cannot but ask the question on sanctions against Russia. Russian Duma proposed to stop the participation of Russia in the economic agreement due to the lack of financial resources for low carbon development. Big investors have left, consultancy has left the Russian market. So what are they changing in the global green finance, where the big player who is within the top 3 on CO2 emissions is now deviating from the low carbon development path? The companies started big projects on decarbonization, but now they are forced to stop them due to the lack of financing in Russia. You're muted.
An interesting question, Ada. It's difficult for me to comment on geopolitical considerations. This is above my pay grade. But I will say this. In September of last year, the Duma, the Russian parliament, passed legislation around the Russian taxonomy. In that legislation, the threshold for energy generation was the same as in the European taxonomy, and many other measures matched the European taxonomy. Of course, it wasn't just the work of the Russian Development Bank, supported by the central bank, in looking at what can be called green investments in Russia. It was also with an eye of harmonization between China and the European Union. That consideration stands. While we have intense conflict now on the economic stage and in the conflict in Ukraine, I don't see that there's going to be any change in the definitional horizon and the long-term trajectory of green finance. Globally, the green finance market is growing unbelievably fast. The green bonds market, for example, is now at $1.8 trillion US outstanding. The green and sustainable bonds market, the daughters of green bonds, is at $3 trillion. We expect 50 to 70% growth this year, and it will continue to grow. We've seen Japan announce last week the beginnings of a green bond, a sovereign green bond issuance program, and we would love to see Kazakhstan join Japan in this, amounting to $157 billion equivalent of green bonds. The European Commission is issuing $225 billion of green bonds, and so on and so on. This is not stopping, this is growing. As the opportunity to raise international capital opens up again in Russia, as it will one day, as the conflict settles, as they always do, the intense attraction of green capital markets will come to play yet again. And of course, that's the case right now for Kazakhstan. So while we're in the middle of extremely difficult geopolitical conflict, conflicts come and go. The global trajectory of greening our societies and our capital markets will not change. Opportunities will arise in future again for Russian companies to take advantage of that. We have seen many Russian companies issue green bonds. Russian Railways was one of the first on the international markets. We had the pleasure of providing climate bond certification for their issuance. But the city of Moscow last year also issued green bonds domestically in rubles, equivalent to $700 million. And I was on a panel with the deputy mayor of Moscow last year, who told me that when they issued that bond, they also got a price benefit, a 20 basis points lower interest rate in the Russian domestic market for issuing green. That is, the demand is there in Moscow, as well as in Brussels and Paris and Beijing and Tokyo. That means, whatever happens, this is going to continue to grow.
Thank you very much for professional response. I think our listeners from the CIS region received this answer from Mr. Sean Kidney, and all of us hope that this conflict will resolve very soon, as it impacts life, ecology, climate, and relations between the countries. And the next floor I would like to give to Ms. Aynur Kuatova, who is the chairman of the management board of Kazana Capital Management. Aynur Kuatova promoted the idea of future energy during Expo 2017. Therefore, the questions related to green agenda promotion are one of the key in the agenda of Kazna Capital Management. And I wanted to ask what are the main directions on ESG agenda in green capital management. What agenda do you have here? Aynur, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. First of all, I would like to welcome participants of today's session and to extend my gratitude to the organizers for being able to participate in this panel discussion. Indeed, the questions related to compliance with ESG standards and responsible financing principles are becoming global trades among direct investment funds, and we are this fund. And this trend is becoming more active. According to some specific market studies, we have observed that only in the USA, the growth of assets or the volume of investments in the assets that are developed according to ESG standards, increased from 2019 to 2020 by $5 trillion, and the global market of social impact investments is assessed at $715 billion, and our institutional partners and investors pay more attention to bring in compliance their portfolio with environmental standards, managerial standards, and our company tries not to lag behind these trends. We are also active in terms of the implementation of ESG standards in our investment and operational business processes. For the complete stage-by-stage transition to responsible investment, we are considering the question of joining UN Prime Association. This association activity is aimed at implementation of ESG standards into investment activity of companies that have signed these standards. This will help us to ensure the exchange of experience with our colleagues and to track our progress on an annual basis in terms of the integration of ESG standards into our business processes. And besides this, we are active in terms of the development of new instruments and platforms that are compliant with responsible investment principles. We actively work with our foreign partners and colleagues on green equity instruments development in order to fund environmentally green, carbon-free projects, and we hope that this instrument will enable us to implement external verification of projects to check their compliance with green financing requirements. Everyone knows that Kazakhstan has ambitious goal of reaching carbon neutrality by 2060. And according to the assessment of our Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources, will require more than $650 billion of investments. We see our contribution here in terms of the creation of infrastructure and climate fund that will be aimed at projects on mitigation and adaptation to climate changes. We plan to involve as investors to this fund large state and institutional investors and international organizations, and we think that the portfolio of this fund can include the projects on the construction of new infrastructure sites and modernization of existing one, including transport, energy, water infrastructure, utilities, telecommunications. We also observe that by 2021, the demand in Europe increased, demand for venture technologies related to ESG standards. These are technological solutions that are compliant with carbon neutrality and responsible investment. We are the members of International Association of Direct Investments, and we actively invest into venture assets. And we plan to increase attractiveness of similar Kazakhstani projects on global market with participation of international venture funds. So we really work a lot on implementation of responsible investment principles, which is fully in line with the expectations of our main shareholder, Bayterek Fund. So this briefly. Thank you very much. And one small question. I know that there was a reorganization in Bayterek. There was some merger of Kazakhstan Project Fund and Kaz Venture Funds became part of Kazna Capital Management. Whether the main profile of Kazna Capital Management changed because of that, what will be the main focus of the company? Whether it will be venture investment questions or something else. Well, we have expanded a little bit the mandate of Kazna Capital Management. Kazakhstan Project Preparation Fund dealt with the consultation of the governments on the development of public-private partnership projects, and I think we will continue this practice as the tool itself. The public-private partnership tool is interesting for us, and we think about developing funds in future further, as I have mentioned, for financing of infrastructure projects, as such capital-intensive projects are usually implemented with the use of PPP mechanism. In terms of venture financing and venture investments, were part of our mandate. With the joining of QTV, we will pay more attention to venture financing questions. We have increased the number of venture funds in our portfolio, and we plan to further increase the volume of venture financing for our Kazakhstani startups and companies that work in this area. Many thanks. As in the context of expensive credit resources, green capital is one of the solutions. And during the meetings, some businessmen mentioned that it is important to establish in Kazakhstan a guarantee fund for green projects, as commercial banks continue to work under old scheme, and there is not enough funds for collateral in order to participate in various projects and auctions. Therefore, the question of investment funds and guarantee fund for projects, I think, must be discussed in future. Thank you very much, Ainura. And the next floor I would like to give to Lizat Sativa, who is the deputy chairman of management board of the Eurasian Bank. Last year, we have launched this cashback project with the compliance with ESG principles and green finances. And I would like to ask you, Lizat, what has changed in the practice of the Eurasian Bank given the ESG standards that are actively used by many banks now? Good day. Thank you for being here, for having an opportunity to be here and to learn about new trends on the ESG market, and for having an opportunity to share information about the small success our bank reaches at this long and uneasy path. Well, we understand that the achievement of all SDGs, I think there are about 17 SDGs, it is a long and uneasy path in general, especially in Kazakhstan, where the large share of GDP accounts for companies with huge carbon footprint. And we are at the beginning of this path. And we understand that commitment to ESG strategy starts from the fact that we, as bank, must understand and accept the responsibility that we must assume due to our standard operational bank activity. We must understand the client that we finance and the footprint this client will have, including our activity. We want to live. I apologize, we had the presentation. Could you please display it on the screen? Or maybe you can give me the clicker. We want to live in clean and neat, cozy house, and this house is our planet. It doesn't matter whether it is a village or city, but we want that. And the Eurasian Bank, we started thinking on how to make this accessible and affordable. Last year, we launched EcoMap, EcoCard, which was manufactured from the recycled plastic. It is the only card, and with the cashback envisaged for this card is spent for greening of projects in our country. And we are the first in Kazakhstan to launch eco posters in our bank branches and in entertainment and shopping centers in Almaty and Nur-Sultan. These eco posters help enable the transfer of funds with the use of these eco cards, transfer for the benefits of ecology and further greening of our cities. In future, we would like to launch mechanics that will help the clients to see the results of their charity and to track the amounts accumulated by the funds, and even to see the geolocation spot of the trees planted. The funds that were accumulated in these funds, we planted the trees. They were planted by our employees, that they were planted along Isintai River in Almaty. This is a small video. AIFC launched the initiative according to which part of cashback on environmental cards issued by our bank will be spent for greening of Almaty city first, and then we plan to expand it to the whole country. This is one of the main idea of our card, to make the world better by doing good things. Besides the development of green products, we also see great future and great challenge in the development of green office development. End of 2020, we have launched green office project that was related to reasonable consumption and split collection of waste. Our employees were trained by EcoNet, environmental activists, and at internal portal of the bank, we publish on a regular basis the successful results of our office. One of the successful results on split collection of waste is creation of we have published calendars that were manufactured with the use of the garbage, recycled garbage that we have collected. And this calendar helps to develop green habits. So that's the way they look like. We understand that one of the path and way to promote ESG agenda is digitalization of all the processes. Just a few days ago, a new project was launched on of MasterCard in interaction with Astana Hub. This is the project whereby the startups will be selected, startups aimed at ESG agenda development, and Eurasian Bank is a sponsor there, and we plan to finance the startup projects. So that's briefly, this is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to add that the cashback funds this year were used for Bilim Innovation School. We planted some trees. As for the startups, it's not Astana Hub. We are working with the FinTech Hub. When those startup selection, there will be an email distribution. Apart from Eurasian Bank, Jusan Bank will take part in the startup round, as well as other second-tier banks. We started talking about securities funds, guarantee funds, and other ways to support green financing. I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Khmelyov. What other avenues of green finance UNDP may offer? And is it possible to create a certain guarantee fund? Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to this audience. United Nations Development Program is not exactly a financial organization, it's a development program. What we are doing is that we are developing some new innovative instruments, tools, implementing new approaches, testing them in practice, and then transferring to the market so that they could further live and develop. this has been mentioned today, the first green bond issue of Kazakhstan and some other projects. In particular, the project that has been recently launched is the default fund or guarantee fund for loans to ensure energy efficiency in Kazakhstan. It is implemented in cooperation with the Ministry of Industry and Infrastructure Development of Kazakhstan, and the goal of this project is to establish a fund that would provide targeted loan guarantees for the development of energy service projects or some green projects, small projects, that typically do not have access to financing due to the lack of collateral. The parameters of the funds will be more attractive. DAMU has a guarantee program, but these parameters would be more attractive for energy efficiency projects. In particular, there will be a guarantee coverage, longer periods for banks. It would be more convenient because we will be using the green taxonomy to expedite the repayment in case of default. So from 120 days, we will go down to 60 days so that it would be more attractive for both businessmen and banks. And the foundation of this program is that there is a relatively small list of such projects, several technologies like insulation, automated heating stations, window and roof insulation. And those kinds of projects are easier to verify because this short list is easy to be embedded in a simple instruction to assess the withdrawal and acquisition of such funds, how the funds are being used. And this will make the fund itself more efficient, less expensive, and more convenient for both businessmen and other stakeholders, including DAMU. But I must say a couple of words that we've been really lucky that Kazakhstan has DAMU fund. Unlike in many other countries, this is a specialized organization that is covering the entire country. It has representative offices everywhere, competent personnel. So for us, this is a lucky opportunity to work with a partner who has a great operational capacity. So we are the developers of certain new approaches, and in future, we assume that those new approaches will not cease with the project terminations, but they will be upheld by DAMU and they will be free-floating in the market. As for this project, there is also a task to replicate, to upscale this project, to engage external donors so that it would be breaking even independently, so that further in future other external financial institutions could take part in it. In terms of numbers, we wanted to look at the feasibility, how big the market is, do we need the specialized energy efficient finance instrument. So we conducted a survey, and only in several segments. I can call only one segment, for instance. This is the residential insulation. So the potential market volume is from $1.5 to $2 billion. So there is a good share to fight for. And in future, we want to create an attractive system with proper operation structure, cheap, simple, convenient for all stakeholders, so that it could be upscaled, that it could further attract tens of millions of dollars of foreign financial institutions and engage as many banks as possible and as many businesses as possible. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Oleg. I would like to give a small comment here. Here in Kazakhstan, based on our analysis, we see an undeveloped factoring mechanism. No second-tier bank uses this mechanism. It is especially important in terms of energy service contracts, energy supply contracts. Mr. Khmelov says that they are working on that. Those two mechanisms on factoring and on loan guarantees for the projects by business entities are very important, and we are open to work with UNDP to pilot those 2 projects and start implementing them in Kazakhstan, because we can see that whatever is done in Kazakhstan is then scaled in other countries, because they learn from our ideas, they learn from our mistakes too sometimes. So I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Ibragimova. This is the chair of the board of Otbasi Bank. The green mortgage is considered to be a very expensive product, that there will not be many borrowers, that it will not fly without the government support. But for instance, in the United States, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are leaders in green mortgage, 40 billion, and their rate is lower than the usual mortgage because there are so many social funds and organizations taking part in decreasing those rates. We had a call with Dom RF company that are also planning to launch a green mortgage mechanism. Lizat Yerkenovna, the floor is yours. Do you have any plans to make the green mortgage more attractive in our market? Thank you, Aydar. Our topic are the sources of sustainable development, funding sources for sustainable development. The sustainable development topic is global, and in Kazakhstan, as in other post-Soviet countries, it is deemed as global. You can go from top to bottom to go a long way via webinars, congresses, workshops, like today, for instance, or you may go bottom up from the grassroots. I remember our experience on gender-based gender-sensitive sustainable development back in 2018, 2012. We started attracting money from Dammu under EBRD program Women in Business. Lizat remembers that. She took part in that. She worked in it. We took resources from a different bank at the moment. And at the moment, it became fashionable. It became trendy to be a female business person. You know, when a woman comes to the bank, the manager would say, look, we have a special program for you, Women in Business. You will get easier money. So when you make some instrument that goes from the grassroots, from bottom up, it has chances to be more sustainable for a longer period. And then it became a norm, a standard. Estimates were made on women entrepreneurship. The shares were established, certain KPIs were established in regions, local Akimats, local government began following this agenda. Women movements, Association of Business Women has celebrated its 35th anniversary. Under the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs, there is a Women's Congress. So it has become a big Republican movement, the movement from bottom to top. So when we look at green mortgage, we need to look what's happening there at the grassroots level. We set goals for energy saving and energy efficiency. By 2060, we're planning to make all residential buildings low carbon. By 2050, our goal is to make commercial buildings low carbon. But if we look at energy efficiency issues in the residential block, this is a big sector. As the previous expert has mentioned, the residential sector is consuming 15% of all energy, 40% of all heating energy in Kazakhstan. Therefore, if we start going bottom up, changing the consumption model, consumption pattern, when people find it more convenient for them in terms of savings to live in energy efficient building, when they decrease their energy consumption in the buildings they live in, we will be able to foster the entire movement of people who would be looking for special mortgages for special funding sources related to this low consumption. According to expert estimates, the average energy consumption in residential area is 270 kilowatt per square meter. This is basically 35% higher than the Russian Federation, 2.5 times higher than the average norm of energy consumption in Europe residential area. So we see a great potential that we need to tap on. When we started looking into this topic 2 years ago, we spoke at your Congress on green bonds. Aidar, if you remember, I had a financial hope at the moment. I hope that with time, the growth of utilities bills will make it more profitable for people to live in more energy efficient buildings. But in 2 years of studies, I understood that no, the share of expenses related to heating energy in the overall household expenses in Kazakhstan has never been higher than 3%, so there are no incentives. For instance, in the heating sector, we can see even 3% cap achieved. In Nur-Sultan, the share of heating expenses per household is lower than in Atyrau and Almaty. Here, the heating energy cost is even lower, so I can't see changes in the financial behavior of people happening because the heating energy is so cheap for Kazakhstan, and considering the social policy that the government is promoting, there will be no dramatic change in these costs. So within the financial behavior, we won't see people wanting to live in a more energy efficient buildings. So we need to create some resources, some opportunities that would initially give the preferentials to those who would live in more energy efficient buildings. And this is a great potential for green mortgage. We are now writing a project. We are making estimates. So we would like to attract resources from the international financial institutions. For instance, at least in the beginning. Last year, we started a gender mortgage. ADB provided resources to us, 20% of the upward payment. The rate was based on the base rate plus several percentage points, and many people thought that in our system of residential savings, this product will not be popular because our rates were lower. But there has been an interesting change in the base rate. It was so interesting that now, when we have received the second tranche from ADB for gender mortgage, it was withdrawn within 15 years. Last year, our project team was awarded by ADB as the best project in Central Asia in architecture. So we will have a more intent look and more in-depth study in this issue. I see a potential in creating a special mortgage product using the resources of international financial institutions, probably only during the first stage, like a small amount. In the second round, we will issue specialized bonds, probably at AIFC, so that a person who buys residential flats or buildings from the developer with energy efficiency better than average on the market would receive the relevant remuneration or premium as the lowered interest rate on their loan and monthly savings on monthly repayments. And this is how we go bottom to top. We will create a class of consumers who will be thinking the green mortgage, green finance, who would, at the level of their own pocket, at the level of their own Odbasi bank application, see that my interest rate is lower because it's green. And this is where we can start talking about the sources of sustainable development and sources of financing for sustainable development. So I think today we must emphasize the analysis and incentivizing common Kazakhstani citizens. We must develop products for them. 2 years ago, we've been operating vague ideas, but today we're at a more detailed level, at the level of analytics of expenses. And I think that today's platform, among others, will allow for IFIs to get interested in our studies and promote this process. Thank you so much.
Ms. Sativa, many thanks. While visiting Kyrgyzstan, we gave an example of Atbasi Bank. When the bank or some financial institute is headed by women, ESG agenda is a priori there, as the women will never accept any disparity or lack of transparency. And Kazakhstan is a pioneer in terms of the gender bonds instruments in CIS, and we target these instruments in the Kyrgyz Republic. I have a short question to you. In terms of mortgage, you are bank number 1. Can you influence now the behavior of construction companies to put requirements to them on the types of houses, buildings they must construct? That's their already question on how they will make it cheaper, what materials they must procure. Or do you have this opportunity to put the conditions for the construction of residential buildings? You know, I think when you dictate something to someone, it's more like violence. But if we negotiate and reach the best terms on the market and people come to you willing to participate in the program, I think that's the best way for the development. Believe me, during the year we will develop a product that will be attractive for every construction company. And it will be a question number 1 for them to start moving in the direction of energy audit of their buildings. And this is the correct way of project architecture. It must be on a voluntary basis with enthusiasm. Thank you very much. Yesterday, we have sent draft social taxonomy to the Ministry of National Economy, where we asked to amend the law on social entrepreneurship to introduce the definition of social finances, which is important, as by the end of this year we will target first PPP bonds for schools, for waste recycling, and these projects on social financing, including residential housing projects, are important, and we think and we hope Kazakhstan will be the first country that will introduce the concept of social finances. Green financing, this is already developed mechanism. We have a market, we have understanding. Now we're moving in the direction of social finances. This is the segment that became even more relevant in post-COVID economy, when people are ready to pay money to recover their health, they're ready to educate their children online. And we are waiting for social investors to have proper understanding of social finances. I would like to give the floor to our expert from PwC, Mr. Vasily Kolabin. They implemented the first ranking in Kazakhstan, ESG ranking on a voluntary basis. What were the results? Was it a pilot practice? Will it be continued? What have you noticed during this ESG ranking in Kazakhstan? Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Kolabin. Well, talking about ESG ranking, we ranked the disclosure of information on ESG by Kazakhstani companies, and we see that many Kazakhstani companies implement ESG practice, but there are anyway a number of difficulties, issues. There are leaders, good companies, but there are not so many of them, just few dozens of them, those that have reached the level of international practices, and others lag behind. And if we talk about sustainable financing, very important factor for sustainable project development in Kazakhstan will be refinancing and reallocation of capital for this project, and banks' involvement and participation is needed for that, as well as the bank community. And bonds and stock market are not enough here, so it is important the way the banks will be involved in the ESG agenda. And we see that in Kazakhstan, banks are gradually implementing ESG principles. Can I have a clicker, as I have some slides? Talking about international practice, the way banks implement sustainable practices into their portfolio. Usually, this process includes 4 stages. At the first stage, the banks implement some thematic products, specialized product aimed at tackling the sustainable development issues or green projects or financing of startups. Second stage includes large-scale scheme, as banks introduce so-called negative screening when they limit the financing of certain companies that are not compliant with ESG criteria put by the banks. Usually, this is the limitation related to certain types of activities and industries. We see more and more sectoral banks stating that they do not finance certain sectors, and there are certain conditions. So they limit this financing. At stage number 3 and 4, banks implement so-called ESG scoring, where all the clients are assessed against ESG indicators. At the third stage, it is done in order to identify best practices, and the companies with high ESG scores enjoy certain privileges at the stage of financing. And at stage number 4, all decisions of the bank depend on the ESG scores, as they complement the standard assessment of the borrowers. So all the loans are issued with account of ESG criteria. In international local practice, we see activity on the first 2 stages. In Kazakhstan, there are several banks who started actively implementing these products, but we see that the work they implement is done in this direction, in the direction of the deeper implementation of sustainable finances. And banks, in general, on the global level, work with current borrowers. We don't have this yet in Kazakhstan, but on the global arena, it is there when the bank work with active borrowers with regard to the implementation of green projects. And I would like also to mention that banks often works on 2 categories of sustainable financeable projects. First, these are sustainable financing bank projects that didn't exist, but banks develop them, like, for example, green mortgage. It can be green deposits or green accounts, and the whole set of rapidly developing tools. And the second big category includes inclusive products, classical bank products provided for vulnerable population with special conditions. That's for women entrepreneurs, for example. And usually banks follow these 2 directions at the same time. Along with that, to be able to implement sustainable financing practice, 2 systems are needed. The first is risk management system and the development of ESG risk management system in the bank. It is impossible to develop new products and implement ESG financing. And the second part is reporting. And the banks who started implementing this reporting, they see that there is a lack of data on borrowers to be able to assess them against ESG scores. So we need to have the support from the regulators for this regard. So these 2 processes in terms of the risks and reporting are usually happen in parallel in the bank sector. And there's a need for support. As I have said, we are at initial stage, but we can see that at least several banks are active in this direction. As for the capital, that's the second incentive for the implementation of social and green projects. As the first question they usually ask is, who will finance and where to get money for green or social projects? And therefore, the development of this type of sustainable projects in our economy will depend on the equity market, where there is active development of shares and bonds, and also it will depend on the active work that was initiated by Kazakhstani banks. Have I answered your question? Thank you very much. It is mentioned below, strictly confidential. Can we take a picture of that? Well, we can agree on that. Well, what I mean is that we work also on the creation of a rating agency in AIFC, as we understand that the middle segment for SMEs, where there was a majority of Russian rating agencies. Now there we have large agencies like S&P and Moody's, but we do not have middle-sized players here. We're going to discuss this question of national rating agency, where ESG rating will be the main trigger. So our time is over. We have an opportunity for 2 questions from the audience. So please, 2 questions from our audience. Please use the mic. Do we have a mic? Yeah, because we need to have mic for our 80 participants, online participants, to be able to listen to you. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much to our speakers, Malikova Laura from the Association of Ecologist Practitioners. I came here for this session specially. As you know, green financing is not all about greenhouse gases. It's not only about investment, but it's also about the waste management problem. We have 125 million tons of solid domestic waste accumulated at open dump sites, and only 5 million tons are collected on an annual basis. Only 5% are recycled. And recycling organizations approach our association with the question, where can we have money for material and technical support, as we want to install additional lines for waste recycling, but we don't have enough funds. And the MOO organization and other financial institutes have quite complicated procedures. So, is there any work on the revision of procedure, on simplifying access to finances for this type of organizations? Is it done or not? Not only by DAMU, but maybe by commercial banks as well. And the second, it's not a question, but it's more a suggestion. We see that MAIN banks and other organizations in financial sector, the following. When they mention green financing and the need to green the process, they always show planting of trees. Within 2030 agenda, they announced 2 billion tenge of 2 billion planting of trees in green belts. But at the same time, we have shortage, deficit of water resources. Now here in Nur-Sultan, they use underground water. They drilled wells for that. But during the Soviet period, they used treated water from the sewage treatment facility. And in our case, it is outdated. So in this regard, we would like to propose you to finance the sewage treatment facilities so that they can upgrade their equipment to be able to use this treated water for planting trees. That's the proposal to the bank. The question regarding technology on waste recycling, we have industry development funds. I think it is part of Байтерек fund that we also negotiate with to have some technological leasing for waste recycling companies. In terms of waste treatment facilities and waste recycling, we negotiate a lot. We have many dialogues. Well, the role of the state is not fully clear, as before they wanted to have combustion of all the waste, incinerate that. Somewhere the rights belong to municipal officers and to the governments. So there is no clear picture for financial institutes, for investors regarding this waste and regarding waste treatment facility. So therefore, under PPP bonds, we have selected one waste treatment facility, and we also work with one company regarding solid domestic waste. It's in the form of private investment. We are going to work with the UN on subsidizing, and also with Kazakhstani Development Bank and DAMO funds, because I support having high-quality pilot projects, and then its further replication. I would like to add, in terms of the accessibility of financing, please find UNDP site. The amount of guarantee there is up to 350 million tenge. Please visit that website. If it is a small project on waste recycling or disposal or biogas, you can have a look. Maybe this guarantee will help you. Thank you. Yes, I would like also to comment regarding the support from the DAMO funds. This sector is subject to, is part of the list of priority sectors. If the amount of credit is up to 3 billion tenge, then we cheapen it within 6% within 3 years. And also the amount of loan shall not exceed 1 billion tenge. And we issue individual guarantees based on individual conditions. But I think I will give you a classical answer. During the guarantee, we work jointly with commercial banks, and the project must go through the approval stages in the bank first and then in the funds. And so we're working together with the banks here. In terms of other barriers for financing these projects, there are no barriers, so you can approach our branch offices. We will support you.
Are there any more questions? Dorjan Augambai, publisher of The Economist. We are an official media partner. Dorjan Augambai, publisher of The Economist. We are the media partners of the Congress, have been a partner for 2 years already. I have a question to all of the panelists. It is clear that the topic is very interesting and very relevant, and we publish long reads on all of those topics related to sustainable and green finance. The question is, do you have any long-term media plan to cover all of your initiatives and programs so that more companies and more people would learn about them? Because it often happens that people, for certain reasons, do not have access to the knowledge about those things you've been discussing today, although they're very important for them. Dear colleagues, who of us could speak on the media plan? Let me answer on behalf of Banks Sativa, Eurasian Bank. I think generally the colleagues have a shared media plan on promoting all of their products and their brands. It's a great comment, and we will take notes and remember to share our media plan with the colleagues on ESG agenda. I would like to answer Laura's question on financing. I am probably the only representative of the second-tier bank, and being a responsible citizen of the country, we are happy to fund the projects that would be beneficial for the country. Unfortunately, there is regulation, and we are bound by certain regulators' requirements. So some of the projects may qualify, some of the projects do not qualify. And special thanks in this case would go to Damu and Bayterek for the programs that are available for support purposes. You know, the bank's own resources cannot fund such projects. They can only be funded with subsidies and guarantees. So in general, if you have any clients who need consultations on this, I am open. We are ready to consult. We are ready to look into, but we need to be ready that there may be declines. They may be rejected applications. So, but Eurasian Bank is still ready to fund your project, right? I would like to thank the organizers and the speakers. I'm Nariman Nuralin from Neuro Group. We are working on, we are producing polygraphic echo products. We use 3D printers. I've been to Dubai, to London. This is where we presented our company, and we've been highly appreciated. So we create certain individual souvenirs, customized souvenirs, and we also tested the production of a plastic prosthetics for a child. So how can we make this eco production more popular in Kazakhstan based on paper and plastic recycling? I wonder if there any support that we could attract. We work on reinvesting our own money. We never engaged any investors, but at a certain stage, we make really cool things because some foreign companies, some foreign embassies, they place orders for such products, and they highly appreciate them. I wanted to answer the previous question too. They are somehow interrelated. Thank you for raising this issue. We were discussing ESG. This is a good framework for our further discussion. On this banner, on your left and on my right, those are sustainable development goals that guide our thinking towards inclusivity in all of our operations. Environment sensitive, transparent, public governance. And in this respect, one of the answers to your question is that there must be more cooperation with media organizations, specialists in communications, so that your ideas could be promoted and shared. For the previous question, I must say that in our work, we have noticed that one of the issues is the lack of pipelines, the projects that would come with green business ideas, green investment ideas. And in this respect, we will take your question as an idea for our events, for our projects, so that we would work with this target audience, relying on communications and media specialists. As for you, I think we should benchmark, we should take your experience as benchmark for the business, for pipeline development. You know, what I would like to explain is that we're not an idea stage, we are an implementation stage. My idea is to boost the country's exports, non-commodity exports, like exporting prosthetics, UAV cases. Nariman, let us exchange our contacts, let us exchange our business cards, and we will discuss the avenues of financial support for you after the session. Thank you. New Biogas Production LLP. I'm a scientific advisor. We had an opportunity to travel to Expo Dubai, but we found no funding. We had something to show because our high-pressure reactors process any organic mass. In 4 years, there will be an expo in Japan, in Tokyo. Will it be possible to find funding for us to represent Kazakhstan? We have something to show. We need also funding for some more studies, for some more research. Let me answer again. Let us exchange our business cards. We will look at your project and we will see what we can do for supporting and funding you. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. It is already time for our lunch, and you can socialize and have some delicious food. This has been a very interesting session. Thank you so much. There is a photo op with the speakers.
Уважаемые участники, просим всех пройти на обед на втором этаже, и в 2:15 у нас начнется следующая сессия, в которой будет участвовать министр экологии.
Свои акции на лондонской фондовой бирже, внедрение современных цифровых технологий, соблюдение корпоративной социальной ответственности бизнеса, разработка и запуск новых месторождений. На медную продукцию приходится около 7,5% национального экспорта Казахстана. Значительная доля за группой компаний «Казахмыс». «Казахмыс».
Полиметалл – один из тех инвесторов, которых в Казахстане принято называть якорными. Компания владеет месторождениями Варваринская, Комаровская, Бакырчик и Большевик. Первые два объединены в хаб. Два последних осваиваются в рамках проекта «Кызыл». Место расположения – Костанайская и Восточно-Казахстанская области.
Компания «Полиметалл» – это одна из крупнейших компаний в сфере производства золота и серебра в мире. Компания пришла в Казахстан в 2009 году. Объем прямых инвестиций составил более 520 миллиардов тенге. В настоящее время на наших предприятиях работает более 2500 человек. Еще 1500 человек задействованы в подрядных организациях. Заработные платы являются одним из высоких в регионах присутствия.
Компания «Полиметалл» входит в Совет иностранных инвесторов при президенте Республики Казахстан. Она стала первой, кто разместил акции на бирже МФЦА, что стало сигналом для мирового капитала.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Мир – это ведущая международная группа по добыче и переработке природных ресурсов, крупнейший производитель меди и серебра в Казахстане и один из лидирующих в мире. Объекты компании расположены на 4 производственных площадках Казахстана. Это 13 рудников и 4 обогатительные фабрики, 2 медиплавильных завода. Топливно-энергетический комплекс. Он объединяет угольные разрезы, электростанции и распределительные электросети. Казахмыс ведет свою деятельность с середины 90-х годов. Это первая компания Казахстана, которая разместила свои акции на лондонской фондовой бирже. Внедрение современных цифровых технологий. Соблюдение корпоративной социальной ответственности бизнеса. Разработка и запуск новых месторождений. На медную продукцию приходится около 7,5% национального экспорта Казахстана. Значительная доля за группой компаний «Казахмыс». «Казахмыс».
Качество жизни – это финансовый достаток, повседневный комфорт, крепкое здоровье. Ассоциация «ECOJER». Мы работаем, чтобы обеспечить баланс чистой природы и устойчивой экономики. Наши приоритеты – развитие промышленности с заботой об окружающей среде, профессиональный диалог населения с экспертами и природопользователями, внедрение экологических инноваций и реализация зеленых проектов и содействие устойчивому развитию. ЭКОЖЕР. У нас одна земля.
Сапалы өмірдің өлшемі. Ол қаражаттың молдығы. Жанға жайлы орта. Жан мен тәннің саулығы. ЭКОЖЕР қауымдастығы. Мінсіз табиғат пен тұрақты экономика арасын жалғайтын алтын жіпті түзуші. Бізді жетелейтін мақсат. Қоршаған ортаны аялай отырып, өнеркәсіптің өрісін кеңейту. Халық пен сарапшыны, табиғат пайдаланушыларды кәсіби пікір алаңында жолықтыру. Экологиялық инновациялар енгізіп, жасыл жобаларды жүзеге асыру. Тұрақты дамуға жол ашу. ЭКОЖЕР. Жер адамзат бесігі.
Казахмыс – это ведущая международная группа по добыче и переработке природных ресурсов, крупнейший производитель меди и серебра в Казахстане и один из лидирующих в мире. Объекты компании расположены на 4 производственных площадках Казахстана. Это 13 рудников и 4 обогатительные фабрики, 2 медиплавильных завода. Топливно-энергетический комплекс. Он объединяет угольные разрезы, электростанции и распределительные электросети. Казахмыс ведет свою деятельность с середины 90-х годов. Это первая компания Казахстана, которая разместила свои акции на лондонской фондовой бирже. Внедрение современных цифровых технологий. Соблюдение корпоративной социальной ответственности бизнеса. Разработка и запуск новых месторождений. На медную продукцию приходится около 7,5% национального экспорта Казахстана. Значительная доля за группой компаний «Казахмыс». «Казахмыс».
Полиметалл – один из тех инвесторов, которых в Казахстане принято называть якорными. Компания владеет месторождениями Варваринская, Комаровская, Бакырчик и Большевик. Первые два объединены в хаб. Два последних осваиваются в рамках проекта «Кызыл». Место расположения – Костанайская и Восточно-Казахстанская области.
Компания «Полиметалл» – это одна из крупнейших компаний в сфере производства золота и серебра в мире. Компания пришла в Казахстан в 2009 году. Объем прямых инвестиций составил более 520 миллиардов тенге. В настоящее время на наших предприятиях работает более 2500 человек. Еще 1500 человек задействованы в подрядных организациях. Заработные платы являются одним из высоких в регионах присутствия.
Компания «Полиметалл» входит в Совет иностранных инвесторов при президенте Республики Казахстан. Она стала первой, кто разместил акции на бирже МФЦА, что стало сигналом для мирового капитала.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Это ведущая международная группа по добыче и переработке природных ресурсов, крупнейший производитель меди и серебра в Казахстане и один из лидирующих в мире. Объекты компании расположены на 4 производственных площадках Казахстана. Это 13 рудников и 4 обогатительные фабрики, 2 медиплавильных завода. Топливно-энергетический комплекс. Он объединяет угольные разрезы, электростанции и распределительные электросети. Казахмыс ведет свою деятельность с середины 90-х годов. Это первая компания Казахстана, которая разместила свои акции на лондонской фондовой бирже. Внедрение современных цифровых технологий. Соблюдение корпоративной социальной ответственности бизнеса. Разработка и запуск новых месторождений. На медную продукцию приходится около 7,5% национального экспорта Казахстана. Значительная доля за группой компаний «Казахмыс». «Казахмыс».
Качество жизни – это финансовый достаток, повседневный комфорт, крепкое здоровье. Ассоциация «ECOJER». Мы работаем, чтобы обеспечить баланс чистой природы и устойчивой экономики. Наши приоритеты – развитие промышленности с заботой об окружающей среде. Профессиональный диалог населения с экспертами и природопользователями. Внедрение экологических инноваций и реализация зеленых проектов и содействие устойчивому развитию. ЭКОЖЕР. У нас одна земля.
Сапалы өмірдің өлшемі. Ол қаражаттың молдығы. Жанға жайлы орта. Жан мен тәннің саулығы. ЭКОЖЕР қауымдастығы. Мінсіз табиғат пен тұрақты экономика арасын жалғайтын алтын жіпті түзуші. Бізді жетелейтін мақсат. Қоршаған ортаны аялай отырып, өнеркәсіптің өрісін кеңейту. Халық пен сарапшыны, табиғат пайдаланушыларды кәсіби пікір алаңында жолықтыру. Экологиялық инновациялар енгізіп, жасыл жобаларды жүзеге асыру. Тұрақты дамуға жол ашу. ЭКОЖЕР. Жер адамзат бесігі.
Казахмыс – это ведущая международная группа по добыче и переработке природных ресурсов, крупнейший производитель меди и серебра в Казахстане и один из лидирующих в мире. Объекты компании расположены на 4 производственных площадках Казахстана. Это 13 рудников и 4 обогатительные фабрики, 2 медиплавильных завода. Топливно-энергетический комплекс. Он объединяет угольные разрезы, электростанции и распределительные электросети. Казахмыс ведет свою деятельность с середины 90-х годов. Это первая компания Казахстана, которая разместила свои акции на лондонской фондовой бирже. Внедрение современных цифровых технологий. Соблюдение корпоративной социальной ответственности бизнеса. Разработка и запуск новых месторождений. На медную продукцию приходится около 7,5% национального экспорта Казахстана. Значительная доля за группой компаний «Казахмыс». «Казахмыс».
Полиметалл – один из тех инвесторов, которых в Казахстане принято называть якорными. Компания владеет месторождениями Варваринская, Комаровская, Бакырчик и Большевик. Первые два объединены в хаб. Два последних осваиваются в рамках проекта «Кызыл». Место расположения – Костанайская и Восточно-Казахстанская области.
Компания «Полиметалл» – это одна из крупнейших компаний в сфере производства золота и серебра в мире. Компания пришла в Казахстан в 2009 году. Объем прямых инвестиций составил более 520 миллиардов тенге. В настоящее время на наших предприятиях работают более 2500 человек. И еще 1500 человек задействованы в подрядных организациях. Заработные платы являются одним из высоких в регионах присутствия.
Компания «Полиметалл» входит в Совет иностранных инвесторов при президенте Республики Казахстан. Она стала первой, кто разместил акции на бирже.
Dear speakers, please proceed to the panel chairs. We are about to start in several minutes. Please proceed to the stage.
Дамы и господа.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The organizers told us to start. Distinguished participants of the ECOJER International Congress, Green Life Better, greetings. I hope that this morning you've had an opportunity to visit other panel sessions discussing the economy diversification, ESG, and sustainable development. We're delighted to know that the gender equality was one of the topics in the policies of sustainable development. Let me open our session dedicated to international cooperation in energy transition and introduce our distinguished speakers. Sirikali Brikeshev, Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources. Mr. Kęstutis Jankauskas, Head of the European Union Delegation to Kazakhstan. Vice Minister of National Economy, Abzal Abdukarimov. Vice Minister of Energy, Aset Magalov, Managing Director for Production and Asset Management of Samruk Energo, GSC, Serik Tutibayev. And online we have Mr. Radostovets from the Association of Mining and Metallurgical Enterprises. We would like to thank the organizers and sponsors for arranging this event. Let me introduce myself. I am Ayjan Hamitova. I am the member of the Executive Committee of the Professional Section of the Society of Petroleum Engineers for Nur-Sultan. Let me start. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. Reading articles on sustainable development, I came across an interesting heading stating the following. The planet needs not only more energy, but this energy must be carbon neutral. And this is a serious challenge for all of us, an ambitious goal. To accomplish that, we need to find efficient ways to transform the economy, funding sources, new approaches to energy. We need to train new specialists. This is a long list, and international cooperation and experience exchange will be prominent on this list. This is something to discuss today. Let me pass the floor for the welcoming remarks to the Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources, Mr. Serikali Brikeshev. Thank you, distinguished participants to this Congress, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all greet you on behalf of the Ministry of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I would like to thank the ECOJER Association for holding this annual International Congress on the most acute topics of environment protection. Distinguished colleagues, friends, the entire world today is facing the challenge of global climate change. Climate change has influenced the world policy in terms of energy sector development. The economic pressure on the coal sector is increasing. Big financial institutions are denying coal-related projects towards green economy projects. This influenced the competitive ability of renewables. The cost of construction and operations of renewable projects has gone down 3 times below the coal price. We see a sustainable trend of decarbonization in major economies of the world. The number of countries who stated their carbon neutrality goals and coal exit is growing. This initiative is being joined by Kazakhstan too, and we must note that for us this is an ambitious task. As of today, according to the instruction of the head of state, we are developing and finalizing the strategy on achieving carbon neutrality by 2060, as well as updating the NDC on the Paris Agreement. To achieve the zero balance of emissions, Kazakhstan is facing future changes in terms of renewables penetration and transition to biofuel and hydrogen. One of the tools of achieving and fulfilling the commitments under the Paris Agreement is the carbon trade, emission trade. We started working on approximating and harmonizing the European and Kazakh system. Starting 2026, we are planning to expand the system of types of economic activities and other greenhouse gases. Along with the commitments under the Paris Agreement, that would allow for avoiding the full payment of the carbon trade mechanism, transborder carbon trade mechanism. Another factor of environment impact reduction is the transition to the best available techniques that is stipulated by the new environmental code. The energy sector is responsible for 900,000 tons of pollutants annually, which is about 40% of all the emissions from the industry in the country. In this connection, for Kazakhstan, it is essential to gradually implement and develop best available techniques in the energy sector. The role of the experience of European countries in PET transitioning is very important, developing breaths towards the ecologization. Summarizing, I would like to know that Kazakhstan has become the first state in Central Asia that created the organizational and legal framework for green transition via adopting several documents, strategies, development programs aimed at sustainable growth. We will continue implementing the strategy based on international cooperations, among others, only with the participation of all parties. The government and the public sector and the society will allow achieving carbon neutrality for the country. I would like to wish constructive dialogue to the Congress participants, interesting and fruitful discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. My sincere apologies. I did not introduce Katie Leach, Ambassador of the United Kingdom to Kazakhstan, and Hussein Ozkan, Director for Kazakhstan, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Mr. Minister has mentioned the rich BET transition experience in European Union. The European Union is planning to become climate neutral with minimized GHG by 2050, and the European Green Deal. It is less ambiguous in the countries that are dependent on the export of energy commodities, but despite all of those difficulties, Kazakhstan has set ambitious goals and is taking active part in the climate agenda. The European Union is the trendsetter in terms of emission reductions. It is the biggest trade partner of Kazakhstan. Therefore, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Kęstutis Jankauskas, head of the European Union delegation to Kazakhstan. Please tell us about the strategy of the European Union in terms of decarbonization. And another question is on the mechanism of transporter carbon tax. It is on the agenda of many countries that are going to adapt their economies to that mechanism.
Many thanks, distinguished Mr. Minister, distinguished Vice Ministers, my colleagues, participants of the conference. It is impossible to tell about EU strategy in terms of EU Green Deal in 5 minutes, but let me briefly outline what is happening with the European Green Deal. And at the end of my speech, I would like to mention a couple of words regarding CBAM system, which is on the agenda of all our partners. If possible, I would move to English language. I think we have interpretation.
Of us feels the impact of the climate change. And if we do not relate ourselves to these words, we all see the lighter and warmer winters. We all see the melting glaciers. We all see the devastating droughts. So something is wrong. Therefore, EU has decided very firmly, and we have an ambition to lead on that, despite the heavy cost and despite all the heavy work involved, because we need to adapt for these challenges and for these challenges in order to save our planet for the future. Now, what do? We do this through renewable energy, first of all, through energy savings, the end users, transmissions, and through energy efficiency. Now, of course, we all look into the recent geopolitical changes that are happening on our doorstep, and all these packages of sanctions and measures that European Union has adopted and possibly will adopt, diminishing our dependence on the hydrocarbons, that will still only accelerate that transition and those processes. So there is no change in that course. The course is firm, and probably it's going to happen even faster. Now, in order for us to succeed, we need partners. We cannot do it alone. EU is not the biggest polluter and emitter, but we are willing to develop standards, as Minister said, develop and share with our partners for their benefit and for our all common benefit. With Kazakhstan, who is our leading economic partner in Central Asia, we have an overwhelming new partnership and cooperation agreement in place, covering all the areas of economy. And I believe we all know that Kazakhstan has huge potential. Not only huge potential as an energy-rich country, which is already exploring and well, it has a huge potential in renewable energy. But for that, I think what is needed to investments are needed, technologies are needed, refurbishment of the grid is needed, saving capacities. So all of these, in the morning session, I heard there was a lot of talk of energy efficiency in the housing, insulations, new standards, new building materials, and so on. Again, I'm happy that Minister already talked about best technologies available, about some standards that Kazakhstan is taking and implementing. Again, we need partners, and we run a lot of programs already with Central Asia in general. We have, Kazakhstan is our partner in Energy Charter Treaty. We have EU for Energy program, and recently we launched so-called SECA, Support to Sustainable Energy Connectivity in Central Asia. I can talk more about these programs, but let me say a few words on the CBAM. CBAM stands for Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. It is an environmental measure aimed at supporting the fight against the global climate change. And most importantly, that measure is WTO, World Trade Organization rules compatible. CBAM is about carbon content in the products. It will take into account the actual emissions of individual producers in production of CBAM goods imported into the European Union. If country puts in place effective climate measures, including non-carbon pricing measures, these will lead to lower carbon content in the final product, and thus the lower tax, the border adjustment tax, or no tax at all. Therefore, if a producer does not produce carbon emissions, the adjustments will be zero. Besides this, we will take into account the level of free allowances for the EU producers in any given sector to treat foreign producers in a totally even-handed manner. Furthermore, EU can conclude international agreements with third countries in order to simplify how to take their carbon pricing into account. Last but not least, if these countries apply the EU emission trading systems or emission trading systems fully linked to the EU trading systems, those third countries will be fully exempted from the CBAM. Commission is committed to working with EU trading partners to make sure that these adjustment measures work in an open and fair manner, and again, in full compliance with the WTO rules. CBAM will be introduced gradually and will start to apply in 2026 after the 3-year transitional period in a limited number of sectors. So we have time to adjust. To conclude, I think we all need to contribute to stop the climate change, because we all want to breathe cleaner air, drink cleaner water, and have water at all. And we all set long-term goals, but the key is what we do today. What power plants we are building or commissioning right now, what measures we are adopting for energy efficiency, what standards we're enforcing for the new constructions, transmissions, and how much we encourage and what measures we put in place to encourage the use of the renewables. Once again, Kazakhstan has a big potential. It is for your own benefit. EU has technologies and willingness to work together with all the partners. So as there is a saying that we are
not that rich to buy cheap products. I think we all are eager to invest in good, not always the cheapest, but good, sustainable, and quality solutions. And once again, let me thank ECOJER for bringing us all together today. Eager to hear from the other experts and wish everyone good exchanges and good discussions. Thank you very much.
Благодарим вас, господин Инкаускас. Согласно...
Thank you, Mr. Inkauskas. Yes, I agree with you. We would like to breathe clean air, drink clean water, BAT, CBAM, that's what is on agenda, that's what the EU does in order to achieve the goal of decarbonization. Last year, Francesco Lacamer, the IRENA CEO, in one of his reviews mentioned the following: we don't have time. The window of opportunities is closing. And the road to carbon neutral world is narrowing down. And the choice we are making now will have long-term consequences. And my question to Mr. Abdikarimov, Vice Minister of National Economy. Indeed, we are short of time. We have ambitious tasks. And your agency worked on the strategy on carbon neutrality. It was involved in these roundtables. There was open and transparent dialogue. We heard both the critics and recommendations from the professional community. A lot of work has been done, but still there are questions, and I think many in this or in our hall, in our conference room, have many questions and related to the strategy for implementation of the plan and the difficulties with regards to this plan. Through what legislative and economic measures we are going to achieve this ambitious goal? Thank you very much for your question. Indeed, the question is urgent. Currently, the government, represented by the Ministry of Geology and Ministry of National Economy, works on the developments of the strategy for carbon neutrality until 2060. So what are the risks? The first is carbon neutrality achievement may lead to emerging of unneeded assets related to refinery, production, and the fossil fuel use. And talking about coal industry, if we phase out coal production and if there is a gradual transition to low carbon development, then we should understand here what must be done with workforce, as about 30,000 people are working in the coal industry. And second thing, as Mr. Ambassador has mentioned, the CBAM implementation by the EU. This mechanism for sure will impact our export mechanisms, will impact our export products with the extension of the list of products subject to carbon tax. Of course, we will face the situation of our competitiveness reduction on the global market. And the third, we should work with public mindset. We must implement outreach, explanatory activity with population, as it can impact the tariffs. In general, we see that this new strategy must be a part of new economic policy of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Certain role, high role, it must play in the state planning system. So this mechanism must be implemented through state planning mechanism, and certain share will be reflected in the program documents. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdikarimov. Indeed, we are still discussing the strategy, and a huge stage of large-scale modernization, not only in Kazakhstan, but in more than 100 countries in the world who will need to reach carbon neutrality. And under the external pressure, Kazakhstan will face the situation of the transformation situation. And I would like to address Mr. Magawev as energy transition creates certain challenges and opportunities for Kazakhstan as we're country rich with energy resources, and energy transition will require green innovations. So what goals do you have as a profile ministry here, co-ministry? What will be done and what has already been done in order to have this transition to green economy? I don't know how to use this mic. Good day, distinguished participants of this event. Well, I forgot how to switch on the mic. As talking about energy transition, here we need to take into account the traditional structure of our economy in terms of energy consumption, and mining and metallurgical complex and oil and gas industry. We have high consumption per 1 unit of GDP, and there are high ambitious tasks within energy transition in order not to have any shocks, in order to keep the succession in terms of saving, despite the fact that we have big tasks in terms of the further oil production. But nevertheless, large-scale programs are being introduced in the industry on digitalization, green energy, and in many industry, this transition is related to the use of gas as the fuel for generation. And as you know, Kazakhstan has implemented large-scale program on gas. Thanks to the amendments introduced in the code on subsoil and strict requirements, we managed to reduce flaring of gas from 3 billion cubic meters. We managed to have 8-fold decrease, and it freed out a lot of resources for gas generation. And here we shall also mention the work implemented by our refineries, and thanks to our efforts, we managed to increase the output of light products, and we increased energy saving. In terms of the further gas consumption, we have certain perspective tasks that must be met in order to ensure the additional supply of gas, as internal domestic gas consumption rates increase quite quickly, and in order to ensure its consumption within the framework of the code on subsoil use and within the subsoil use contracts jointly with Foreign Investment Council, we develop changes related to gas fields.
As for the generation, the majority of generation, about 80%, if I'm not mistaken, are coal generation. In this respect, we have a task to increase the penetration of renewables. The global task is by 2050 to achieve 50% of penetration. As of now, within the framework of the incentivizing program for renewables, have signed contracts for 143 projects. Out of them, 136 have been implemented. I think that the tasks that are being posed for further development of renewables will enable us to increase the generation. About 2 gigawatts is the total capacity of the renewables, and we are planning that by 2035, this share will reach 6.5 gigawatts. The overall major tasks on the structural reform in the energy sector are ahead of us. We are considering the implementation of hydrogen energy on the basis of the National Nuclear Center. There is an excellence center on hydrogen energy. They are exploring the advanced global practices to further implement them in Kazakhstan. That would give an incentive for the development of new industries in Kazakhstan, development of new professions and competencies. These are the tasks ahead of us. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, Aset Maratovich. You have mentioned about the gas market, and impressive numbers have been given by you on renewables. We know that we are now working under the auction mechanism. Many European countries have taken part in the auctions and bidded. This is not the limit for the international cooperation. You mentioned many international investors you work with, and there are contracts for new investors. I would like now to pass the floor to the Director of European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Mr. Oshan. EBRD is the member of the Foreign Investor Council that the Deputy Minister of Energy mentioned, and they are the initiator of establishing this council. Kazakhstan has become a member of EBRD in 1992. This is the 30th anniversary of our cooperation. Congratulations. EBRD is a major investor in terms of sustainable energy in Kazakhstan. Your bank has reiterated the commitment to further work in the field of greening the economy of Kazakhstan. So the question is for you, Mr. Oshan. Could you please tell us about the cooperation between EBRD and Kazakhstan, and what are the further avenues you can see?
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, Deputy Ministers. I would like to start with, first of all, thank you very much. We are celebrating our 30 years of cooperation between Kazakhstan and EBRD. Actually, in July, it will be 30 years. And there has been quite a lot of achievements in this cooperation. And green right now is going to be the new target that we have going forward. So first of all, what I would like to start in terms of the cooperation is there are two main avenues. Avenue number one is the investments avenue. And I'll give a few numbers there. But more importantly, I will go ahead with and discuss a little further on the policy engagement avenue, which will have longer-term impacts. First of all, EBRD is one of the first international finance institutions which has initiated a target for green investments for all investments that we have, that we achieve in 38 countries that we operate. And in Kazakhstan, since we initiated this, which goes back to 2006, we have invested more than $2 billion in green investments only in Kazakhstan. So this is very important. And as of next year, we are going to invest half of our investments in the green field. That includes across all our countries, and that includes Kazakhstan as well. I think it is very important to indicate the renewable energy as the primary opportunity, or in other words, the low-hanging fruit to attract foreign direct investment. This is as part of the Foreign Investors Council. We have many discussions on this as well. So therefore, you also indicated that the auction mechanism is here. Albeit there are a few things that need to be done on the renewable energy sector, but I'm very happy to report that we have financed more than 14 projects across the renewable arena, accounting to approximately 800 megawatts out of the 2 gigawatts of installed capacity that Kazakhstan has at the moment. And we would like to increase that. And we are capable, our equity structure, our capital structure is capable for increasing this. Renewable energy is the future. Also, I'm happy to indicate that from this year onwards, all of the projects that EBRD finances is going to be aligned with the Paris Agreement. So all projects we have should be aligned with the Paris Agreement. So these were more on the investment side. But what I would like to talk a little bit more is that the cooperation we have on the energy transition, that is geared towards more on the policy side. First of all, decarbonization of the energy sector is a key success factor achieving the 2060 net zero goal. And we know that Kazakhstan is finalizing the long-term strategy reaching carbon neutrality, which is the LTS. And our main recommendations will be on the coal exit, especially in this current decade, scaling up of renewables, which I mentioned now, and strengthening of the domestic emissions trading system. And that will work hand in hand with the CBAM that Ambassador indicated just now. Secondly, together with our partners at the USAID, we are finalizing the low-carbon pathway for the power sector of Kazakhstan as per the MOU that we signed earlier, we signed last year with the Ministry of Energy. And this will be very important reforms on the electricity markets. This will require electricity markets, that is the intraday market, the electricity market, and for the ancillary services, as well as setting the long-term goals for the transparent and competitive auctions, and enhancing the regulatory framework for the uptake of the renewable energy projects, and having a clear plan to phase out the subsidies on the fossil fuels from the energy sector. And finally, I would like to talk a little bit about the gas transition, which was also mentioned by the Deputy Minister just now. Natural gas as a transition fuel is extremely important for scaling up the renewables. It is a technical enabler as it creates the balancing capacity. And EBRD is ready, we stand ready to support the flexible gas on selective basis, subject to the credible long-term strategy, as well as a clear path that the country has to zero. I would like to mention here specifically the Almaty CHP project, which will be a landmark project as an example for this. As a whole, EBRD stands ready to continue our collaboration and support Kazakhstan, both financially through our investments, as well as the policy advice in achieving ambitious long-term strategy, as well as the low-carbon pathway targets. And we look forward to the approval of the LCP of the power sector in the near future, as well as the alignment of the LTS with the low-carbon pathway goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Han. You have mentioned the renewables projects that you are financing in Kazakhstan. Many projects of the kind have been financed by EBRD. I would like to add that recently EBRD and the Agency of Kazakhstan for the Regulation and Development of Financial Markets have agreed on ESG standards promotion. We can elaborate longer on such projects, but we would like to thank EBRD for the standing commitment and support. We have another speaker, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the United Kingdom to the Republic of Kazakhstan, Katie Leach. You have started your mission in Kazakhstan last year, and you know the economy, traditions, and reality of Kazakhstan. I did my homework. I know that you are well versed in environmental issues. I know that you headed the Department for Environmental Protection. Before you, we have listened to the heads of Kazakhstani agencies for ecology, geology, energy, national economy. You have heard about the plans of Kazakhstan in terms of decarbonization. I would like to solicit your opinion on how you evaluate the measures that are being taken. Maybe you could give some recommendations to Kazakhstan, because we are working under such difficult conditions in achieving those ambitious goals, and we need to remain the country that is attractive for investments as well.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be here, particularly in my dual role as representing COP26 presidency. And we were delighted to welcome the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan to Glasgow last November when we hosted the conference. And of course that conference concluded with the Glasgow Climate Pact. and net zero commitments which now cover 90% of the world, up from only 30% of the world 2 years ago. And Kazakhstan's net zero commitment, net zero by 2060, is a really important step, and we absolutely commend Kazakhstan for that ambition. And you've asked me to evaluate Kazakhstan's policies, and I think being here all day, listening to the wide range of experts, the amount of incredibly detailed technical work which is going on at the moment, the 10 years it took to develop the environmental code as one element, the work that's going on now in the Ministry of National Economy to balance economic growth with decarbonisation. I don't underestimate how incredibly challenging this is, and the level of expertise which Kazakhstan has within its own capability, but also is pulling the best out of the international community. What I would say, though, is that Kazakhstan missed a very important target last year at Glasgow, and that was to provide the detailed action plan, its NDC action plan, which it was meant to provide in November, and also the detailed long-term action plan. And I'm very aware that those are now under development, and everybody on this panel is working hard on producing those. And I can see my colleague, the Egyptian ambassador, her country will be hosting COP27 at the end of this year, and I'm sure that she will be putting pressure on the government, as I will be, to make sure that the NDC and the long-term strategy are published ahead of COP27 at the end of this year. And it's particularly important because not only to meet UNFCCC commitments, and we know Kazakhstan is a responsible global citizen that very much wants to play its part in tackling these global problems, but also, as you alluded to, it's very important for Kazakhstan domestically to demonstrate that at this very difficult geopolitical moment, that it is a country that is ambitious, future-oriented, modernizing, and putting sustainability and equity at the heart of its economic strategy. That is an incredibly powerful message to international investors. It's an incredibly powerful message at this particular moment for the world to hear. And it's really important when there is a competition for global capital. At Glasgow, 43% of global banking assets committed to net zero by 2050. And that means that global investors are going to be looking for investment projects in low carbon. And if Kazakhstan doesn't have a clear plan, an incentivizing policy framework, then it's going to miss out on that battle for global capital. My colleagues have mentioned some of the things that plan has to include, and I won't go through it. I think everyone in this room knows it. It's the basic things like a plan for an electricity market with realistic tariffs, which is hard politically, but there needs to be a path to realistic electricity tariffs for the population. There needs to be a carbon tax. There needs to be an incentivizing policy framework to scale up fast renewables. Back in 2008, I remember our Minister of Energy saying it had taken 14 years to build the first gigawatt of wind power in the UK, and it had taken 14 months to build the second gigawatt. And this is an indication of how quickly, if you have the right policy framework, as prices come down, as technology improves, how quickly you can scale up. And the UK has experience in this. We are one of the countries in the world which has decarbonised its power sector faster than almost anybody else. Back in 2008, when I first became engaged in the climate change issue, around 80% of our electricity was generated by fossil fuels. We've now brought that down, way down. Coal was 40%. It's now less than 5%. Sometimes we don't even turn the power stations on. Renewables now sometimes make up over 50% of our electricity generation, from 6% in 2008. So it's possible, actually, if you have the right incentivizing framework, to make this transition very quickly. And as part of that, a third element is energy efficiency. We have reduced in the UK our energy consumption per capita by 25% since 2008. And that's at a time where we have an increasing population, increasing output. And that's because we've really focused hard on energy efficiency. And as we know, Kazakhstan, this is a big blind spot at the moment for Kazakhstan. So you're thinking in terms of ever-increasing needs, ever-increasing electricity demand. But actually, focusing on energy efficiency is cheaper. It's cheaper than building more electricity capacity. And this is a really big gap at the moment in your policy framework. And that means really focusing on ESG, on monitoring, on getting it into the bloodstream for every single big enterprise, for every single building, to have the correct data so that you can set targets to improve energy efficiency and understand exactly what the data is showing you. And that ESG framework then helps to give confidence to those investors to develop that financial framework, that investment that you will need to scale up renewables fast. And this is all part, I think I've heard a lot today about risks, and I absolutely understand why people are thinking in those terms. But I think it's really important to think about it also in terms of the opportunity for new jobs, for green jobs. And the UK's low-carbon economy is now worth 200 billion a year, almost 4 times the size of our manufacturing sector. And it employs 1.2 million people. There are 75,000 businesses in the green economy. So this is a huge opportunity, actually, for economic diversification. So just a few final points. As a bureaucrat, a few bureaucratic points. You really need, I think, in Kazakhstan, to support this huge national effort to invest in the capacity of the people in the ministries. When I asked Mr. Kvantirov, the Minister for National Economy, when he was given this incredibly difficult job of coming up with the low-carbon strategy, whether any additional resources had been given to his ministry, the answer was no. and so it's incredibly important that actually we properly invest in the right resources in the right places, in ministries, in agencies, in businesses, to become an expert in these areas. The legal framework matters. We put our climate targets into law as one way of making it absolutely clear how committed we were and to give that signal to the market. And sustainable development as a concept needs to run through government from top to bottom. I was told that the Ministry of Information has a budget of billions of tenge, but no budget line to promote sustainable development. I don't know if that's true. I would like to hope it's not true. But again, rural Akims, who in the upcoming referendum will be, one of the purposes of the upcoming referendum is to strengthen grassroots democracy. So empowering local Akims to again put sustainability at the heart of what they're trying to deliver for the local community, I think is incredibly important. And one of the things we've been successful at in the UK is really developing that kind of small-scale renewables. So again, from 2008, when we had about 2,000 small-scale renewables, mostly rooftop solar, we now have 1.4 million installations. And in rural communities, isolated communities like the Orkney Islands, for example, 20% of the population has renewable capacity. So these are a few ideas born from our experience from the last 15 years of really gearing up and changing our climate policy, and initially as part of the European Union, and now outside. And so I think all of us have, in the international community, have these lessons that we're very happy to share as Kazakhstan faces a really challenging task. And as I say, we don't underestimate the challenge, but there are many friends who really want to support and help the task ahead. So thank you.
Many thanks. Your Excellency, Ms. Ambassador, I agree with you that we must be realistic in implementing decarbonization plan and to find a proper balance in between the economy development and decarbonization. Indeed, as you have said, this is an ambitious goal, and the experience and goals that Great Britain and EU have inspires us. Thank you for your recommendations. We also have here on the stage representatives of state bodies, and in the audience we have experts who worked on this strategy. There is a huge work expected on the roadmap development. So we would like to thank you for your support. We have a speaker from Samruk Energy, Mr. Serik Tutibayev, Managing Director on Production and Asset Management, who's a member of the Management Board. Mr. Tutibayev, the speakers before you mentioned the dependence of the region on fossil fuel that makes decarbonization more difficult. And if we check all the reports of large analysts, we will see that they state that we need to expedite and increase the rates for structural transformation of the sector, as investment in this energy sector will give results in a long-term perspective. But as we have said at the beginning, we are short of time. And the question is, given all that, could you please provide information on the policy of the Samruk Energy in order to achieve carbon neutrality, and are there any challenges or difficulties that you face? I would like to welcome all the participants of the conference. Global climatic agenda is a huge challenge for energy sector, and Samruk Energy is also facing that, where traditional energy sources play important role. Samruk Energy accounts for 30% of Kazakhstani energy and 40% of coal production in coal mining in the country. And our coal, we have explored coal reserves for 300 years ahead in advance. And for us, as for production specialists, it's difficult to perceive this information, but we are in line with new trends, and we are actively involved in all the measures and events. Samruk Energy has 3 large energy producing capacities. It's Almaty power stations, and then state district power station 1 and 2. And just the previous speaker has mentioned regarding the huge steps we are taken to ensure the transition to gas with the use of banks and other organizations that help us, and the plans that we have in terms of the transition of Almaty power station will be implemented in time. In order to achieve this goal, the company has developed a approved program on energy transition to 2060 that defines intention and specific steps in the direction of decarbonization and the whole activity, which is based on coal generation. This energy transition program takes into account the state policy in the area of climate change within the framework of Paris Agreement, and the company plans to have gradual change in generation structure and to gradually increase renewable generation structure with the use of the available techniques. We are just at the beginning of this path. We search for different ways. We work with different institutes, and as it has been mentioned before, 40% of coal is produced by our company in this country, and we think and we assume in our program that coal will prevail for a long period of time, and we use different disposal methods or burning combustion in order to reduce the environmental impact. We plan to commission 2,000 megawatts based on different types of renewables and about 7 billion kilowatt hours on renewables. Besides Almaty power station, that will help to improve the ecology environment of the city. If we take into account BAT, then from 38,000 ton to 4,000 ton, that will be the reduction in the emission of different pollutants. Talking about carbon, then there will be 60% reduction in Almaty region with the use of BATs. Besides, we construct, and soon we are going to commission in Shlek corridor the power station, and we also construct the power station in Euromintau, and there are a number of projects on hydropower plants that we plan to implement in the near future. And I would like to focus your attention on the fact that it is very important to keep the balance, as any measure which is implemented by energy companies is linked to tariffs. We don't have external sources of budget. And when we talk about investments, these investments must be paid back, and it is the load. And the main burden is on our consumers, as consumers are main payers of all our costs. Talking about renewables, in Kazakhstan we have harsh continental climate, and in terms of heating the country, we need to think thoroughly on not to, for our people not to get frozen. And I would like to use this platform in order to ask Mr. Minister, as just recently we had this discussion regarding the fact that the government and several ministries besides Ministry of Ecology and Economy, National Economy, several more ministries must correlate these plans that the country now is talking about. You know that the president instructed to have forecasted balance till 2035. Unfortunately, it does not correlate with our plans we have in the ecology sector. Last time I have shown that due to the deficit until 2035, Samruk Energy, in order to cover all these problematic issues, plans to increase its generation. And besides renewables, that's what we cannot make quick. We also have coal-based generation. That will lead to additional emissions that can impact the plants that were developed or given to us by environmental specialists. I would like to highlight BATs. We have approached the Prime Minister. This is the community of Kazakhstani power enterprises, and many other energy companies signed this request application, requesting to pay attention to BAT requirements with regard to ash, NOx, and SOx. And it is assumed that these requirements will be quite strict, especially with regard to old power plants where there are just pure technical issues. And these measures with BAT may lead to huge expenses. But if it is needed for certain region, I understand maybe there is a need to make this, but there are regions that have power plants that will require a lot of resources, like it will be very expensive to do that there, and it is not always effective. And we requested to have individual approach with regard to every power plant. All our power plants are already surveyed. On behalf of the Association of Energy Companies, I would like to tell that every power plant is individual, is specific, and in terms of BAT, there must be individual approach, and we need to identify the sources of financing. Why? Because any measure requires additional financing, and as it has been mentioned before, yes, we have difficulties with tariffs. If one agency has the task of not increasing tariffs, the other agency has the task of satisfying the needs of consumers, and the third agency has environmental tasks. We need to correlate the activity so that they can proceed correctly together. And I would like to highlight Paris Agreement that was ratified by Kazakhstan that has clause number 4 that says that countries like Kazakhstan must reach certain peak and then to take certain measures. I think this peak will happen in Kazakhstan with the nuclear power plant commissioning, not before 2035, just in order to be able to fulfill the plans we have. Maybe it's better to correlate our actions now so that in order not to feel ashamed tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you very much for being honest in your speech. I believe, I am confident that your recommendations will be heard as we have experts and state bodies in this conference room. And besides this, among online participants, we have Mr. Nikolai Radostovets, who is the representative of Association of Mining and Metallurgical Enterprises. Mr. Radostovets, do you hear us? Can you see us?
Yes, I do see and hear you. Greetings. I am very grateful for the opportunity to speak here. Just a second. Could we see Mr. Radostovets on the big screen? Great. Now we see you, Nikolai Vladimirovich. Thank you for being with us online. You had no physical opportunity to be with us. Your association unites over 100 companies in metallurgy, coal, uranium sectors, and you know the decarbonization strategy as no one else because those plans will affect your sector directly. The decarbonization strategy that we've been discussing for over an hour will affect you. It provides for decreasing coal generation to full phase out of coal by 2060. When I hear that, I shiver myself because I know that coal as of today plays a major role. It's the major source of energy for metallurgies, both ferrous and non-ferrous. So your sector will have to conduct large-scale revamping, social protection for your workers, retrain your workers, create new jobs. I would like to urge you to be brief. What are the risks you can see and what are the recommendations? This is a challenge for you to be very brief in this. Well, for us, the major thing is to understand basically how do we develop forward. Kazakhstan is very rich in coal. It's like on the surface. It's the richest coal country in the world. Besides, we have very cold winters. Therefore, coal is not just, something that you can resolve living in a warmer country. Our coal is the fuel for the residential sectors. There is a shortage of gas, shortage of electricity in the country. We asked everybody, every attendee, to think through the situation in Kazakhstan. Indeed, we committed, and we will perform on that. We will achieve neutrality, but there is a question. We met several times with the Minister of Ecology, and we must acknowledge that there are certain strict requirements set by the minister. We accepted them. We now have taken a totally new approach to ecology. We feel the responsibility. We have penalties in place. So we would like to ask, now there is a high price for coal in the world markets. Shall we increase our export sales of coal? What would Europe tell us? We can see that geopolitical situation shows that Europe will face shortage in gas and oil imports. Does Europe need our coal? We need to transport coal to Asia. Do we really need to reduce coal production right now? Coal is on high demand for petrochemistry, gas chemistry, and other related productions. There are many products that could be made of coal. maybe we should retain the level of extraction that we currently have to produce more coal products for pharmaceuticals, for coke chemistry. We would like to ask for the support on the part of the government. On the 16th this month, we are conducting a press conference, and on June 18th, there will be a coal forum. We would like to invite everyone to take part in that in any format, because we want to figure out how Europe will behave in terms of the logistics of coal. We want to promote our coal. We have big volumes of coal that cannot be delivered to European consumers. What do we do in this respect? Will there be any solution to this issue? And what is the position of our partners, considering the current adjustments of certain aspects of carbon neutrality promotion? We need those motive signals from the European Union. I would like to emphasize that our company is dealing with energy savings, and we're doing our best to follow the Paris agreements. But it's important for us to understand how do we implement new technology, because about 80% of generation currently is coal-based. How do we implement those technologies to capture carbon? How do we retain our assets? Are there any avenues to retain the coal generation assets with the implementation of new technology? We need some real support on that, and scientific consultations as well. So many coal industries wonder about it, and we hope that with the concerted efforts, we will not only perform on the tasks we have set, but we will also retain our jobs and even increase the number of our jobs, so that we would be able to not only produce products, heat and energy of coal, but so that we could also manufacture some more products that are in demand with the consumers. I was absolutely sure that you will pose very burning questions, that you will be very open. Thank you for the invitation to the nearest forum of the mining and metallurgy companies. There will be an opportunity to discuss that topic. You will have an opportunity to work with the expert circles and the government on your strategy. We must do it as soon as possible. We have ambitious goals, and we must do everything to painlessly conduct our energy transition. Last July, at one of the OPEC meetings, the Secretary General, Mohammed Barkindo, said a very important thing about the inclusive approach to transition, so that none of the parties would be vulnerable in this transition. This is about support. This is about cooperation. Today, Kazakhstan and the European partners have emphasized their commitment to achieve carbon neutrality, supporting each other. We were happy to hear the words of commitment about your openness to cooperation. Our agenda is over, but before we wrap up, there is a ceremonial moment. Apologies, just a couple of words. One comment, with your permission. We have listened to all of the speakers. Very important issues were raised, but what I would like to say is that, from my perspective, all of us must have a very clear understanding of the fact that the low-carbon transition is inevitable. It is clear that it must be gradual, that it mustn't be like a shock transition, as Aset Maratovich mentioned, and it must be just transition for all sectors of economy. We are closely cooperating with the Ministry of National Economy. It's not only our agency that's engaged, all of the stakeholders in the public sector are engaged. So generally, the government is now working on that. So I would like to use this opportunity to reiterate that we want to approximate or harmonize our carbon trading mechanisms with the European ones. We work closely on that with our European colleagues, and I would like to use this opportunity to express my gratitude to our partners, and I hope that we will continue this fruitful work. As it's been mentioned today earlier, they say there's time, but I think we don't have too much time. We must act today so that by 2060, Kazakhstan reaches carbon neutrality. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have a comment from Mr. Jankauskas. Yeah, if possible, a very short answer to the questions of the recent speaker. I would like to thank Mr. Minister. On our side, there is full support and full commitment to further develop our cooperation. The question was concerning about the growth of demand for coal in Europe. It could be for a very short period of time. There will be a very strict oil phase out, excluding the Russian importers, but the market is self-regulating in this respect. This will be a very short period. In future, this transition period will be more relying on gas. We will be exiting coal, using more of gas as a transition fuel, but further prospects, which are not that far, there will be a green economy transition. This is our future. And I think that the countries that are now already ready to invest in that, they have the relevant resources, they will be ahead of all the economy and market processes of the future. And the last thing to mention, we all need now to work on the way we would develop the connectivity, the so-called transport connectivity between Kazakhstan and the European Union. Because, yeah, there has been a very good path, but now everything is changing, and we all need alternative routes. This is something that we need to invest in, and when we have those alternatives, we will have a choice. Exporting coal is expensive, it is bulky, it's a difficult, labor-intensive, and expensive process. Why would you export coal if you can invest inside the country into the modern technology? The people who work now on coal mines and other deposits, the ones that to be phased out, they should transition to more labor-intensive, modernized processes and export a more expensive finished product. In this case, CBAM will play its role, so we need to keep on cooperating to build those carbon-neutral manufacturers. Thank you so much. Dear speakers, please stay on your seats. Thank you for your comment, Nikolai Vladimirovich. I hope you have received the answers to your question. I would like to close the session with a ceremonial moment. On June 5, there is an anniversary of the Environment Day. It was established back in 1972 by the United Nations. This year, the motto is Only One Earth, emphasizing the balance with nature. That was the motto of the first conference in Stockholm, and 50 years after, this motto is still topical. And today, within the framework of the ECOJER Second International Congress, we would like to conduct an awards ceremony to celebrate the people who contributed the most to environment protection. Mr. Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources, you will be conducting the ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, the chest pin for success in the area of environment is awarded to the Director of Department of HSC of Kazmunegas, Mr. Saktaganov. Round of applause, please. Congratulations. Chest pin for success in the area of environment protection goes to Amaniyaz of Bahijan, Head of Environmental Protection of NC Kazmunegas JSC. Elmira Madirova, Head of Unit of Legal Claims Department, Jasul Damu JSC.
Congratulations. Now I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Boltabaev Konish Serikevich, the Executive Director of ECOJER, one of the organizers of the International Congress. Congratulations, Konish. Thank you for this Congress. Augambai Daurjan, we invited to the stage in order to receive an honorable letter from the Ministry of Geology, Ecology and Natural Resources, the editor of The Economist magazine. And also the certificate is awarded to the chairman of the Association of Ecologist Practitioners, and it goes to Laura, Malika Laura. Certificate of Appreciation of the Ministry of Geology, Ecology and Natural Resources is awarded to Kazabakov, Mr. Kazabakov, who is a Deputy Chairman of the Coordinational Committee of Regional Initiative of the Central Asia. Congratulations. And also, certificate, a letter of appreciation is awarded to Kasimova Mariam Gemalidenovna, environmental activist. And flowers. Congratulations. And we would like to invite to the stage Takumova Khalida Alibekimna to award the letter of appreciation from the minister. We have beautiful ladies, environmental activists. Congratulations. So the ceremony is over. We have covered all agenda items. We would like to thank our speakers, those who join us online and offline. Thank you, our delegates. We discussed ambitious tasks of Kazakhstan, and we are confident that with this enthusiasm and with the energy that we received during this Congress will help us to implement everything, and we will be capable of doing that together in the cooperation. Thank you very much. See you soon. And we would like to ask our speakers to proceed to group photo.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, at 4 p.m. We will have official ceremony of joining the accelerator of the World Economic Forum, so please attend the ceremony.
Уважаемые коллеги, просьба, можно фотографироваться будет на пресс-зоне. Коллегам нужно подготовить здесь трибуну, уважаемые коллеги.
Полиметалл – один из тех инвесторов, которых в Казахстане принято называть якорными. Компания владеет месторождениями Варваринская, Комаровская, Бакырчик и Большевик. Первые два объединены в хаб. Два последних осваиваются в рамках проекта «Кызыл». Место расположения – Костанайская и Восточно-Казахстанская области.
Компания «Полиметалл» – это одна из крупнейших компаний в сфере производства золота и серебра в мире. Компания пришла в Казахстан в 2009 году. Объем прямых инвестиций составил более 520 миллиардов тенге. В настоящее время на наших предприятиях работает более 2500 человек. И еще 1500 человек задействованы в подрядных организациях. Заработные платы являются одним из высоких в регионах присутствия.
Компания «Полиметалл» входит в Совет иностранных инвесторов при президенте Республики Казахстан. Она стала первой, кто разместил акции на бирже МФЦА, что стало сигналом для мирового капитала.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Мир – это ведущая международная группа по добыче и переработке природных ресурсов, крупнейший производитель меди и серебра в Казахстане и один из лидирующих в мире. Объекты компании расположены на 4 производственных площадках Казахстана. Это 13 рудников и 4 обогатительные фабрики, 2 медиплавильных завода. Топливно-энергетический комплекс. Он объединяет угольные разрезы, электростанции и распределительные электросети. Казахмыс ведет свою деятельность с середины 90-х годов. Это первая компания Казахстана, которая разместила свои акции на лондонской фондовой бирже. Внедрение современных цифровых технологий. Соблюдение корпоративной социальной ответственности бизнеса. Разработка и запуск новых месторождений. На медную продукцию приходится около 7,5% национального экспорта Казахстана. Значительная доля за группой компаний «Казахмыс». «Казахмыс».
Качество жизни – это финансовый достаток, повседневный комфорт, крепкое здоровье. Ассоциация «ECOJER». Мы работаем, чтобы обеспечить баланс чистой природы и устойчивой экономики. Наши приоритеты – развитие промышленности с заботой об окружающей среде, профессиональный диалог населения с экспертами и природопользователями, внедрение экологических инноваций и реализация зеленых проектов и содействие устойчивому развитию. ЭКОЖЕР. У нас одна земля.
Сапалы өмірдің өлшемі. Ол қаражаттың молдығы. Жанға жайлы орта. Жан мен тәннің саулығы. ЭКОЖЕР қауымдастығы. Мінсіз табиғат пен тұрақты экономика арасын жалғайтын алтын жіпті түзуші. Бізді жетелейтін мақсат. Қоршаған ортаны аялай отырып, өнеркәсіптің өрісін кеңейту. Халық пен сарапшыны, табиғат пайдаланушыларды кәсіби пікір алаңында жолықтыру. Экологиялық инновациялар енгізіп, жасыл жобаларды жүзеге асыру. Тұрақты дамуға жол ашу. ЭКОЖЕР. Жер адамзат бесігі.
Казахмыс – это ведущая международная группа по добыче и переработке природных ресурсов, крупнейший производитель меди и серебра в Казахстане и один из лидирующих в мире. Объекты компании расположены на 4 производственных площадках Казахстана. Это 13 рудников и 4 обогатительные фабрики, 2 медиплавильных завода. Топливно-энергетический комплекс. Он объединяет угольные разрезы, электростанции и распределительные электросети. Казахмыс ведет свою деятельность с середины 90-х годов. Это первая компания Казахстана, которая разместила свои акции на лондонской фондовой бирже. Внедрение современных цифровых технологий. Соблюдение корпоративной социальной ответственности бизнеса. Разработка и запуск новых месторождений. На медную продукцию приходится около 7,5% национального экспорта Казахстана. Значительная доля за группой компаний «Казахмыс». «Казахмыс».
Полиметалл – один из тех инвесторов, которых в Казахстане принято называть якорными. Компания владеет месторождениями Варваринская, Комаровская, Бакырчик и Большевик. Первые два объединены в хаб. Два последних осваиваются в рамках проекта «Кызыл». Место расположения – Костанайская и Восточно-Казахстанская области.
Компания «Полиметалл» – это одна из крупнейших компаний в сфере производства золота и серебра в мире. Компания пришла в Казахстан в 2009 году. Объем прямых инвестиций составил более 520 миллиардов тенге. В настоящее время на наших предприятиях работает более 2500 человек. И еще 1500 человек задействованы в подрядных организациях. Заработные платы являются одним из высоких в регионах присутствия.
Компания «Полиметалл» входит в Совет иностранных инвесторов при президенте Республики Казахстан. Она стала первой, кто разместил акции на бирже МФЦА, что стало сигналом для мирового капитала.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Мир – это ведущая международная группа по добыче и переработке природных ресурсов, крупнейший производитель меди и серебра в Казахстане и один из лидирующих в мире. Объекты компании расположены на 4 производственных площадках Казахстана. Это 13 рудников и 4 обогатительные фабрики, 2 медиплавильных завода. Топливно-энергетический комплекс. Он объединяет угольные разрезы, электростанции и распределительные электросети. Казахмыс ведет свою деятельность с середины 90-х годов. Это первая компания Казахстана, которая разместила свои акции на лондонской фондовой бирже. Внедрение современных цифровых технологий. Соблюдение корпоративной социальной ответственности бизнеса. Разработка и запуск новых месторождений. На медную продукцию приходится около 7,5% национального экспорта Казахстана. Значительная доля за группой компаний «Казахмыс». «Казахмыс».
Качество жизни – это финансовый достаток, повседневный комфорт, крепкое здоровье. Ассоциация «ECOJER». Мы работаем, чтобы обеспечить баланс чистой природы и устойчивой экономики. Наши приоритеты – развитие промышленности с заботой об окружающей среде. Профессиональный диалог населения с экспертами и природопользователями. Внедрение экологических инноваций и реализация зеленых проектов и содействие устойчивому развитию. ЭКОЖЕР. У нас одна земля.
Сапалы өмірдің өлшемі. Ол қаражаттың молдығы. Жанға жайлы орта. Жан мен тәннің саулығы. ЭКОЖЕР қауымдастығы. Мінсіз табиғат пен тұрақты экономика арасын жалғайтын алтын жіпті түзуші. Бізді жетелейтін мақсат. Қоршаған ортаны аялай отырып, өнеркәсіптің өрісін кеңейту. Халық пен сарапшыны, табиғат пайдаланушыларды кәсіби пікір алаңында жолықтыру. Экологиялық инновациялар енгізіп, жасыл жобаларды жүзеге асыру.
Орындарыңызға отыруларыңызды сұраймыз.
Distinguished participants of the Congress, please take your seats. We are about to start. We had several panel sessions today, and during this panel sessions we discussed various urgent topics important not only for Kazakhstan but for Eurasia and the whole world. These were questions of economic nature, and we would like to start the ceremony of private companies joining the accelerator. Distinguished guests, distinguished online participants, we are glad to welcome you at the official ceremony of private sector companies joining the accelerator of the World Economic Forum, the closing the gender gap accelerator. Gender-sensitive topics are integral parts of our Congress, and Accelerator is the initiative of the World Economic Forum, and it is implemented today with the support of the World Economic Forum. Kazakhstan became the first country in Eurasia who joined this program last year. Since that, huge work has been done in the country with our partners and co-chairs of this program. I am glad to welcome the co-chair of Accelerator in Kazakhstan today in this room. Let me introduce to you the video speech of Sadi Zahidi, Managing Director and the head of the platform to create the future new economy of the World Economic Forum. I would like to ask to display the video on the screen.
Economic Forum, it is my honor to congratulate you on the closing the Gender Gap Accelerator in Kazakhstan. In particular, I would like to thank the National Commission for Women, Family and Demographic Policy, the Agency for Strategic Planning and Reforms, the Ministry of the National Economy, and Astana International Financial Center Authority on the great progress that has already been made in the Gender Parity Accelerator, the first such accelerator in Central Asia. We know that women have been particularly affected by the crises of recent years, and in particular the pandemic. Already it was going to take 100 years to get to parity, which is simply too long. But during these recent years, that gap has opened further, and it would take 136 years to get to parity. And that is simply not acceptable, not good for our economies, for our workforces, for our societies. And that is exactly why the accelerator model and the work that you are doing today is so critical to progress. At the World Economic Forum, we believe in the power of public-private collaboration and the impact that the accelerators can achieve by committing leaders, changing policies, and changing norms related to women's workforce participation. I would like to commend and thank all of the companies that are gathered today for joining the accelerator and for committing to closing gender gaps in their workforce, in their leadership, and in remuneration. We hope that this is just the beginning and that in the coming months we will see many more companies joining the accelerator to close gender gaps in Kazakhstan. Thank you again and congratulations on your work.
Благодарим за видео. Thank you for this video, welcoming video. Let me invite to the stage our guest speaker, Ms. Anita Bhatse, who is Deputy Executive Director of the UN Women. Ms. Anita Bhatse, please, the floor is yours for welcoming speech. Our high-level guest who attends our Congress in offline format. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes. Dear distinguished participants and guests, thank you so much for that warm welcome. And let me just say how honored I am to speak at this ceremony where Kazakhstani companies will sign a pledge to accelerate gender equality under the Closing the Gender Gap Accelerator framework, globally developed in collaboration with the World Economic Forum. As the world's only multilateral agency with a singular focus on gender equality and women's empowerment, UN Women is proud to be present here today. And I'm equally proud to highlight that Kazakhstan is the first country in Eurasia to join this World Economic Forum program at the initiative of the AIFC, supported by the National Commission of Women's Affairs, Family and Demographic Policy under the President and the government. That calls for a round of applause. I'm especially pleased to inform you today that companies joining this Closing the Gender Gap initiative have also committed in parallel to endorse and to sign the Women's Empowerment Principles, which is a joint initiative developed by UN Women and the United Nations Global Compact. WEP's principles offer guidance to businesses on how to promote gender equality and empowerment in the workplace, in the marketplace, in the community, and in the country. I think Kazakhstan should be very proud for its leadership presenting the highest number of business signatories in the Central Asian region. And 3 of these businesses have joined the WEP's family, being inspired by engaging in closing the Gender Gap Accelerator framework. They are present here today. The Astana International Financial Center, the AIFC Tech Hub, and the Astana International Exchange. Let us now start the ceremony for these companies joining in Kazakhstan the Closing the Gender Gap Accelerator. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. И позвольте теперь пригласить...
And let me invite the companies who officially join this accelerator today. I would like to invite co-chairs of the program in Kazakhstan, Kazana Capital Management, Ms. Kuatova Aynur, Coca-Cola Company, Ms. Alexandra Ackerman, please proceed. Representatives of the local coordinator of AFC, Mr. Rinat Bekturov, the chairman of the management board of Astana Exchange, and then the heads of the Central Women Free, Dina Daniyarova. For signing ceremony, I would like to invite Forte Bank, Mr. Udirbaev, who is PR business. I would like to ask you to support us. These are the first Eurasian companies who join. Kaz Zinc, Mr. Lazarev Andrei Pavlovich, Executive Director on Administrative matters. Trans Telecom Joint Stock Company is Indira Kolobaeva, Executive Director on Economic Planning and Analysis. Almost all the companies have joined us. Please, you have the text in front of you, the documents in front of you. We're starting our signing ceremony. Last year, it was the initiative of the National Commission on Women's Affairs and Family Demographic Policy under the President that was significantly supported by AIFC Center. And I would like to thank all participants of this ceremony. We have ambitious goals, and may all these goals and wishes come true. Thank you very much. Maybe we can have a group photo. I would like to ask all signatories, Anita, if you could proceed here. Thank you. I would like to ask all the participants. And now we are moving to the main plenary session. I would like to ask organizers to remove these speech tribunes.
Пожалуйста, ребят, очень быстро я начну приглашать уже наших спикеров.
I'm about to start to invite our speakers. Today, during the whole day, we had discussions in this room, and there were several great proposals expressed here. And I would like to specially mention today's Congress that was attended by women who represent Turkpay, and the topic that unites us is ecology. So, distinguished participants of the Congress, let me invite to the stage and introduce the speakers of our plenary session. Mr. Brikeshev Serik Kali, who is the Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Distinguished colleagues, this is a plenary session. A round of applause, please. Anita Bhati, Assistant Secretary General for the United Nations on managing sustainability, resources and partnership, and she's also the Deputy Executive Director of Young Women. Today's visit is related to the event that took place within the framework of UN General Assembly. The topic is related to environmental issues. Mr. Jakub Berish, resident representative of the UNDP in Kazakhstan. Mr. Berish, you can simply jump in online. We have special representative of the European Union for Central Asia, Ms. Teri Hakala. We also have Vice Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Kozhanyazov. He also attended several other panel sessions. The next speaker, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Kazakhstan, Mr. André Karstens. Please proceed to the stage. And the Deputy Chairman of the National Commission on Women's Affairs and Family and Demographic Policy, Ms. Tarasenko. So let us start our plenary session. We have a number of speakers today who have mentioned the fact that Congress has gender-balanced composition, which is the basis of today's Congress. I just wanted to mention that the founders and authors of of Association of Environmental Initiatives, ECOJER, is women community represented by the association part of Atamiken. Main beneficiaries of economy are women, and they are, in fact, the hosts of today's events, and it inspires and makes us confident in the fact that the environmental future of our country is in warm female hands of women. Distinguished participants, we expected the participation of Prime Minister today, but unfortunately, due to the changes in his schedule, official welcoming speech of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Smailov Alikhan, will be read by the Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Serikali Brekeshov. So, please.
Еще раз.
Distinguished colleagues, friends, greetings again. As I've mentioned, due to the tight schedule of our Prime Minister, I will be the one to read his welcoming remarks. Distinguished Congress participants, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, my sincere congratulations to you on the opening of the Second International Congress by ECOJER. As of today, the leading countries of the world set ambitious goals on achieving zero emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050-2060. Kazakhstan is doing its best to follow the trends, adopting international standards of environmental protection and ecological safety. Within the framework of the adopted national project JASL Kazakhstan, structural reforms have started to create green economy via decreasing the pollutant emissions and modernization of governance tools for water management. This year, we are planning to join the Institution of Global Green Growth, which would allow access to the expert capacity and the knowledge base of the Institute, with the possibility of attraction of technical assistance. As instructed by the head of state, we are developing a strategy of achieving carbon neutrality by 2060 to deeply decarbonize the energy system that is responsible for 3/4 of GHG emissions. Water management, decrease of emissions into the environment, development of innovation and investments, ecologization and sustainable development will be supported. I am happy that following the initiative of the last year's ECOJER Congress, the civil society, business and government joined the efforts to find the ways of sustainable development. I wish success and fruitful work to all of the participants. Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Alikhan Smailov. Dear colleagues, just a couple of words from myself, echoing the speech. Certainly, water resources are the key elements of sustainable development of the entire region. They are important for its socio-economic and environmental aspects. Today, Kazakhstan is already experiencing the water shortage, and by 2040 it is forecasted that Kazakhstan may face a significant shortage of water. The river flow dynamics show the decrease in water resources due to national and transborder inflow. Today, there are changes being made to the water legislation to adapt it to the current challenges. We think that the new legislation will improve the efficiency of water security and water resource consumption, developing the legal framework and mechanism of implementations of single water resource management policy, and we are sure that we will see the positive result in the nearest future. All measures taken are aimed at environmental protection, sustainable development of water resources, and resolving the water shortage issues across the Central Asian region. Thank you. Thank you. With your permission, I would like to pass the floor to Anita Pratya. Today, our most prominent speaker. I am delighted to have you, Anita, with us, and we are enjoying your support. First of all, support to the women's initiatives, sustainable development goals that today are all based on cross-cutting gender principles.
Distinguished participants and guests, I hope you're not getting bored of hearing me. I had the good fortune to be able to speak to you this morning, and I trust you will bear with me as I share a few reflections on this really important topic of the link between water management and gender equality. But let me first again reiterate how very pleased I am to be able to join the ECOJER Congress, the second ECOJER International Congress in this beautiful country, and to provide some remarks related to this very important issue. This morning, I had the chance to share with you some data on the general state of gender equality in the world and some of the progress that has been made in the Central Asian region on gender equality broadly. But now what I'd like to do is just to ask you to stay with me and walk with me as I discuss with you just a few points relating to women's management of water. First, let me say, all of us have seen pictures of women carrying water on their heads. The big burden of collecting water in many families, in many parts of the world, falls on women. And it is actually remarkable how far women have to walk to collect water for their families. This is typically a task that is done by women, and sometimes by children, but typically by women. So 2 decades after the Beijing Conference on gender equality, it is really shocking that we do not yet have safe and equal access to water for women when they actually carry such a big burden. The United Nations holds every year a major conference on issues relating to gender equality. This conference is called the Commission on the Status of Women, and this year, this conference, which was the 66th conference of its type, focused on the link between gender equality and climate change. And one of the issues that it looked at was how do women exercise their right to safe drinking water and to sanitation, which are essential actually for the enjoyment of their human rights. And what the Commission discussed and underlined was that gender-responsive water and sanitation services and infrastructure are absolutely key to bolstering the resilience of women and girls, and there is actually a need by all stakeholders, governments, private sector, and others, to expand women and girls' access to adequate, safe, clean water and to sanitation facilities. But what is the real status when you think of how is this playing out? And are women involved in the decisions having to do with water? We focus a lot on women's leadership and women's role in deciding on the use of productive assets. And let me just share with you some data, which I think is kind of shocking, about how underrepresented women are in the formal water sector, but overrepresented in the lowest paying jobs in the informal sector. So the report to the Secretary General from the Commission on the Status of Women highlighted that less than 17% of the water sector workforce is made up of women, notwithstanding the fact that most of the people carrying water on their heads in most parts of the world, in most poor parts of the world, are actually women. So why is that? That is because this low level of participation in water management and water governance has to do with the fact that women are just generally not given access to education and training for technical and leadership positions in the water sector. The water sector is dominated by professionals with STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics training, and gender stereotypes prevent women from obtaining the degrees that they need to work as water professionals. So we need to change the number of women who are engaged in this sector And through that, we will change the kinds of decisions that are made on water management. In 2020, only 20% of 170 countries were actively working on mainstreaming a gender lens and thinking about women's issues in their water management approaches. And while 24% of these countries had made some progress, 50% of most countries had made little or absolutely no progress on having a gender lens in water management issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to embrace an ambitious agenda of work towards a sustainable water management world. We need to put gender equality and women's rights at the center of implementation, because when you strengthen the rights of women, you strengthen not just women, but as I said earlier today, you strengthen the family, the community, and the country. This means more engagement of women in decision-making, but it also means actually collecting data on this and having that data inform policy making. Actually, there is a remarkable lack of sex disaggregated data in this area. While all of us have seen pictures of women carrying water, most countries don't actually have detailed statistics on how many women have access to water and sanitation versus how many men have access to water and sanitation. We need to invest in collecting sex disaggregated data so that we can design policies that actually solve some of the problems. So data on the use of water is very important for monitoring, for changing policies, because it helps in the assessment on the collection burden on households who don't have water. Information about the time that is spent on water collection also can provide a much better picture than we have today on gender roles in water collection. We know that water management generally can be much more effective if women's and girls' rights and roles are considered. So let us use the opportunity of this Congress to recommit ourselves to addressing the inequalities that exist and to find better and new ways to overcome them and to build an equal world where nobody is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, water is not just sanitation, water is just not hygiene, water is life. Thank you very much.
Благодарю вас за выступление.
Thank you so much for your speech. It is really important to hear the opinion from the level of the United Nations, because we are used to hearing, in most cases, some stereotypes. Our problem is stereotypic thinking. The entire idea of this Congress is to try to think out of the box under this water management topic. I know that there are several speakers who have to fly out to other regions and they are in a hurry. Thank you so much, Anita, that despite your very tight schedule, I've been watching how you work for 2 days. This is an unreal schedule, so we would love to listen to another speaker now and then see our guests of those who need to travel. At 16:50, I am to release my guests, so I'm passing the floor to Jakub Beres, the resident representative of UNDP. Mr. Brikeshev, we are a little bit ahead of our schedule. So, Mr. Beres, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramazanova, Mr. Minister, distinguished speakers. Hürmetli konaklar, hanımlar, mırzalar.
Distinguished guests, taking part in the ECOJER International Congress is a delight for me.
Very symbolic that today, on the eve of the World Environment Day, we gather for the ECOJER International Congress. Green Life Better this year with its motto, Only One Earth. It calls for collective transformative action to celebrate, protect, and restore our planet. Today, in the Anthropocene era, pressures on the planet are increasing, and climate change represents one of the greatest threats to development, and if not addressed, to human existence. Many impacts of climate change are felt through water. Climate change is further expected to increase global water demand, intensifying competition for water resources as the timing, quantity, and quality of available water changes. The impact of climate change on water resources is critical for areas with extreme continental climate and for countries where a significant portion of water use is associated with agricultural development. Kazakhstan is one of these countries. UNDP's study of the impact of climate change on water resources shows that in 50 to 60 years, a significant flow reduction is expected in all hydroeconomic basins, with the exception of Balkhash-Alakol. The effects of glacier retreat are already being felt in some regions with increased flooding and mudslides. We expect that growing demand for water, coupled with poor water management, will increase water stress. And of course, climate change is adding to this pressure. Given the circumstances, we are clear that business as usual is not an option now. Today, we need to reinvent our strategies to be able to develop with nature and invest in nature. In doing so, it's clear that the relationship between climate change mitigation and water is a reciprocal one. To effectively address both water and climate challenges, we must tackle them together. Good news is that solutions exist and new technologies are in the pipeline to improve how we manage water for nations, communities, and households. As UNDP, we are doing our best to contribute to these efforts, and we are proud to have contributed to the joint efforts of the countries of Central Asia in developing adaptation strategies around RLC. Examples include the Atlas of Functional Zoning of Aral and Kazalinsk regions, afforestations to reverse land degradation, and a geoportal for spatial monitoring of desertification and land degradation processes in the RLC region. We have partnered with Islamic Development Bank to support the agricultural sector, which consumes 66% of the country's water. And in that partnership, we try to help national and regional water authorities to improve water management and irrigation for agriculture. Our pilot projects in the south of Kazakhstan could serve as an example for the entire country. Other examples of support include diversification of sown areas of agricultural crops to sustainably use the available water resources, improved condition of irrigation and drainage systems, adoption of resource-efficient technologies to help farmers to grow less water-intensive crops in the regions of Kazakhstan. I just gave you a few examples just to illustrate that for many years, UNDP has been partnering with the government of Kazakhstan in sustainable water management, be it at the policy level or with concrete activities, as I mentioned, in the field on the ground. Obviously, the government is at the forefront of this process, and as UNDP, we greatly appreciate the country's vision for sustainable development and the fact that important building blocks for Kazakhstan's climate action and sustainable transformations are in place. Of course, no government can do this alone. Partnerships and alliances should be built to bring about and sustain the desired changes. And we, as UNDP, stand ready at any time to support the country and its people on this development journey. Köp rahmet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berish. Here, I think we will change the order of speakers. I know, Anita, that you have a number of meetings and you have quite tight schedule later on. Mr. Brikeshev and Mr. Berish, you have flights. We will not be able to delay your flights, so therefore we'd like to thank you for your participation. We continue. I would like to ask the following. So I will update information about our speakers. I would like to invite the Vice Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Kojaniyazov. I would like to invite you to the stage as a speaker. And we also have a member of Turkpa from the Republic of Kazakhstan, Ms. Nukitaeva Dinar Jusupalivna, Senator. Please take your seat. Let us to continue the discussion of these questions. The next speaker will join us online. If you are ready, please, the floor is yours. Are you ready? Let me give the floor to Ms. Teri Hakala, Special Representative of the European Union for Central Asia, who join us online. Please, the floor is yours.
See you, dear co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon from Helsinki, and it's a very rainy day. It's a kind of excellent day to speak about water issues. I'm very sorry I cannot be in person in Nur Sultan today, but next year I hope we can meet in person. The European Union considers water as a critical resource, including for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The EU's commitment to water diplomacy is exemplified by the Council conclusions on water in EU external action adopted in November last year. These Council conclusions highlight the strategic importance of water. Of course, it goes beyond just one SDG, but is, among others, relevant for sustainable development, poverty reduction, climate action, environmental protection, biodiversity, and peace. The EU supports a multilateral approach and dialogue on water with the UN at the center and strongly backs international conventions on water cooperation. The high-level water conference in Dushanbe next week, actually I'm flying there tomorrow, represents an important milestone in the preparation of the UN Water Conference in New York in 2023, the first United Nations Global Water Summit since 1977. And while, of course, this is an important meeting for water diplomacy on the global level, it gives an opportunity for all of us to speak in the regional context and to show our commitment to this dialogue and region. I can announce that Commissioner Sinkevicius, Commissioner for Environment, Water and Oceans, is attending the conference and meeting with all Central Asian counterparts. Well, looking at Central Asia as a region, the region is facing increasingly severe environmental challenges, as we know. The combined impact of climate change, which has started to reduce water flow by shrinking the glaciers that feed Central Asian rivers, and population growth will strengthen some of the region's environmental concerns, with implications for economic development, security, and migration. No news to all of us is that increased competition over water is already a driver of potential conflict, as we have seen in the past. As we know, nearly all regional questions link to water, so there is no time to lose. It is very clear for all of us that a comprehensive and a joint approach is necessary. While national water and energy sector development and reforms are progressing, and while the overall climate for cross-border dialogue is improving, as also shown by the initiatives from the Third Consultative Summit of Central Asian leaders last August, Central Asian countries are unfortunately still far away from a shared vision for achieving regional water security. The EU strategy on Central Asia recognizes climate change as one of the main challenges for the region. and identifies water and energy as priorities for regional cooperation for Central Asia. Reforming the water sector, strengthening governance, and promoting transboundary cooperation has the potential to unlock the development potential of Central Asian countries, from increasing border stability to expanding opportunities for youth and women in an exceptionally rural region. Water sector will continue to be an important part of the EU programming under the new regional multi-annual indicative program. The EU focuses on promoting cooperative solutions, facilitating dialogue among Central Asian governments, and supporting the existing regional organizations such as the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, IFAS. And this, of course, having the other co-panelists there, this will be done in consultation with the relevant UN agencies and other partners. We cannot do it all alone, we are all in the same boat. So what are the measures the EU is using to tackle these issues? Under the new multi-annual financial framework for period now, it started 2021-27, we will draw on the experience from the previous and current programs to continue our engagement at the regional and bilateral levels in the water sector. The EU will, during these coming years, in particular, focus on continuing our support to domestic reform processes, strengthening intra-regional cooperation, and encouraging mutually acceptable solutions on transboundary water resources. The EU also believes that the water and environmental challenges facing the region are best addressed at the regional level, as the countries of Central Asia are unavoidably interconnected, as we know. And under this programming period, the EU is therefore seeking to address the common environmental challenges of the region, in particular, 1, water scarcity exacerbated by climate change with the potential for causing conflict. 2, risks to biodiversity and disaster risk reduction. 3, transitioning from hydrocarbons to renewable energy sources, energy efficiency and regional energy connectivity. And 4, to promote transboundary water and environmental governance and knowledge-based decision-making. Just to mention a few of our existing projects, I want to mention that we can build upon one of the initiatives, which is called the European Union Central Asia Water, Environment and Climate Change Cooperation, so-called VCOP. VCOP is a reference framework for the strengthening of policy dialogue on sustainable development between Central Asian countries and the EU. Very important too. It aims to enhance environment, climate change and water policies in Central Asia through approximation to EU standards and to promote green investments in relevant sectors. We work also through national policy dialogues in the frame of the European Union Water Initiative to enhance integrated water resources management and intersectoral coordination. This is very important. In addition, I'm also very glad to see the revitalized IFAS that implements its internal reform with the support from EU co-financed Central Asia Water and Energy Program called CABE. And then just mention that EU started a new regional project last year. We are financing sustainable small-scale hydropower in Central Asia, and we are building 2 small-scale power stations, one in Kyrgyzstan and one in Uzbekistan. And then last but not least, I want to mention the new Team Europe initiatives and the Team Europe initiative on water, energy and climate change, which will be introduced briefly also in Dushanbe next week. As a part of new global gateway strategy, the EU is seeking a more ambitious way forward in its engagement with Central Asia through the combination of its current actions within a regional Team Europe initiative on water, energy and climate change. Under this initiative, the EU mainly seeks to strengthen its support to regional water governance initiatives, the Central Asia regional power market integration, and further promoting green investments. And when we talk about Team Europe, it means that we combine all the efforts by the EU institutions, member states, our financial institutions, and there are many member states are involved. They have a lot of knowledge and know-how, to mention some: France, Germany, Italy, Latvia, Romania, Finland. And then, of course, we are involving European Investment Bank and EBRD. And this is an open-ended project, so the other ones will be joining. This approach will allow us not only to widen our impact, but also seek synergies and avoid overlapping towards a more efficient and impactful way of building back better. And we are working together, as I said earlier, with our partners from the UN, with our like-minded partners like US, Japan, South Korea, UK. So it's a joint effort from this point of view. Just to conclude, let me reiterate that the EU places a high importance on global cooperation on water, and is committed to support and cooperate with the Central Asian state, be it on the regional cooperation on water, the green transformation of societies and economies, or regarding the economic and political cooperation between the EU and Central Asia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Благодарю вас, госпожа.
Many thanks, Ms. Hakala. It is the second year since we have been discussing the environmental topic and adaptation of economies to new challenges, environmental challenges.
And the standing partnership and support of the European Union to our Congress is very important to us. Dear participants of this plenary session, let me open the floor. Let me pass the floor to Mr. André Karstens, the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Kazakhstan. And I have a question to you. Before the plenary session, we have listened to the speech of the ambassador of the United Kingdom to the Republic of Kazakhstan, which has shared some practical cases on how to achieve sustainable economy step by step. Could you please describe the Netherlands' way to sustainable economy, sustainable growth, and where Kazakhstan and the Netherlands could find some synergy? Yes, we do have a lot in common. First of all, agriculture that is closely connected to water management. Secondly, we have similar movements, just like in the UK, but unlike the UK, we are more advanced in the energy, green energy sector, offshore. About 70% of such projects of ours were somehow related to our entrepreneurs. The Netherlands and Kazakhstan are the biggest investor. Previously, we focused on oil and gas projects. Today, we are developing more and more agriculture, There is also a very robust program in social area like human rights, democracy promotion. We will be observing the referendum this Sunday. One of the most important items on our agenda under human rights is gender rights, gender issues. We support a variety of projects in this area. Some of them are connected to both healthcare and water management. I would be delighted to take part in the Dushanbe conference. I will travel the day after tomorrow. I will be glad to visit such a project in the east of Tajikistan, where all of those components collide in one project. But it's not only in that region, it's mainly everywhere across the globe, in Africa, here in Central Asia, and in our country as well. It is incredible, but the Netherlands is a delta country, which means that we are one of the richest countries in the world in terms of water resources, but today we already feel that water resources are not infinite. We are sometimes exposed to the periods of excessive water. Last year, if you remember, the European rivers showed excessive water, but sometimes there are shortages of water, and we grow and we understand more and more that we need a more balanced approach to this issue. And we need to play along with the nature, and this approach helps us. And we would be really pleased to start sharing the experiences and techniques with all of our partner countries. First of all, of course, with Kazakhstan. So I did my best to be brief, but to cover most of the topics in my speech. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Today is our final plenary session, and I would like to ask the following question to Ms. Yelena Tarasenko. You are the Deputy Chair of the National Commission for Women Affairs, but at the same time you are leading a very important project on saving the Ural River. It's a transporter project, and you've been moderating the major panel session that specifically focused on the issues and solutions in the water sector in Kazakhstan. Could you please summarize our today's discussion within this Congress? Thank you. My warmest greetings to the participants of the Second International Congress ECOJER. On behalf of the National Commission for Women, Family Affairs and Demographic Policy under the President of Kazakhstan, we represent it together with Ms. Ramazanova. I must note that, indeed, this time the agenda focused on water problematic, and our session was dedicated to the modernization of water resource governance, and the key positions were presented by the Ministry of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources, and certainly the experts and the community. There are many issues we are facing today. First of all, in this session, it was noted that it is important to train the relevant personnel. Another issue is the lack of funding for research activities dedicated to water topics. It is applicable to the issues of water separation, water use, water treatment facilities. There are many issues of the kind today, and one of the challenges we are all facing is the qualified governance in the area of water resources. I've been working on ecosystem, transboundary ecosystem saving for the river Jaik, which is the Ural. So I've been working on this topic for many years, and as our president stated, there must be appropriate arrangement of water diplomacy. There is progress, but the positions are not yet perfect, and we need to reinforce the activities of the Commission on transboundary waters. They must work more efficiently. Another important aspect that was discussed today on funding, the Vice Minister noted that there will be a new research institute that would cover all of the topics related to the issues we discussed today, and we would finally have some proper serious experts who would systematize all the work we're doing today, and we hope for specific results. Water security is a very critical issue today. We need interagency coordination in this respect between the public and between the public sector and the community. Thank you, Elena Ivanovna. Distinguished participants, we are almost wrapping up. Let me open the most pleasant part of any event, the ceremonial procedure of issuing letters of appreciation to the speakers who traveled a long way.
English. Well, when now our Congress has come to an end, it's time to express our gratitude to those who have participated actively in the organization of ECOJER International Congress. That is why I would like to ask Ms. Malahat Ibrahim Kızı to come and receive her commendation letter. Well, dears, it's not the end of the official part. We would like to ask Arzu Aydın to also come on stage. Çolpon Sultanbekova. Sakina Babayeva. Malika Kadırxanova. Галина Донник. Мадина Пашаева. And now we would like to express our greatest gratitude to Parliamentary Assembly of Turkic-speaking countries, Turkpa. I would like to ask a representative to come on board. Thank you very much.
Бүгінгі барлық айтылатын сөздердің
All of the words to be said have been said. However, the ceremonial gala dinner will continue on the second floor.
Спикерлермен бірге бір ортақ суретке.
And we will make a group photo with the speakers. Please, dear participants, let us come up to the stage. There is the photo opportunity.
А кто нас фотографирует? А я могу вас.
Благодарю.
Давайте.
Крепкое здоровье. Ассоциация «ECOJER». Мы работаем, чтобы обеспечить баланс чистой природы и устойчивой экономики. Наши приоритеты – развитие промышленности с заботой об окружающей среде,